Chapter 755. Gu Jiao's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. Before the results were announced, Xiao Lulang didn't know about this person at all. Although Xiao Lulang was already famous in the archer circle, the distance between them was like a mountain. The military circle had never heard of this person. There were more than 200 people participating in the preliminaries. 6 people in a round, 44 rounds in total. Not every cavalryman who advanced would receive attention. Obviously, Han Che, who was Han Ye's younger brother, contributed a lot of attention to Gu Jiao. Coupled with the Black Wind King and the Feng family's experts, Gu Jiao suddenly became the hottest topic. Many people wanted to talk to her, but they were too scared by the Black Wind King beside her to go forward. The Black Wind King's aura was too strong, automatically creating a spacious space around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao enjoyed the feeling of not being squeezed around by others. She stood at the side of the training ground, quietly watching the other people's selections. Gu Changqing walked towards Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King moved. Gu Jiao gently touched its neck. The Black Wind King was no longer wary of Gu Changqing. Outsiders naturally couldn't understand the communication between the man and the horse. They only thought that the young man was too bold, daring to approach the Black Wind King. Wasn't he afraid that the Black Wind King would kick him away? One had to know that Han Che and the Feng family's experts were kicked away like this. Not far away there were several Han family's disciples standing. Gu Changqing turned around and exchanged glances with them. They made a gesture and Gu Changqing nodded knowingly. Then he came in front of Gu Jiao. There were explosions and all kinds of screams, so no one could hear what they were talking about. But looking at Gu Changqing's expression, it seemed like he was denouncing Gu Jiao. Frown a little. Yeah, that's it, Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao frowned exaggeratedly. Gu Changqing, I want you to frown, not punch your face. Gu Changqing said, you did well just now. The horse has lost some weight. Gu Jiao nodded. She stroked the Black Wind King's mane and said, I haven't eaten properly for a few days. I've lost weight from hunger. But I'll try to eat more in the future. Gu Changqing had already heard about the Black Wind King's departure from the Han family. Han Yi could have gotten the horse back, but he didn't. He had no faith in the Black Wind King. He had never truly regarded the Black Wind King as his mount. He only saw it as a valuable item. Once the value of the item was gone, there was no need to keep it. Fortunately, I ran into you, Gu Changqing said sincerely. If it was someone else, the Black Wind King might not be able to recover. I didn't run into it, Gu Jiao said. It was the Horse King that brought the Black Wind King back. It was also on the way to find the Horse King that had brought the Black Wind King back. Gu Changqing didn't know what to say. His sister liked to pick people, and the horse she raised also liked to pick other horses. You're being targeted. Gu Changqing didn't forget about the important matter. If it wasn't to remind her, he wouldn't have told the Han family's disciples that he was coming over to beat this kid up. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised. Someone from the Feng family? The Feng family's third brother was killed by her in the forest. Not only that, but also the Dong family, Du family, Chen family, and Yang family. Oh. Gu Jiao was even more surprised. These 4 people were all injured by her in the forest. Among them, Master Du and Master Chen were the most seriously injured, while Master Yang and Master Dong were slightly better. After coming out of the forest, she wondered if these people would report her to the emperor, but they didn't. She and Xiao Heng carefully analyzed this problem and came to the conclusion that they didn't dare to. They rudely snatched the young princess, causing her to fall and injure her. The young princess still remembered it. The emperor was worried about who those people were. How could they have the courage to mention what happened in the forest? However, because it couldn't be made public, they all hated Gu Jiao. Gu Changqing said softly, be careful. I will tell the Han family that I'm trying to win you over. Okay. Gu Jiao responded. In order to not arouse suspicion, Gu Changqing couldn't stay for too long. The Han family has been watching this place. I'm going over. Gu Changqing said, I won't go to the State Preceptor Hall for the next few days. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Gu Jiao nodded. Thinking of something, Gu Changqing asked again, by the way, what identity are you using? I haven't seen it yet. Gu Jiao said and opened the pouch. Just as she was about to take out the token, she heard a shout in front of her. Xiao Lulang. Come and get your number. Gu Changqing looked at the deputy examiner and said to Gu Jiao, it's the drawing of lots to determine the order of the next round. I've already drawn the lot. It's Heavenly Stems 1. Go quickly. The order of appearance was according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The first of the heavenly stems was the number 1, so it was also called Heavenly Stems 1. After drawing the number, it wouldn't be announced to the public. Thus, Gu Changqing didn't know who would draw the other heavenly stems one. Gu Changqing said, "As long as you don't draw the heavenly stems one, it's fine." It wasn't worth it for them to fight so early. He still wanted to exhaust a few more opponents for her. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "You can't raise a flag. You'll fall." Gu Changqing was confused. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing. I'll tell you in detail next time. I'm going." "Go." Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao led Black Wind King to the east side of the camp. Another round of selection was going on. One of the participants was Priest Qing Feng. Gu Jiao was surprised. He was here too. Yes, he was the elder brother of the Feng family. The Feng family had 2 spots. The one just now was obviously not enough. If he didn't go up personally, the Feng family had no chance of winning. Priest Qing Feng was riding a beautiful white horse. He looked like a celestial being. Even when he was riding, he looked like a celestial being. He rushed out of the fire. His eyes were cold and determined. His face was stained with ashes, which made him look beautiful. He rode his horse up the platform ahead of the other 5 people. Gu Jiao could see that he was deliberately going easy on them. It was the first round. They just needed to advance. They didn't need to fight too hard. Who didn't go easy on them? Right, boss? Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King and no longer paid attention to the situation on the platform. Priest Qing Feng didn't lose in riding, so he wouldn't lose in martial arts. When she came to the gate of the camp, she met another acquaintance. Compared to Priest Qing Feng, the person in front of her didn't seem so surprised. Mu Qingchen. She greeted him. Mu Qingchen looked a little tired. She didn't know if he was affected by what happened in the Mu family. Mu Qingchen didn't look too surprised. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to come. It was just that he saw Gu Jiao during the selection. He didn't ask why Gu Jiao was here. His intuition told him that Gu Jiao wouldn't answer. He looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression and said, "I'll do my best." Gu Jiao said, "Me too." At this moment, a soldier came over and took Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen's horses to the stable to feed them. Mu Qingchen gave the horse to the soldier. Gu Jiao said, "My horse doesn't need to be fed." The soldier said, "It's hot. The horse has consumed a lot of energy. If you don't replenish it with water and food, it will be dehydrated." Gu Jiao still said, "I know. It's not necessary." The soldier opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Mu Qingchen said, "Take the horse away." "Ah, yes." The soldier took Mu Qingchen's horse away. When the soldier took the horse to the stable, 2 men in brocade clothes came over. One of them had a white face and no beard, and the other had a goatee. The white man said, "Why didn't you bring it here?" The soldier reported, "Master Dong, the boy said his horse didn't need to be fed." "Oh, what did I say?" Master Dong sneered and looked at the man with a goatee. "Old Yang, do you believe me now? That boy is not a reckless man. He is scheming and vigilant. It's not easy to deal with him." Master Yang frowned and said, "Who on earth is that boy?" Master Dong said with a smile, "He is a student of the Tianqiong Academy from the Zhao Kingdom. He is Mu Qingchen's classmate. I suspect the masked man in white we took away that day is Mu Qingchen." Master Yang said suspiciously, "Why did Mu Qingchen do that? Isn't he the grandson of Master Mu? Why didn't he help the Mu family?" Master Dong said with a faint smile, "Maybe the Su family has their own ideas. Who knows?" Master Yang said thoughtfully, "Since he is not from the Yan Kingdom, he must be a collateral disciple to participate in the selection. Is his purpose to help Mu Qingchen exhaust his opponent?" Master Dong agreed, "It's very possible." On the other side, Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had finished drawing lots. They didn't exchange any information in the tent. After coming out, Mu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and called out to her, "I'm from the Earth Branch." Gu Jiao said, "What a coincidence. I'm also from the Earth Branch." Mu Qingchen held his breath slightly. "Shinjiu?" Gu Jiao said, 8 limbs. I'm 1 round ahead of you." Mu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Somehow he didn't want to fight with Gu Jiao. Even if it was only a matter of time, he still hoped that the battle between them could be delayed a little bit. While they were drawing lots, the cavalries of the 10 great families came out one after another. 9 of them from the Han family except for Han Che, who was eliminated by Gu Jiao. All the other 8 advanced. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the Black Wind cavalries of the Han family. However, Gu Jiao didn't think that the Han family was that powerful. The Black Wind cavalries were taken from the Xinyuan family, and the method of taming them was also passed down by the Xinyuan family. The Han family was just eating the blood of the Xinyuan family. Gu Jiao was not interested in watching anymore. She planned to go back and feed the Black Wind King. I'm leaving now. See you in the next round. Just as she bid farewell to Mu Qingchen, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if a terrifying murderous aura had swept over from the other side of the battlefield. It was unstoppable and instantly filled the entire battlefield. The horses on the field began to become restless. Even the horses who were concentrating on the game shook their bodies. What a powerful aura. The only horse that wasn't affected was the Black Wind King. Ah! A horse that was trying to get onto the stage paused in midair. It didn't manage to get onto the stage and fell down with the cavalryman. The cavalryman let out a cry of surprise. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen looked at the powerful aura at the same time. They saw a silver-haired man riding a chestnut-colored horse over. He was walking elegantly and calmly, but he had the domineering aura of a king. The silver-haired man was very young. He looked to be in his late 20s. As for the horse, Gu Jiao couldn't tell its exact age, but she could tell that it was a young and vigorous horse. Mu Qingchen's expression became serious. It's the Han family's new Black Wind King. He's 6 years old this year. The one riding on the horse is 5th Master Han, the son of old Master Han. He has been studying how to tame the Han family's Black Wind cavalries. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen. Your Black Wind cavalries? Mu Qingchen looked at her and said, 5th Master Han once said that the Black Wind cavalries tamed by the Xinyuan family weren't the most powerful horses in the world. He would use his own methods to tame even more powerful Black Wind cavalries. His new Black Wind King is the result of his taming. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and carefully observed the man and horse not far away. Mu Qingchen said earnestly, I know that your Black Wind King is very powerful, but I'm afraid it's no match for that horse. 5th Master Han's new Black Wind King was not only younger, but also more agile. Its explosive power, endurance, speed and strength were all impeccable. Mu Qingchen paused and said, also it has a name. Gu Jiao asked, what's its name? Mu Qingchen opened his mouth and said, Black Demon Horse. The Black Demon Horse entered the field. It was in the middle of the track, but the horses on both sides of the track were already too scared to move before the gongs and drums had even sounded. Although the other two horses could force themselves to charge forward, they frequently made mistakes and were eliminated before they could even cross the flaming bridge. 5th Master Han advanced without any suspense. Mu Qingchen looked at the invincible Black Demon Horse on the high platform and frowned slightly. Your Black Wind King took a total of 17 breaths to reach the high platform, but 5th Han's Black Demon Horse only took 12 breaths. At such a short distance, the Black Demon Horse was 5 breaths faster than the Black Wind King. This was like a 110m hurdle where the first runner was 5 seconds ahead of the second runner. Mu Qingchen said, I know your Black Wind King isn't using its full strength, and neither is 5th Master Han's Black Demon Horse. 5th Master Han's martial arts are very powerful. You have no chance of winning. If you meet them next time, I hope you can choose. Fight, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned. Didn't she say the opposite? Gu Jiao mounted her horse and gripped the reins tightly. She looked at 5th Master Han, who was riding his Black Demon Horse, from afar. 5th Master Han's eyes were full of contempt. Gu Jiao felt the provocation from the Black Demon Horse, and she also felt the powerful battle intent from the Black Wind King. She straightened her back and her eyes were resolute. I want to fight. Black Wind King, I also want to fight. For more exciting content. Chapter 756. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. There can't be 2 kings in a country. There can only be 1 Black Wind King. The same goes for the commander. This is their joint battle. There is no way out. Gu Jiao refreshed Mu Qingchen's understanding again and again, making him feel as if he saw a new life. There were many brave people in the world, but there had never been such a person who was fearless enough to fight against the heavens, against fate, and against all the impossibilities in the world. He had never thought of running away. He always faced the difficulties head-on even if he had to die. Mu Qingchen looked at the young man beside him. His chest was filled with a long-lost emotion. It was as if he was suddenly pulled back to his young and frivolous age. His blood was boiling rapidly. Everything around him didn't change. But when Mu Qingchen looked at the fierce competition on the battlefield again, he suddenly felt that everything was different. The confrontation between Gu Jiao and 5th Master Han ended with 5th Master Han being announced as the winner. Gu Jiao could stay here until the sky turned dark. If he had the ability, he could always occupy the high platform and not let anyone else choose. The young man looked at him frivolously. Fifth Master Han looked away disdainfully and jumped off the high platform on his new Black Wind King. The Su family came to call Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao said goodbye. Mu Qingchen still had something to deal with, so he went to another part of the camp. Gu Jiao rode Black Wind King out slowly. Wherever she went, the horses retreated. No one dared to approach. But when she passed by the training ground of the cavalry matrix, Gu Jiao was stopped by several people. They were also riding their own horses. Gu Jiao glanced at them. The goateed Master Yang, the white-faced Master Dong, and the other 3 young people she had only seen in pictures. They were the children of the Feng family, the Du family, and the Qin family. You are the one who killed my father. A bad-tempered young man looked at Gu Jiao coldly. He was about to explode. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. This was the Feng family's brat. He was ranked 4th in the Feng family and was known as 4th Young Master Feng. He looked quite similar to Feng Laosan. Even his violent temper was exactly the same. His stupidity when being used by others was also exactly the same. Did they tell you? Gu Jiao pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. It was obvious that these 2 old things were not easy to deal with. Back in the forest, one of them had only made a feint, while the other had waited until his companion was about to die before making a move. 4th Young Master Feng gritted his teeth. You don't need to know who said it. Let me ask you. Did you kill my father? No. Gu Jiao denied it without hesitation and pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. They were the ones who killed him. Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang were stunned. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Could this brat's ability to invert right and wrong be any stronger? The Dong family's patriarch was furious. Don't slander me. It was obviously you who killed him. Lord Qin, Lord Du, and Shi Yi were present. Little nephew Feng, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Gu Jiao spread her hands. I was just defending myself, but the people who really killed him were you. You urged him to make a move, but you didn't help him. He and I are enemies, so it's understandable for us to fight. You are friends, but one of you hid and didn't make a move while the other only made a feint. Didn't you want to borrow my hand to get rid of Feng Laosan? Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang choked at the same time. You. 4th Young Master Feng's expression changed. He tightened the reins in his hand and looked at the 2 patriarchs beside him. He gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Uncle Dong, Uncle Yang? Of course not. Who does your father think he is that we need to scheme against him? We didn't make a move because we wanted to let your father consume this brat's strength first. What's going on? Gu Jiao looked at them calmly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Patriarch Yang clenched his fists. You brat. 4th Young Master Feng said coldly, Uncle Yang, let's talk about this clearly. Patriarch Yang and Patriarch Dong were furious. They came here to incite 4th Young Master Feng to deal with Xiao Lulang. Why was 4th Young Master Feng being incited by Xiao Lulang? He was really brainless just like his father. Young Master Chen urged his horse to stop Gu Jiao. Did we say that we'll let you go? You still haven't settled the score with our Chen and Du families. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wind King raised his front hooves and stomped on their horses. The 2 horses were scared out of their wits, and Patriarch Chen and Patriarch Du both fell from their horses. They stabilized themselves with their lightness skills, but their horses were nowhere to be seen. Black Wind King took a step forward, and the 2 of them stepped aside. Gu Jiao looked down at the 2 of them. Thanks for letting me win. With that, 1 person and 1 horse valiantly left. Only the 5 of them were left behind. Gu Jiao left the barracks and Yi Qing was not there. Where is he? Over here. In a carriage not far away, someone waved at her. Second Master Jing? Gu Jiao tilted her head strangely and urged her horse over. Why are you here? The House of Duke didn't participate in the selection this time. Second Master Jing said, I'm here to pick you up. Are you looking for Yi Qing? I told him to go back first and I'll send you back to the Master's Hall later. Gu Jiao said, I don't need you to send me back, I can go back myself. But why are you here to pick me up? Second Master Jing snorted, Isn't it because of my eldest brother? He wanted to come himself, but it'll be bad if he gets hurt here, so I said I'll come for him. Gu Jiao asked, Is there something you need from me, Duke? You. Second Master Jing was confused by Gu Jiao's reaction. He crossed his arms and looked at her from the window. Shouldn't you go and see my eldest brother? This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to be confused. Second Master Jing said, You used my eldest brother's identity to participate in the selection, what do you think? The House of Duke. Young Master? Gu Jiao opened her pouch and took out the token. She flipped it over to take a look. and there really was a Jing character engraved on it. Second Master Jing took in Gu Jiao's confused face and he asked, "You, don't tell me you only found out now?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded in a daze. Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao kept the token and asked Second Master Jing, "Why did the state preceptor look for the house of Duke Angua? Isn't your relationship not good?" Second Master Jing sighed, "It's not good, so my eldest brother wanted to reject him at first, but when he heard that it was you, he agreed. I don't know what's so good about you that my eldest brother likes you so much." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I'm very good." Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao used the identity of the House of Duke, so it was natural for her to meet the state preceptor. However, she really didn't expect that the state preceptor would choose the House of Duke. Second Master Jing looked at the majestic Black Wind King and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this the horse that was badly injured in the Xian Yuan family? It's quite energetic." Gu Jiao said, "It'll be more energetic in the future." Second Master Jing brought Gu Jiao to the courtyard where they were last time. Duke Angua sat in a wheelchair under the corridor, quietly looking at the direction of the main door, as if he had been waiting for Gu Jiao to appear. His complexion was more rosy than last time, and he no longer looked sickly. He heard Second Master Jing say that his eldest brother's limbs were more agile, and he could write more words. Seeing Gu Jiao enter the courtyard, Duke Angua's eyes brightened, and the hand on the wheelchair's armrest started to tremble slightly. "Eldest brother, I've brought her." Second Master Jing walked in from Gu Jiao's side, blocking in front of Gu Jiao. Duke Angua's face darkened. "Get out of the way." Gu Jiao also brought Black Wind King in. Black Wind King stopped being aggressive outside, and let the servants lead him to the stable to rest. Second Master Jing went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came to the corridor and there was already a chair in front of Duke Angua. He used his eyes to signal Gu Jiao to sit down. "Duke Angua, your complexion is good recently." Gu Jiao sat down and looked at him. Every time Duke Angua saw Gu Jiao, he would be able to recover better. This was really a miraculous thing. Duke Angua dipped his fingertips in water and wrote on the wheelchair's armrest, "How did I choose?" Gu Jiao curved her lips, "I was promoted." Dukan wrote proudly, "Just like what thick." Gu Jiao observed the strength of his fingers and he did recover well. Gu Jiao looked at this very amiable face and asked, "Why did you promise state preceptor?" "I have a lot of enemies." Duke Angua wrote, "I will protect you." A vegetable in a wheelchair actually threatened to protect a killer. A strange emotion flashed through Gu Jiao's heart. She didn't know what it was. It seemed to be a little hot, a little bitter and a little painful. This kind of pain was not the same as the pain of being injured, so Gu Jiao didn't quite understand it. Duke Angua continued to write, "I have something to give you. Push me in." Gu Jiao pushed him into the study. In fact, he didn't say the study. But Gu Jiao's intuition told her that he was referring there. After entering the study, Duke Angua stared straight at a blue and white porcelain vase on the bookshelf. Gu Jiao walked over, raised her hand and put it on the vase. She turned it gently and a secret door opened. Gu Jiao pushed Duke Angua to the door. Dukan wrote on the armrest, "East West just inside, you go get it." Gu Jiao agreed and stepped into the secret room. What greeted her eyes was a set of red battle clothes and black armor. The materials of the battle clothes and armor were special, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. Gu Jiao stared blankly at the red battle clothes and black armor in front of her, and didn't speak for a long time. Duke Angua raised his slightly trembling finger and wrote with difficulty, "This is the battle armor that Yinin's grandfather prepared for Yinin. Unfortunately, Yinin didn't have a chance to wear it, so I'm giving it to you now." The battle clothes and armor didn't discriminate between men and women, and could be worn as long as the size was suitable. Gu Jiao's fingertips lightly touched the ice-cold armor. Duke Angua's strength was almost used up, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He continued to write, "Do you like it?" "I like it," Gu Jiao said. When Second Master Jing finished feeding the horses and came over, Gu Jiao had already changed into the battle clothes and armor, and was hugging a cold and austere helmet in her hands. Second Master Jing immediately stopped in his tracks. Of course, he knew that his eldest brother wanted to give her the armor, and he was against it at first. After all, it belonged to Yinin and he didn't approve of giving it away. If his eldest brother really wanted to give it away, he could just go out and buy a set of armor. But when he really saw Gu Jiao in the red battle clothes and armor, standing valiantly in front of him, Second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. It was as if these things originally belonged to her. After being covered in dust for so many years, they finally had their owner, and she had also taken back her battle clothes and armor. Chapter 757. Gu Jiao stayed for lunch with Duke and had a good appetite. Other than eating a little porridge like he usually did, he also ate a few mouthfuls of the food that Gu Jiao gave him. Gu Jiao gave him food to test his ability to chew. He had a hard time chewing. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao, he wouldn't have eaten it. You have to eat like this for every meal in the future, Gu Jiao said. He couldn't just eat porridge. He had to train his mouth muscles. My older brother won't. Before Second Master Jing could finish, he saw Duke An's fingertip right a good on the armrest. Second Master Jing. After lunch, Duke An took Gu Jiao to visit the armory in the small courtyard. There were all kinds of weapons. Some of them belonged to his wife, Shenyuan Zi, and some were given to Jing Yinin by Shenyuan Li. Every time Duke An received a weapon from his father-in-law, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yinin was a girl. Why did he give her these knives and guns? You don't understand. If this child follows me, she will definitely be a great general in the future. But Yinin is only 1 year old. Father-in-law, even if you want to train her, shouldn't you wait until she's older? Even Zi started practicing martial arts when she was 4. Shenyuan Zi, Duke An's wife, was Shenyuan Li's daughter. Every time this happened, Shenyuan Li would hold the confused Yinin in his arms, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch her away. He snorted, how can Zi compare to Yinin? Yinin is most like grandfather. Yinin wants to practice martial arts. Shenyuan Li would come to steal the child every few days. Only when Duke An woke up would Yinin not be in bed. Shenyuan Li must have sneaked in and taken her away in the middle of the night. Older brother, older brother. Second Master Jing waved his finger in front of Duke An's eyes. Duke An came back to his senses and glanced at Gu Jiao in embarrassment. Gu Jiao happened to be looking at him with a puzzled expression. A trace of apology flashed through his eyes. He dipped his finger in the water and wrote on the armrest, I thought of something from the past. Second Master Jing said, Xiao Lulang wants to ask you, can he choose any weapon here? Duke An wrote boldly, I'll give it all to you. Second Master Jing felt wronged. He had coveted his sister-in-law's bow for many years, but his eldest brother had never said anything about giving it to him. Gu Jiao took the weapons to the yard and tested them one by one. Duke An sat in a wheelchair in the corridor and looked at her without blinking, like a parent watching his child play with toys. His eyes were full of smiles. Second Master Jing came over and glanced at Gu Jiao, who was drawing her bow in the courtyard. He whispered, eldest brother, it's dangerous for her to go for the selection. Do you want to persuade her? It's not easy for you to find someone you like. If something goes wrong, you won't have anyone to accompany you in the future. Second Master Jing was not stupid. His eldest brother looked at Xiao Lulang as if he was looking at his own child. His eldest brother really wanted to be a father to this child. It was enough for him to experience the pain of losing a child once. Duke An knew what he was going to face and what he would have to bear in the future from the moment the imperial tutor came to find him. He liked this child very much. Of course, he hoped that she could always be by his side. But he couldn't cut off her wings just for his own peace of mind. If she wanted to fly, he would hold her and lift her above his head. He would let her fly further and wider into the sky. He would be frightened, but he would never stop her. Gu Jiao stayed in the yard until evening before she went home. She picked a bow, which was the one that Second Master Jing had coveted for many years. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Hall, Second Master Jing looked at her like a resentful wife. Gu Jiao could enter the Imperial Tutor Hall just by showing her face. She led Black Wind King to the Qilin Hall. Halfway there, he seemed to be looking for her. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Young Master Xiao. He strode towards Gu Jiao. When he reached her, he suddenly remembered the indescribable scene that he saw in the Qilin Hall. He felt awkward and said with a fake smile, Young Master Xiao, you're back. Gu Jiao was very magnanimous. Instead, it made he look like the one who was caught doing something bad. You're looking for me? Gu Jiao asked. He braced himself to talk about business. It's my master. He said that your horse is in the recovery stage and you need to pay more attention to feeding it. He asked people to get some fine feed and asked if you want to take a look. Gu Jiao didn't have much experience in raising horses. She should ask the imperial tutor for advice. He took Gu Jiao to the purple bamboo forest. He couldn't face Gu Jiao. He couldn't help but think of the appearance of Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng in the room. How could the imperial grandson like a fairy, like a jade, like a man? Cough cough. He couldn't think about it anymore. Perhaps to resolve the awkwardness, he tried to find something to talk about. I think you're very good at raising horses. Little Shi is very good. The Horse King had only been here for a day, but Yuhi already knew that it was called Little She. Yuhi asked, "How do you usually feed it?" Gu Jiao said, Just feed it casually?" Yuhi smiled. "What do you feed it?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Grass. Sometimes I give it some carrots." Yuhi's mouth twitched. "Are you sure you're raising a horse and not a donkey?" Yuhi continued to find something to talk about. "By the way, I heard from Big Brother that you advanced. I haven't congratulated you yet." Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The conversation died. Yuhi couldn't find anything to talk about. He endured the great awkwardness alone and took Gu Jiao to the state preceptor's small courtyard. The state preceptor went to pick some purple bamboo. Yuhi let Gu Jiao sit in the central room for a while. The Black Wind King strolled in the forest. Yuhi took out the special wine of the state preceptor's palace to entertain Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a sip. "It's so sweet." Yuhi smiled. "This is osmanthus wine made by master himself. There's only one jar a year. Ordinary people can't drink it." At this time, Gu Jiao had finished her cup. She was slightly startled. "It's wine." Yuhi nodded. "Yes, but it's not bitter at all, right? The wine made by my master is..." Bang! Gu Jiao's head hit the table. She was drunk. "Yuhi, young Master Shao, young Master Shao, young Master Shao." Yuhi called for a long time, but Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuhi was confused. "How can you be so good at drinking? Your martial arts are so good. Shouldn't you not be drunk after 1,000 cups and 10,000 cups? How can you be drunk after just one cup? It's over. How am I going to explain to Master when he comes back?" The state preceptor chopped 2 bamboo sticks and came back. He saw Gu Jiao lying on the table, drunk and unconscious. Yuhi was like a child who had made a mistake. He stood up, lowered his head and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, Master. I gave young Master Shao some osmanthus wine." The state preceptor frowned. "You gave her wine?" Yuhi opened his mouth. The state preceptor had always been expressionless when talking to people, but now he was a little unhappy. "She can't drink." Yuhi lowered his head even more. "Yes, I know I was wrong." The osmanthus wine was placed on the table. He thought that his master was going to use it to entertain Xiao Lulang. The state preceptor gently put the bamboo sticks on the ground and came behind Gu Jiao. He bent down and picked up Gu Jiao and carried her to the inner room. Yuhi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His master didn't even carry his eldest senior brother, but he actually carried Xiao Lulang. And even brought her into the inner room? The state preceptor put her on the bamboo bed and let the disciples of the purple bamboo forest boil some hangover soup. Yuhi had never seen the state preceptor like this before. At his master's level, he didn't show his emotions and wasn't disturbed by the mortal world. But just now, he saw emotions in his master's eyes. "You can leave," the state preceptor said to Yuhi. "Yes." Yuhi cupped his hands and left without looking sideways. Even after he left the courtyard, he was still puzzled. What was the relationship between this Xiao Lulang and his master? Why did his master repeatedly make exceptions for him? Gu Jiao's aftereffects were too strong. At first, Gu Jiao was just drunk and sleeping, but later on, she began to have wild dreams. She first dreamed that when she was 8 years old, she was brought back to the organization by a youth wearing military boots. The youth was 16 years old and was the organization's youngest godfather, as well as the most cold-blooded assassin. She was the first child he brought back, but he was the coldest and most unreasonable to her. He would always punish her. In the middle of the night, she would often be the only one running laps on the training field. He was like a cheetah hiding in the darkness, making her not dare to be lazy. She would always be exhausted and then be carried back by him like a sack. For the most dangerous mission he would never call anyone else. "Shadow, you come with me." She once suspected that he wanted to use the mission to kill her. She and her companions were taken hostage, but he didn't even look at her as he saved her companions and left. However, it was also at that time that the companions he cared about were killed and she, who didn't even get a glance from him, survived. At that moment she seemed to understand something. "Wake up. Drink some hangover soup before you sleep." The voice seemed to come from the water and entered Gu Jiao's mind. The scene in the dream was shattered. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked around. Before she could react, she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She continued to dream. But it wasn't the dream just now. The weather was good and she came to a small courtyard full of lilies. There was a cluster of green bamboo in the corner of the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew and the bamboo leaves and lilies danced together. She recognized that this was the courtyard she had been to in the afternoon. Why did she come back? Where was the Duke? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw the door to the upper room open and someone walk out. But it wasn't the Duke, but a pregnant woman. She was wearing a purple battle suit and silver armor. She held a longbow in her hand as if she was about to go to war. The young Dukan walked out and looked at her deeply. His eyes were slightly red. She smiled and said, "Take care of Eneen. I'll be back soon." "But you didn't come back." This sentence suddenly flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She looked at the woman's back as she walked out of the courtyard. "Don't go. You will die on the battlefield." Gu Jiao wanted to stop her. But she couldn't make a sound from her throat. She tried a few times. Suddenly the little girl in the room stumbled out. Her tender voice cut through the air, "Mother?" Gu Jiao's body shook and she opened her eyes. There was some sound in her ears. She didn't know if it came from herself or from the dream. "You're awake." The state preceptor sat on the chair in front of the bed and looked at her indifferently. "Do you want some hangover soup? Or not?" Gu Jiao looked around and found that this was an unfamiliar room. But when she looked out the door and saw the familiar central room, she knew that she was still in the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest. "No need, I'm awake." Gu Jiao sat up. Her head still hurt a bit. "What kind of wine did you make? It has such a strong aftertaste." "It's because your alcohol tolerance is too low." The state preceptor said, "Yi Qing can drink a jar and still be fine." Gu Jiao was clear about her alcohol tolerance. It was rare that she was silent and didn't refute. "Did you just have a dream?" the state preceptor asked. Mentioning this, Gu Jiao slightly frowned. These days she had a lot of dreams and forgot when she woke up. But this time she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but she remembered the second half. She didn't deny it. The state preceptor put the hangover soup on the bedside table. "What did you dream of that made you have such a big reaction?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "My reaction? Big?" The state preceptor looked at her. "If you don't remember, then forget it." Gu Jiao suddenly said, "I dreamed of the young Anghua Duke as well as his wife and child." She had seen Xin Yuanzi's portrait in the library, so it wasn't surprising that she would dream of her. As for the content of the dream, maybe she had heard too much about the Xin Yuan family and imagined a separation. But that child. Wait, there was no portrait of the Jing family's child in the library. That was the child in the portrait she saw in the state preceptor's study. Was that child really Jing Yinin, or did she just put the appearance of a random child on the Jing Yinin in the dream? The state preceptor felt Gu Jiao looking at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Jiao asked, "Is the girl in the portrait in your study Jing Yinin?" The state preceptor didn't seem too surprised. "You saw it all?" Did he admit it? The state preceptor nodded and sighed. "Yes, she is Jing Yinin." Gu Jiao asked seriously, "What's your relationship with Jing Yinin?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Do you really want to know?" Gu Jiao, "Yes." The state preceptor paused and then said to Gu Jiao, "Well, when you win the selection and become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, I will tell you everything." Chapter 758. Gu Jiao slept for 4 hours after getting drunk, and the sky was already dark. The Qilin Hall was brightly lit. Xiaoheng had been reading books in the library for the whole day. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. Only now did he feel hungry. He didn't have a good appetite, so the kitchen made him delicious egg soup, a few special snacks from the state preceptor hall, and a plate of fresh fruits to appease his appetite. Xiaoheng sat down and was ready to eat. Little Jing Kong was taking a bath in the house. Because he was too active in the past 2 days, it was determined that he didn't have any PTSD, so he had to bathe himself again. Although Xiaoheng would still bathe him again, the strength was different. It was impossible to let little Jing Kong take a bath quietly. He used to be the little monk who was the best at chanting scriptures in the temple. Although he didn't chant scriptures anymore, he had an interest that made him more intoxicated. He tied strange strips of cloth around his body, struck strange poses and began to sing. "Hawthorn a pair, a cherry o pair, bring them all to wash, bring them all to wash. If you don't wash them all, I'll have diarrhea." Xiaoheng, who had just picked up a hawthorn, was speechless. Xiaoheng put down the hawthorn decisively and didn't touch the rest of the fruits. He looked at the snacks on the plate. The snacks were fried and he didn't know what the ingredients were. In short, they looked crispy and golden, and there was even sauce. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and took a small bite. Just the sound alone was enough to whet one's appetite. Xiaoheng thought, "Oh, what is this made of? It's so crispy." Little Jing Kong finished singing Hawthorne and Pear and started to sing the next song affectionately. Dreams are so precious, chicken dung is crispy. Xiao Heng was speechless. Little Jing Kong changed his tune in a second. Hot pot and barbecue in the toilet, once I wake up I'll lick it, fuck heartless. Xiao Heng, who had just licked a mouthful of sauce. A quarter of an hour later, the Qilin Hall was filled with the angry voices of Little Jing Kong. Bad brother-in-law is here. He's coming with a feather duster. Run quickly. It was another chaotic night. The solemn Grand Preceptor Hall seemed to have become a scene of fireworks in the mortal world because of the quarrel between the adult and the child. 3 days later, on the first day of the 7th lunar month, today's competition was the true first round of the selection. The location was still the Han family's Black Wind camp. A total of 44 cavalrymen had advanced to the next round. In the preliminary round, 6 would advance to the next round, and 2 would advance to the next round. Outsiders were not allowed to watch this kind of selection in the military camp. Only the soldiers of the military camp or those who were related to the selection could appear at the scene. Xiao Heng took the carriage and sent Gu Jiao to the entrance of the barracks. He watched as Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King into the barracks before letting the carriage leave. However, he didn't go far. He found an inconspicuous shade and waited. Not far away, another carriage was parked. Dukin and Second Master Jing sat in the carriage. The weather is so hot. I told you not to come, but you just had to come. Second Master Jing muttered. Dukin didn't say anything. The main thing was that he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. He quietly waited here, waiting for Gu Jiao to come out, regardless of whether she succeeded or not. Gu Jiao didn't come early. Everyone else had arrived. A soldier came to her to take the number plate and hang it on the bulletin board. Can I go and take a look? Gu Jiao asked the soldier passing by. The soldier said, yes. Gu Jiao walked over. The number plates were almost full. It seemed that everyone had arrived. The first number plate belonged to Gu Changqing. He used the name of Han Ziyu, a collateral descendant of the Han family. The other number plate belonged to Yang Wu, the younger brother of Yang family head. Yang family head was a true master. She just didn't know how strong his younger brother was. Dawish Qingfeng was Heavenly Stem third brother. His opponent was the son of the Dong family. Gu Jiao looked at her and Mu Qingqin's numbers. The two of them were really lucky. Her opponent was from the Han family. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? And Mu Qingqin was going to fight someone from the Wang family. They were fighting their own people. They had really exhausted their strength too early. There were still 7 or 8 number plates that hadn't been hung up. Gu Jiao didn't see 5th Master Han's name. He probably hadn't come yet. He's Heavenly Stem's 7th brother. Gu Changqing walked over. There was some distance between the two. At first glance, it seemed that they didn't have any interactions. Earth Stem's 6th brother. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the Earth Stem's 6th brother's position. There was already a number plate there. Suqin? Gu Changqing pretended to look at the number plate and said in a low voice, Su Yuan's younger brother, Mu Qingqin's uncle. Is he powerful? Gu Jiao asked. It said that he's a master. 5th Master Han was originally planning on swapping numbers with someone else, Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao murmured, was he afraid that he couldn't beat Su Qin? Gu Changqing said, no, he wanted to beat you and eliminate you. Strictly speaking, it wasn't possible to casually swap numbers in this kind of selection. However, this was the Han clan's home ground, and Gu Jiao had coincidentally drawn a member of the Han clan. Gu Jiao had the same idea. She wanted to eliminate 5th Master Han. She asked regretfully, then why didn't he swap numbers? Someone walked over. Gu Changqing waited for that person to pass before saying, because he discovered that your opponent was Han Xiaoyu. This person is a member of the Han clan's side branch. He didn't come from a good background, so he didn't join the main clan. However, he is extremely powerful. He fought his way out of the underground arena and is ranked in the top 20. So that's how it was. 5th Master Han was planning on taking care of Su Qin himself and having Han Xiaoyu take care of Gu Jiao. That's pretty good, Gu Jiao said. That's pretty good, Gu Changqing said as well. The two of them exchanged knowing glances. Your new armor is pretty good, Gu Changqing said. MHM. Gu Jiao nodded. On the battlefield, the sound of a gong rang out. Gu Changqing wielded a long sword and urged his horse to charge at his opponent, Yang Wu. No one expected that the first group of opponents would be so powerful. Gu Changqing's swordsmanship had reached perfection, and Yang Wu's large blade was not to be outdone. Blade light and sword shadows flashed as killing intent filled the air. In an instant they had exchanged tens of blows. Yang Wu's martial arts were slightly inferior to his older brother, the Yang clan head. However, in front of the younger generation he still had an advantage. His inner strength was abundant, and his blade techniques were exquisite. The only thing that he was inferior to Gu Changqing in was his mount. However, he used his boundless inner strength to make up for this shortcoming. Yang Wu arrogantly said, "Brat, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die without a complete corpse." Today's fight had a life and death agreement. In other words, they could kill. The Yang clan had coveted the Han clan's military power for a long time. They had always killed the Han clan's disciples. He chopped down with his blade and Gu Changqing blocked it with his sword. What a powerful inner strength. Sand and stones flew all around and dust rose. Gu Changqing's mount could not withstand Yang Wu's inner strength. Once the mount was injured, the rest of the fight would be dangerous. Gu Changqing suddenly leaned back, grabbed Yang Wu's large blade, and stabbed at Yang Wu's waist. Yang Wu could not pull out his large blade, so he could only use his other hand to deflect Gu Changqing's blade. Now was the time. Gu Changqing swept his long leg and kicked Yang Wu's head. The huge force kicked him down from the horse's back. Yang Wu fell to the ground and was eliminated. The first fight had been so exciting that the second fight seemed ordinary. The third fight was between Taoish Qing Feng and the son of the Dong clan. Seeing Taoish Qing Feng fight, the audience was interested again. However, Taoish Qing Feng was not interested in being watched. He knocked the son of the Dong clan off his horse with one move. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. No wonder he was able to tie with Liaochen. He is really strong. Luck played a part in this fight. If they had been matched with an opponent like Taoish Qing Feng, they would have been defeated. The son of the Dong clan was not very good at martial arts, but he was not the weakest either. At least in the next 3 fights no one was better than him. When it was close to noon, it was Gu Jiao and Black Wind King's turn to fight. Yesterday this man and his horse had left a very deep impression on everyone. Therefore, everyone had high hopes for them from the beginning. That was until they saw Han Xiaoyu riding his Black Wind cavalry. It's Han Xiaoyu. It's really him. Who is Han Xiaoyu? You don't even know Han Xiaoyu? He's the only collateral descendant who lives in the Han clan's main house. He's a lieutenant in the Black Wind camp and is in charge of the cavalry's training. He looks very young. He's not even 24 years old. He's the youngest and most promising person after the son of the Han clan. He doesn't come from a high family, so he must be very talented to have achieved what he has today. Then Xiao Lulang is done for. Yeah, he was unlucky. Of all the people he could have met, he just had to meet Han Xiaoyu. Everyone felt sorry for Gu Jiao. Even with the Black Wind King, the gap between this young man and the genius Han Xiaoyu was not something a horse could make up for. Moreover, Han Xiaoyu had participated in the Black Wind King's training, so he knew the Black Wind King very well. Han Xiaoyu rode his horse toward Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King. Although the Black Wind King had a powerful aura, Han Xiaoyu knew how to suppress the Black Wind King's aura because he had trained him before. His Black Wind horse did not show any fear or retreat. He stopped 10 meters away, holding his silver spear, and coldly looked at the young man in red. You're Xiao Lulang? I've heard of you. There are many rumors about you. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I've never heard of you. I'm sorry. Han Xiaoyu said coldly, The son of the Han clan is injured because of you. I'll settle this with you today. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. I'll kill you. Gu Jiao had a red tasseled spear wrapped in cloth on her back. She was not in a hurry to take out her weapon. Instead, she looked at Han Xiaoyu and said, Then let's kill. Take out your weapon. You're not worthy. The gong sounded. Han Xiaoyu spurred his horse and thrust out his spear. A normal horse would have turned around and dodged when faced with such a strong killing intent. However, the Black Wind King did not dodge. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and clamped her legs on the horse's belly, urging the Black Wind King to accelerate at full speed. The surrounding cavalrymen were in an uproar. Is he crazy? Is he sending the Black Wind King to its death? Han Xiaoyu is most proficient with the spear. With this spear, the Black Wind King's head will be pierced. Does he even know how to fight? This is a taboo. The Black Wind King had also been trained to evade in the past, but this time, it tried its best to restrain its muscle memory. It trusted Gu Jiao wholeheartedly. Gu Jiao told it to charge, so it charged forward bravely. It raised its speed to the extreme so fast that it could only be seen as a blur. Han Xiaoyu frowned. Xiao Lulang purposely let the Black Wind King die in exchange for a chance to attack me at close range to win this round? Xiao Lulang wants to kill me. Han Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. He immediately switched from offense to defense. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Wash jump. She pulled the reins and the Black Wind King jumped high into the air. What kind of move was this? Han Xiaoyu was already prepared to defend, but the Black Wind King jumped over his head? Han Xiaoyu immediately changed his move. He raised his spear and thrust it at the Black Wind King's exposed belly. This spear had to pierce the Black Wind King's intestines. But to Han Xiaoyu's surprise, the young man on the horse suddenly fell down. His soft waist bent at an incredible angle, and he hung upside down from the saddle, using his chest to block the spear for the Black Wind King. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Xiaoyu also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not because of Gu Jiao's difficult move, but because his spear did not pierce the opponent's armor. How could this be? Gu Jiao had already tested it in the State Teacher Palace. Jing Yinin's armor could not even be pierced by Yi Qing's sword and qi. Gu Jiao enjoyed the shock in his eyes. In terms of martial arts, she, who had only recovered 40% of her strength, was not as good as Han Xiaoyu. But her equipment was strong. Come on, let's compete. Han Xiaoyu knew something was wrong and hurriedly pulled back, but it was already too late. Gu Jiao grabbed his spear, lowered her body, and pressed down on Han Xiaoyu's saddle to pry up the spear. I don't need to pry up the earth, but prying you is enough. Han Xiaoyu was directly sent flying. He simply did not understand how he flew out. He whistled in the air, and his mount dashed over to catch him, only to be kicked away by the Black Wind King in a domineering manner. Han Xiaoyu finally landed on the ground in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down on the broad back of the Black Wind King's horse. Advance to the next round, Xiao Lulang. Chapter 759. Gu Jiao's match was after Taoish Qingfeng's. It was another match that left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Han Xiaoyu fly out? Did you see it clearly? Cavalry A asked Cavalry B. I didn't. Did you see it clearly? Cavalry B asked Cavalry C. Cavalry C. I didn't see it either. On a high platform behind the crowd, Han Lei and fifth grandfather Han silently looked at Xiao Lulang, who rode his horse to the edge of the battlefield. Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, no wonder Year was defeated by this kid so many times. He does have some tricks up his sleeve." Han Lei's expression was serious. What happened to Han Xiaoyu just now? I didn't feel any fluctuation of internal energy from that kid. How did he send Han Xiaoyu flying? Which sex martial art did he use that move from? Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair shone under the hot sun. His expression was as cold as his hair color. His gaze fell on the youth who was riding his horse. There were many disciples of aristocratic families on the battlefield. He looked ordinary, but he could be easily spotted in the crowd. It's not martial arts. It's just a small trick, he said. Han Lei frowned. He didn't understand. A small trick. Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, do you still remember the catapult?" Han Lei put his hands behind his back and nodded. I remember. It's one of the war chariots used to attack cities. It's very destructive and can be used to attack city gates and walls. It can also be used to attack the soldiers guarding the city. Could it be that he just... Fifth grandfather Han nodded. That's right. He used Han Xiaoyu as a rock and pried him out. He understands the logic, but very few people can create such an environment and opportunity in close combat. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he started calculating the attack distance, the height of his jump, the angle of his waist, and even the speed of Han Xiaoyu's spear. He has a clear picture in his mind. Han Lei said, I still don't understand. Fifth grandfather Han said, Big brother, you don't need to understand. Big brother, you just need to know that this kid is a genius. Han Lei turned to look at fifth grandfather Han and smiled ambiguously. You even know how to praise people? Fifth grandfather Han continued, but geniuses also need a bit of luck. If it wasn't for the armor he was wearing, he would have died under Han Xiaoyu's spear. Han Lei's gaze once again fell on the young man. The young man was dressed in red and was clad in bright clothes. His aura was as high as the heavens, and even the children of aristocratic families could not compare to him. Han Lei frowned. I noticed it too. What kind of armor is that? How can it be so hard? Fifth Master Han asked, Big brother, do you still remember Xinyuan Li's armor? I'm talking about his best suit. Han Lei was reminded of a certain memory and frowned slightly before saying, I remember. Back then he relied on that armor to infiltrate the Jin nation's enemy camp alone and rescued the captured monarch. But after he was defeated and died, we didn't find that armor. He was wearing ordinary armor. You can't be thinking that Xiao Yulong's armor is the same as Xinyuan Li's, right? It doesn't look like it. Fifth Master Han said, maybe it was made of the same material, or maybe it was made by melting down Xinyuan Li's armor. Han Lei sighed. 15 years ago, if Xinyuan Li didn't change out of that armor, he might not have died so quickly. Fifth Master Han said calmly, his life and death alone can't change the overall situation. The Xinyuan family's defeat is destined. Han Lei did not refute this point. That's true. With the appearance of the Emperor Star, how could the monarch keep the Xinyuan family alive? It's a pity that the armor didn't fall into the hands of our Han family. Let's talk about the selection this time. Xiao Lulang is a tough one. You didn't meet him in the first round, but it might not be the case in the next round. Gu Jiao had already ridden to the spectator area. The Black Wind King's aura prevented people from entering, leaving him a comfortable space. Fifth Master Han looked at Gu Jiao and said, he's not my match. Han Lei turned around and patted Fifth Master Han's shoulder with a smile. Don't underestimate him, fifth brother. Han Lei looked at Gu Jiao and said seriously, don't worry big brother. I won't underestimate him. If I meet Xiao Lulang even if I know he's not my match I'll still do my best. Gu Jiao's next match was Mu Qingqian. His opponent was Wang Su's younger brother, Wang Yi. According to seniority he had to call him uncle. Wang Yi smiled. Don't be afraid of me just because I'm your elder. Mu Qingqian held his sword and cupped his hands. I'll do my best. Please advise me, Uncle Wang. Wang Yi retracted his smile and pulled out his scimitar. He said majestically, then let me see if your martial arts have improved in the past few years. With the sound of the gong, the two of them charged at each other on their horses. Mu Qingqian's weapon was a sword, while Wang Yi's was a scimitar. It was said that the sword countered the scimitar and the scimitar countered the spear, but that was not the case. Every weapon in a fight had its own advantages and disadvantages. It all depended on how the weapon was used. Wang Yi used a domineering scimitar which could suppress his opponent in an instant. Mu Qingqian's swordsmanship focused on swiftness and lightness. Mu Qingqian's sword could be easily blocked by Wang Yi's scimitar. However, if Wang Yi's scimitar came down, Mu Qingqian might not be able to block it. In order to avoid being hit by Wang Yi's attacks, Mu Qingqian attacked Wang Yi as soon as he entered the arena. He didn't use any of his power-type moves such as slashing, and stabbing. All of his moves were quick and tricky moves that were impossible to guard against. Wang Yi was dazzled. He couldn't use his strength. In the end, Mu Qingqian stepped on the pedal and jumped up. He flipped in the air and cut the leather of Wang Yi's saddle. Mu Qingqian then slashed the back of the horse with his sword. The horse was startled. It raised its front hooves and rushed forward. Wang Yi's body tilted and he slid down from the horse's back along with the saddle. In the next second, Mu Qingqian landed on his horse and grabbed his arm. Uncle Wang Si. Wang Yi steadied himself and looked at Mu Qingqian with amusement. He patted Mu Qingqian's horse and said while panting, I lost. I admit defeat. Mu Qingqian got off the horse and put away his sword. He cupped his hands and bowed like a junior. Uncle Wang Si, you let me win. Wang Yi waved his hand. Okay. I didn't want to come. But since you defeated me you can't lose to anyone else. You have to prove to me that I didn't lose to you. Mu Qingqian narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. Yes. There were 3 more groups. However, one of the cavalrymen of Heavenly Stem Gung 7 was in trouble and couldn't come to the arena in time. Generally speaking, this kind of situation could be dealt with as forfeit. However, Fifth Master Han was generous and said that he was willing to wait for his opponent. And now he was waiting. He's coming? Who's coming? Fifth Master Han's opponent. It's him. Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King's back and listened to their conversation. Who is it? Why are you reacting so strongly? It's Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the Nangong family. Hearing this, Gu Jiao grunted and looked over with interest. Sure enough, she saw a woman in armor riding a horse towards the battlefield. Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the 3rd branch of the Nangong family. She was 17 this year and had good martial arts skills. Wait, I don't remember her being in the cavalrymen yesterday. Nangong Jing rode his horse to the platform where 5th Grandfather Han and Han Lei were. He looked up at the two and said, My father has something to do and can't come. Can I fight in his place? She couldn't fight according to the rules. Otherwise, what if everyone asked for help? 5th Grandfather Han looked at her condescendingly and said, Okay. Nangong Jing said, please? Fifth Master Han walked down the stage at a moderate pace. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She had always wondered why Fifth Master Han's hair turned white at such a young age. Fifth Master Han didn't ride his own black demon horse. Instead he rode an ordinary black wind rider. Nangong Jing frowned and asked, Fifth Master Han, why didn't you use your own horse? Are you looking down on me? Fifth Master Han said, Miss Nangong, you're overthinking. I thought that no one from the Nangong family would come today, so I asked someone to bring my horse back to my residence. If I went back to get it, I'm afraid I'll have to make you wait. The content of his words was polite, but his expression and tone were completely different. Nangong Jing was furious. She said coldly, why aren't you hitting the gong? The examiner coughed and hit the gong. Nangong Jing's weapons were dual swords, while Fifth Master Han was barehanded. When Nangong Jing galloped toward Fifth Master Han didn't move at all. Nangong Jing's martial arts weren't on the same level as Fifth Master Han's, so she couldn't hurt him. Before her swords could touch Fifth Master Han's hair, Fifth Master Han used his internal energy to knock her off her horse. Her horse seemed to be greatly frightened. It raised its front hooves and was about to step on her. Fifth Master Han casually grabbed Nangong Jing and pulled her up from the ground. Nangong Jing's face turned pale. She hugged his arm tightly and jumped into his embrace. Everyone's expression changed. It can't be, right? In public, the Nangong family's daughter and Fifth Master Han. This, in a place where no one could see, Nangong Jing's eyes turned cold. She hugged Fifth Master Han and fell down. She was planning to perish together with Fifth Master Han and get him out of the game. In order to eliminate Fifth Master Han, she even sacrificed her reputation as a girl. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Ah yes. A kid from the Nangong family advanced. Everyone despised this behavior. This vicious woman. She used a dirty trick. It's over, it's over. They fell down. Ouch. The two of them fell off their horses. Nangong Jing held onto Fifth Master Han tightly and sneered. Let's go to hell together, Master Han. Fifth Master Han's expression was calm. His thin lips moved slightly. You're happy too early. Nangong Jing's expression froze. Fifth Master Han pried open one of her hands and slapped her. Under the reaction of the force, Fifth Master Han successfully returned to the saddle. Nangong Jing fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Fifth Master Han fiercely. You knew that I was going to scheme against you? Fifth Master Han said coldly, yes. Nangong Jing frowned. Then why did you? Fifth Master Han sneered. If you want to scheme against me, you have to pay a price, right? After today, Nangong Jing's reputation would be completely ruined. If she could eliminate the biggest competitor for the Nangong family's disciples, her sacrifice would be worth it. But now her sacrifice was in vain. Gu Jiao had a new understanding of Fifth Master Han. He was truly a ruthless man. He didn't even care about a beauty like Nangong Jing. The next 3 rounds weren't that amazing, and the next round didn't have a number plate. After watching, Gu Jiao went to the stable to feed Black Wind King. There was still a one-on-one duel in the afternoon. They couldn't leave the camp until everyone finished. At this moment, everyone thought of eating by themselves. They left the horses to their servants. When Gu Jiao came with Black Wind King, there weren't many people in the stable. Gu Changqing also walked over with his Black Wind King. He pretended to feed the horse and said to Gu Jiao calmly, "There's a sand table simulation in the afternoon. You can draw lots after entering the arena." Gu Jiao first checked the feed in the stable. After making sure there was nothing wrong with it, she fed Black Wind King. There are 11 people. What about the lone one? Gu Changqing said, "There's a direct promotion. It depends on who gets it." Can it be decided internally? Gu Jiao asked. If it could be decided internally, it would definitely be a member of the Han family. Gu Changqing shook his head. No. It's a sand table simulation. Everyone's there. There's no chance to tamper with it. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Changqing said, after the sand table simulation, there's only one round left. It's a 300-mile ride. The one in the afternoon is very important. This was the only round that didn't use mounts. There was no need to use force. It was a battle of strategy. Just because someone was good at martial arts didn't mean they were good at leading troops. Gu Jiao had fought before, but her commander was Tang Yueshan. She didn't have much of an advantage in this aspect. As far as Gu Changqing knew, all the contestants who advanced were good at military strategy. Even Priest Qing Feng had read military books before becoming a monk. Why don't I try it with you? Gu Changqing said. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Changqing broke off 2 branches and gave one to Gu Jiao. He drew a sketch on the ground. This is a well-fortified city. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It has 20,000 soldiers, but the provisions in the city can only last for 3 days. The enemy has 80,000 soldiers. The enemy's counselor suggested that the enemy's commander should attack the city's granary at night and burn their provisions. This battle will collapse. Will you be the attacker or the defender? Wasn't this the Battle of Guandu? Yuan Shao led 80,000 soldiers to attack Cao Cao, who only had 20,000 soldiers. Suyu suggested burning Cao Cao's provisions. However, Yuan Shao didn't listen and locked Suyu up. After that, Suyu joined Cao Cao and helped Cao Cao defeat Yuan Shao's 80,000 soldiers with 20,000 soldiers. I'll be the defender, Gu Jiao said. She was familiar with this part. Gu Changqing nodded. Okay. My counselor suggested that I burn your provisions. I took his suggestion and led 500 soldiers to burn your granary. Gu Jiao? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. I'll be the attacker. I'll take the suggestion of burning your provisions. Gu Changqing said, I've already set up a trap for your 500 elite soldiers. I'll pretend to be your soldiers and head to your camp at night to burn down your supply route. Gu Jiao, somewhere in the camp, Han Lei and 5th Grandfather Han sat on the ground. There were sumptuous dishes on the table in front of them. 5th Grandfather Han didn't eat meat, so the table looked sumptuous but was actually full of vegetables. Han Lei said, military strategy is your strength. There shouldn't be any problems with the sand table deduction in the afternoon, right? 5th Grandfather Han slowly picked up 2 grains of rice with his chopsticks. Which level is the problem? Han Lei laughed. That's right. My 5th brother is smarter than anyone else. He's good at both civil and military matters. Which one can stop him? Your Majesty wants to use this method to make us hand over the Black Wind Cavalry. You're underestimating us too much. 5th Grandfather Han ate quietly without saying anything. Han Lei sighed. 5th brother, if you weren't poisoned, the family head position would have been yours. 5th Grandfather Han picked up a piece of vegetable and said, Big brother is the eldest son. Han Lei looked at him and said, Father wanted you to be the family head back then. 5th Grandfather Han said calmly, I'm not interested in the family head position. Han Lei smiled. That's true. You have your own interests. As he spoke, he thought of something and frowned. That Xiao Lulang is full of tricks. We can't let him enter the final round. 5th Grandfather Han looked at Han Lei coldly. Big brother, are you worried that my black demon horse won't be able to outrun the old Black Wind King? Han Lei smiled. That's not what I meant. 5th Grandfather Han ate half a mouthful of vegetable. If I face Xiao Lulang in the afternoon, I'll eliminate him. 2 hours passed. In the stable, Gu Jiao ate dried meat and snacks while listening to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was forced to teach Gu Jiao a lot of military strategy. He talked until his throat was smoking. Have you memorized everything? Gu Jiao's cheeks puffed up. Yes. Gu Changqing wiped the sweat on his forehead. If you really remember, as long as you don't face Taoist priest Qing Feng and 5th Grandfather Han, you should be able to handle it. Gu Jiao burped. Oh. Gu Changqing said, all right, it's time. Let's go. Gu Jiao stood up. Gu Changqing seized the time to test her learning. If there's a foggy day again, how should we fight? Gu Jiao asked, the empty fort strategy? Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. The sand table deduction was held in a spacious tent, and the drawing of lots was also held here. From 1 to 5 there were 2 numbers. Only number 6 was single. Number 6, number 6, number 6, number 6. The young master of the Nangong family said number 6 100 times in his mind and drew a number. Number 1. He sighed in disappointment. Who's number 1? Oh, it's me, Taoist priest Qing Feng said politely. The young master of the Nangong family rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Gu Changqing and the son of the Dong family drew number 3. Mu Qingchen and the cousin of the Mu family drew number 4 at the same time. Mu Qingchen was simply going against the tide when he went out. He either fought against the Wang family or the Mu family. They were all on his side. 5th Grandfather Han drew number 1. Only Gu Jiao and the son of the Feng family hadn't drawn a number yet. The remaining 2 numbers in the box were number 1 and number 6. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. One of them would be extremely unlucky and the other would be extremely lucky. The cavalrymen on the side didn't know whether to be glad that they drew the number in advance and didn't have to fight against 5th Grandfather Han, or angry that they didn't wait patiently until the end. Maybe they could directly advance. The son of the Feng family suddenly became a little nervous. You first or me first? Whatever. I'm fine with either, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family gritted his teeth. Then, I'll go first. Okay. Gu Jiao raised her hand and motioned for him to go first. The son of the Feng family reached out his hand to the box, but he suddenly retracted his hand when he approached the hole. Wait. Let's wait. Ha! Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. The son of the Feng family took a deep breath. You first. Okay. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. The son of the Feng family glared. Wait. I'll go first. Gu Jiao was a little annoyed. She punched him in the head and slammed him on the table. Are you going to draw or not? The son of the Feng family, who couldn't fight back, reached out his hand in grievance. He went into the hole in the box and took out a small wooden plate with a number engraved on it. There was only one wooden plate left in the box. Gu Jiao didn't need to take it. She directly asked the son of the Feng family, "What's your number?" Everyone's eyes fell on the small wooden plate that the son of the Feng family was holding tightly. The son of the Feng family closed his eyes. I don't dare to look. Give it to me, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family, you're not allowed to change, Gu Jiao. Then you see for yourself. The son of the Feng family, you see for me. I'll see for you. 5th Grandfather Han casually walked over and pinched the son of the Feng family's wooden plate with his slender fingertips. The son of the Feng family nervously opened his eyes and looked at him. 5th Grandfather Han gave him a look that told him to let go. He was so scared that he let go. 5th Grandfather Han held the wooden plate in his hand and looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. Xiao Luleng, what do you think of your luck? Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold. Please don't be number one. My name is poisonous. My luck has always been bad. I choke when drinking water, I can't hide from the rain, and I fall when walking on the road. There are only unlucky things that you can't think of, but there is no unlucky thing that I can't do. Gu Jiao finished honestly. She took out the small wooden plate from the box, looked at it, and sighed. Sure enough. Ha! 5th Grandfather Han couldn't help but laugh arrogantly and playfully. Gu Jiao also laughed. God can't stand it, let my luck change. 5th Grandfather Han's smile froze. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved and revealed the wooden plate. Number 6. Xiao Luleng, advance. Chapter 760. 5th Grandfather Han clenched his fists and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He actually didn't care if Xiao Luleng advanced or not. Even if he advanced, Xiao Luleng wouldn't be able to pass the last round. However, it didn't feel good to be fooled. This kid called Xiao Luleng was a very infuriating person. Outside the tent, Han Lei shook his head slightly at 5th Grandfather Han and used his eyes to tell him not to be impulsive. This wasn't a place to fight. It wouldn't be good if he was disqualified. 5th Grandfather Han closed his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed himself down and said to Gu Jiao, "It's just a futile effort." Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's just a futile effort. Hurry up and admit defeat. Let little brother Feng compete with me in the next round." Feng Ling was so scared that he shuddered. In addition to the 11 selected candidates, there were also examiners from the imperial court and some cavalrymen who were disqualified but allowed to watch the competition. Everyone's eyes fell on Gu Jiao. This kid's face was damaged and he wasn't old, but he dared to use such an arrogant tone in front of 5th Grandfather Han. Was he not afraid of death? Compared to the showy heir Han, this low-key 5th Grandfather Han was the real killing god of the Han family. Old Master Han thought highly of him. If he hadn't been poisoned, even the position of the head of the family would have been his. 5th Grandfather Han wasn't easily angered. What happened just now was an accident. There wouldn't be a second time. He looked deeply at Gu Jiao. "See you in the next round." Gu Jiao shrugged. "Who knows? After all, I've advanced and you haven't." Of all people, this was a sore spot. 5th Grandfather Han clenched his fists. Outside the tent, Han Lei gave one of the examiners a look. The examiner immediately coughed. "Ahem. All right, let's begin. Xiao Luleng, you've already advanced. You can stay and watch the battle or you can leave first." Everyone looked at her enviously. Why couldn't this kind of luck fall on their heads? Gu Jiao said helplessly, "Since the examiner wants me to stay, then I will reluctantly take a look." The examiner was speechless. The tent was spacious and in the middle of it was a sand table. The examiners sat on the main seats, facing the entrance of the tent. The spectators stood in designated areas on both sides, guarded by 10 guards. The tent was very quiet. The first group was between the Feng family's legitimate son, Feng Ling, and Fifth Han. Those who could advance to this round were all capable. Feng Ling's strength was not weak, and he often studied the art of war at home. However, he was not on the same level as Fifth Master Han. Fifth Grandfather Han won effortlessly. Feng Ling walked to the spectator area dejectedly. The scion beside him comforted him. "All right, it's not like you lost to Fifth Master Han. You can even brag about it later." Feng Ling sighed. That's true. However, he had let his family down. Next was Taoist Qing Feng and the legitimate son of the Nangong family, who was Nangong Jing's biological brother. How much confidence did Nangong Jing have in her brother to think that the Nangong family could advance to the next round as long as Fifth Master Han was eliminated? See, the sand table deduction was hammered to death. Thank you for letting me win. Taoist Qing Feng cupped his hands. The legitimate son of the Nangong family was ashen as he was carried away by the guards in defeat. Gu Changqing frowned slightly. In this round he wanted to fight Fifth Master Han and Taoist Qing Feng the most. These two were too powerful. He wanted to have a chance to eliminate a strong opponent for his sister. Unfortunately, his opponent was the legitimate son of the Dong family. Third round, Han Ziyu. The examiner announced the result. Gu Changqing cupped his hands at the legitimate son of the Dong family. Thank you for letting me win. The legitimate son of the Dong family returned the gesture and accepted his defeat with dignity. In the fourth group, Mu Qingchen fought against his cousin. Mu Qingchen won. There was not much suspense in the first few groups, but the last group was a little surprising. One of them was a member of the Han family, and the other was a member of the humble class named Jun Xiuhan. In the first 2 rounds, most people paid attention to the members of the top 10 aristocratic families. Jun Xiuhan was so quiet that people ignored him. But in the end he won again. At the very least, Gu Jiao was using the identity of Duke An's adopted son. Jun Xiuhan, on the other hand, was a descendant of a humble family. He was one of the few students who relied on the prize money to study at Jianan Academy. It was also at this moment that people truly recognized this member of the humble class. This guy is so lucky. The aristocratic family members beside Gu Jiao whispered. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Why do you say so? The aristocratic family member said, it's not easy for him to reach this stage. He just defeated the Han family members. Just wait and see. The aristocratic families will definitely try to win him over. Gu Jiao said, oh. The next round was a 300-mile raid. It was said that the king would personally set the topic. The specific location and rules would only be announced on the day of the selection. After coming out of the tent, Gu Jiao went to the stable to find the Black Wind King. Gu Changqing followed her. The last round is in 3 days. Let the Black Wind King recover in these 3 days. I will. Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Changqing said, the next round won't be in the military camp. You have to be careful. If the Han family has any plans, I will find a way to inform you. Gu Jiao nodded. You have to be careful too. Qi Xian and Han Yi have seen you. Don't run into them. Gu Changqing, who was cared for by his sister, was very happy. He nodded. Okay. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Black Wind King's stable. Gu Jiao had specially chosen the most remote stable. Normally no one would pass by. In the end, when the two of them arrived at the scene, they found 2 unconscious guards lying in the stable. The guards were wearing the Han family's cavalry armor. One of them had a crooked nose and a slanted mouth, while the other had a swollen face. The Black Wind King stood proudly in place. Gu Jiao checked the Black Wind King's food trough. There's poison. These two are here to poison the Black Wind King. However, they didn't expect the Black Wind King to be so powerful. Not only did they fail to poison the guards, but they were also knocked out by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King's head with gratification. Boss is mighty. Boss is amazing. Gu Changqing also looked at the Black Wind King with emotion. What a good horse. Gu Changqing couldn't stay for long. After a few words, he went to meet up with the Han family members. Gu Jiao held the Black Wind King's hand and left the military camp. Xiao Heng's carriage was parked at a fork in the road not far away. Thinking that he had been cooped up in the carriage for the whole day, Gu Jiao quickened her pace. However, when Gu Jiao arrived at the fork in the road, something troublesome happened. There were 2 carriages parked on both sides. One belonged to Xiao Heng, and the other belonged to the Duke's estate. The curtains of the two carriages were lifted at the same time. Xiao Heng and Duke An's faces were revealed. The two of them looked at Gu Jiao expectantly. They were waiting for Gu Jiao to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao braced herself and walked over. She stood in front of the two carriages. Second Master Jing stuck his head out of the window. "Hey Luleng, why don't you get on the carriage?" Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and quickly introduced, "This is Duke An. This is Second Master Jing. This is my friend." 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other at the same time. Duke An's head couldn't turn. Second Master Jing widened his eyes with his fingers. He wanted to see his eldest brother's share as well. Gu Jiao calmly lifted her foot in the direction of Xiao Heng. A murderous aura burst out from Duke, and Gu Jiao blinked and lifted her foot in the direction of Duke, and Xiao Heng's murderous aura also spread out in an instant. Gu Jiao's little Geo. It had nowhere to put it, so it could only stand on one leg. Second Master Jing got off the carriage and came to Xiao Heng's window. He looked at him carefully for a long time. Suddenly he slapped his head. "Brat! It's really you? What are you doing? Didn't you recognize the Duke's carriage? Didn't you know to come over and say hello? I was wondering who had been standing here all day." Xiao Heng, who was stunned by the slap, was speechless. Empress Xianyuan was Xianyuan Li's younger sister, while the Crown Princess and Xianyuan Zi were cousins. According to seniority, Xianyuan Zi was the eldest grandson's aunt, while Duke An was the eldest grandson's uncle. Every time Shangguanqing returned to the capital, he would stay in the small courtyard for a few days. After Duke An became a vegetable, he also secretly went to visit him. Outsiders didn't know that Shangguanqing had private dealings with the Duke's mansion, but Second Master Jing knew. From the slap that Second Master Jing gave Shangguanqing, his uncle and Second Master Jing were very close. Second Master Jing saw that Xiao Heng didn't make a sound and said in disbelief, "What? It's only been a year. Don't you recognize me?" He couldn't ruin his image. Xiao Heng smiled. "I recognize you." Second Master Jing said unhappily, "Then why didn't you greet me? How would I know what Shangguanqing called you? Duke An is his uncle, you aren't." Second Master Jing said, "I thought you didn't even recognize your little uncle? Wait, shouldn't I politely call you Uncle Jing? How did you become my little uncle? How could you be so close?" Second Master Jing, who could even make Xianyuan Cheng his brother-in-law, felt that making him his little uncle wasn't a problem at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Thinking of something, Second Master Jing looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Xiao Heng. He asked, "Oh right, just now Luleng said you were his friend. Do you know Luleng?" "Yes, we know each other. My mother was seriously injured and it was Luleng who treated her. Now Luleng is staying in the Qilin Hall, so it's convenient for him to continue treating my mother." "I see." Second Master Jing suddenly understood and didn't question the truth of the matter. Firstly, he had heard about the Crown Princess's injury. Secondly, he had seen Xiao Yolong's medical skills with his own eyes. "How's your mother's condition?" Second Master Jing asked. "The operation was very successful. She's out of danger. She's currently recuperating in the State Preceptor Hall," Xiao Heng said. Second Master Jing secretly sighed. "That's good." Although the government announced that Shangguanyen was out of danger, but when it was confirmed by Xiao Heng's mouth, his heart was completely at ease. "Your voice changed a little," Second Master Jing said. "It's better than before. Like I said, once a boy's voice changes, he won't have a goose voice anymore." Xiao Heng broke out in a cold sweat because of him. Xiao Heng smiled. "Little uncle is right. Let's go, let's talk in the carriage. Your uncle is also here." Second Master Jing pulled Xiao Heng into Duke Fu's carriage. Gu Jiao was also brought into the carriage. Xiao Heng secretly glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at Duke Fu and winked at him. Duke Fu's gaze fell on Xiao Heng's handsome face. Xiao Heng subconsciously touched the mole under his right eye. He smiled and greeted, "Uncle?" Duke Fu's eyes moved. He dipped his fingertips in water and wrote on the armrest, "I want to eat fruit. You two go and pick some." "We too." Second Master Jing counted in the carriage. His eldest brother was in a wheelchair and Xiao Luleng was sick. No matter how he looked at it, these two referred to him and Xiao Luleng. It was rare for him to have a tacit understanding with his eldest brother. He said to Gu Jiao, "Luleng, I'll go over there to pick fruit." Gu Jiao got up and glanced at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng nodded slightly at her. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing got out of the carriage. The High Duke had a panoramic view of the two of them. After the footsteps went away, Duke Fu wrote on the armrest, "You are not Shangguanqing." Xiao Heng pinched his fingertips. Duke Fu continued to write. Or you to her. It was she, not he. Xiaoheng didn't think that the #1 scholar of Xingdu, who was full of wisdom, would make a mistake. There was only one possibility. He knew that Gu Jiao was a girl. How did he know? Did he find out himself? Or did Gu Jiao tell him? Gu Jiao used the identity of Duke Fu's adopted son to participate in the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. It was the state preceptor who showed up, so Xiaoheng did not think much of it. But now it seemed that Duke Fu's understanding and concern for Gu Jiao was a little more than he had imagined. Duke Fu wrote again. Or you to her. The second she. Xiaoheng was completely sure that Gu Jiao's identity as a girl had been exposed to Duke Fu. After Duke Fu recognized that he was not Xiao Qin, he did not ask, "Who are you?" or "Why did you pretend to be Xiao Qin?" but "Who are you to her?" From this, it could be seen how important Gu Jiao was in Duke Fu's mind. Why did Duke Fu care so much about Gu Jiao? Was it because Gu Jiao had treated Duke Fu's illness once or twice? Many doubts flashed through Xiaoheng's mind, but one thing he was sure of was that Duke Fu would not hurt Gu Jiao. I am her husband. Xiaoheng told him the truth. Duke Fu's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 761. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing came back after picking the fruits. Second Master Jing lifted the curtain and walked in, but he retreated after one step. What a strong murderous aura. He hugged the fruits and said solemnly beside Gu Jiao. Whose murderous aura? Gu Jiao asked. My big brother's. Second Master Jing said, I've known my big brother for so many years, but this is the first time I felt such a strong murderous aura. That's too exaggerated. However, Duken clearly had something to say to Xiaoheng alone when he sent her and Second Master Jing away. Could it be that Duken had publicly acknowledged that Xiaoheng wasn't Shengguanqin? Gu Jiao hurriedly got into the carriage. Xiaoheng turned his head to look at her, intending to complain to Gu Jiao with his eyes. What was frustrating was that Duke An's murderous aura disappeared as soon as he put on a "your godfather bullied me" look. Duke An's gentle gaze fell on Xiaoheng's face. If it weren't for the fact that his facial muscles were still stiff, he would have started to smile. The kind that was incomparably benevolent. The disciple of the tea master, the old chancellor, met his match for the first time. Isn't this good? Gu Jiao said. Second Master Jing, who followed Gu Jiao, had a face of disbelief. Good, it seems to be good. Duken wrote on the armrest, we had a good chat. Xiaoheng, is that so? Why did I feel that you wanted to kill me just now? Duken continued to write. He's a good young man. I like him very much. Gu Jiao nodded. I like him too. Duken, you have good taste. Gu Jiao's impression of Duken increased. Xiaoheng was not to be outdone. He hurriedly said, Duke Angua is knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. You are truly a genius. I will learn more from Duke Angua in the future. Luleng, when you come to visit Duken in the future, bring me along. Gu Jiao nodded. She was happy to see Duken with her husband. Duken was so angry that he couldn't see clearly. Second Master Jing, who was in a state of shock, asked, Why are you calling him Duken? Call me uncle. Xiaoheng looked at Duken and smiled from ear to ear. Uncle. Duken turned his face away in his heart. Last night, Gu Jiao promised little Jing Kong that she would pick him up from school today. After sitting in Duke An's carriage for a while, she left with Xiaoheng. Eldest brother, let's go back too. Second Master Jing said. Duke An suddenly wrote on the armrest, I want a train. Second Master Jing's eyes widened. He thought he had seen wrongly. Eldest brother, what's wrong with you? The doctor told you to train so many times but you refused. Why did you change your mind? Duken, I want to stand up and beat that guy up. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng sent Black Wind King back to the State Preceptor Hall first. Then they took the carriage to Lingbo Academy. Xiaoheng said, Duken knows that I'm not Shengguanqin. It's okay. You won't say it out loud. Gu Jiao said. When there were no outsiders, Gu Jiao spoke in a female voice. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. You trust him that much? Yes. Gu Jiao admitted without hesitation. She trusted Duken. She had this feeling from the first time she saw him. Otherwise, she wouldn't crawl into a stranger's bed. Xiaoheng opened his mouth and said, He also knows that you're a girl. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He really knows. Xiaoheng was stunned. You know that he knows? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I just guessed. When I first came to Xingdu, I accidentally entered the Duke's mansion. At that time, Duken was unconscious. I thought he was unconscious, so I used my original voice when I spoke. Later he was assassinated and injured. When I treated his wounds, I found that he seemed to be conscious. Anyway, he couldn't open his eyes, so I didn't bother to disguise myself as a teenager. He treats you so well because you saved him? Xiao Heng seemed to have found a reason for Duke An's favoritism to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Later, I went to the Duke's mansion openly several times. My voice was different. I thought that he didn't recognize me, but now it seems that he always knew it was me. She didn't know how he recognized her. It was like, as long as you were close to me, I would be happy and know that it was you. The carriage arrived at Lingbo Academy. The two little kids just came out of the prodigy class and stood at the door cutely. Zhang Dequan also came to take the young commandery princess back to the palace. His Majesty had been thinking about her for a whole day. He was very worried that the young commandery princess would be uncomfortable to go back to the academy so soon. His eyes lit up and he walked toward the young commandery princess. Unexpectedly, the young commandery princess and little Jing Kong directly got into the carriage of the state preceptor hall. Hello teacher, hello little nephew, goodbye eunuch Zhang. Zhang Dequan was speechless. In the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest, the state preceptor and the monarch sat opposite each other and drank tea. The monarch's legs were sore from sitting, so he stood up and walked around the house. The monarch was originally reading the memorials in the imperial study. He came to the state preceptor hall on the spur of the moment. The young commandery princess didn't know that he was here, and Zhang Dequan didn't know either. It didn't matter. The monarch came to the state preceptor's study. Jing Yinin's things in the study had been put away by the state preceptor. There were only some books and paintings left. The monarch wouldn't turn over the state preceptor's paintings. He just came to the treasure cabinet and looked at the 3 clay figurines sitting in the small courtyard. There was a long low table between the 3 of them. One of them sat on one side and the other 2 sat on the other side. You still keep them? The monarch said. The state preceptor stopped beside the monarch and stared at the 3 clay figurines in the clay figurines. He said, yes, I've been keeping them. I don't want to throw them away after so many years. The monarch said, you two always sit together, which makes me seem very unsociable. The state preceptor said, Your Majesty is the monarch. We don't dare to offend you. The monarch didn't continue this topic. He touched the little peach tree on the clay figurines and said, the results of the selection are out. There are 6 people in the final selection. Guess who they are? The state preceptor said, Han Ci, Feng Wuming, Mu Qingchen, Xiao Lulang and Jun Xiuhan. The monarch took back his hand and said, yes, these 5 are correct. There's one left. The state preceptor said, although I don't know who the last one is, he should be from the Han family. The monarch said, did you do a divination? The state preceptor said, no, I just analyzed their strength. The monarch said, then who do you think will pass the last test? The state preceptor said, it's hard to say. The monarch looked at him strangely and asked, why? The state preceptor said, they all have their own advantages. I don't know the rules of the last round, so I can't make a conclusion. The monarch came to the window and looked at the endless purple bamboo forest. He said faintly, Feng Wuming and Jun Xiuhan are from the Canaan Academy. Although Feng Wuming is a monk, he learned the art of war before he became a monk. The Canaan Academy pays a lot of attention to the art of war. The state preceptor's expression didn't change at all. He said, the Canaan Academy has produced 6 scholars and 4 scholars. The Canaan Academy has not only cultivated many excellent generals for the Yan Kingdom, but also sent more scholars to the imperial court. The monarch smiled and said, I didn't say it was bad. How did Xiao Lulang become the adopted son of the Anghua family? I heard that you were the one who pulled the strings. What's the meaning of this, state preceptor? The state preceptor said, there's no meaning. I just feel that he is a promising talent. Why the Anghua family? The monarch asked suspiciously. The state preceptor met the monarch's gaze and said slowly, he cured the crown princess and took the credit of saving the young princess. He has long been a thorn in the side of the aristocratic families. Other than the Anghua family, I can't think of anyone who dares to take over this hot potato. The monarch looked away and continued to admire the purple bamboo forest. How is the Anghua family? The state preceptor said lightly, not good. He can't speak and can't move his legs. He will be like this for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him. The monarch snorted coldly. If it's just the Anghua family, I don't have to worry about him. The state preceptor didn't say anything else. The room fell into silence. The monarch suddenly laughed. The state preceptor looked at him strangely. The monarch said with relief, I know how to test the last round. Bring me a pen. The young princess had a pleasant and wonderful night in the Kylan Hall. She didn't remember that she was going back to the palace at all. When the monarch passed by the Kylan Hall, he saw Zhang Dequan standing outside. He frowned. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to pick up the young princess? Zhang Dequan pointed at the entrance of the Kylan Hall. The two little people were squatting on the ground and piling up sand. The monarch was speechless. The monarch grabbed the young princess and put her on the carriage. Didn't I ask you to stay in the palace? Why are you running around again? The young princess pointed. I am here to look for Uncle Your Majesty. If I don't come to catch you, you can play with that boy until dawn. Do you believe it? The young princess blinked guiltily and leaned toward the monarch. She praised him against her conscience. Uncle, you are very handsome today. The monarch snorted. The young princess continued to pester him, using her invincible cute killer move. Uncle, I like you the most. The monarch snorted. The person who liked Uncle the most was suddenly attracted by the bamboo tubes in the monarch's hand. What is this? Even the bamboo tubes are better looking than Uncle. The monarch was speechless. The little girl's eyes were wide open. Her mouth was also wide open. She was almost drooling. She remembered the bamboo tube rice that she had eaten tonight. Her teacher had personally made it with dates and red beans. It was fragrant and sticky. It was delicious and not greasy. The monarch looked at her drooling and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's a test, not food. The little girl immediately distanced herself from the test. She straightened her body and said seriously, I don't want to take the test. The monarch was angry and amused at the same time. It is not for you. It is for your teacher and the others. 6 people, 6 test questions. Everyone's task was different. Moreover, they didn't know each other. This would lead to differences in information. They wouldn't even know how they lost. This was not a simple 300-mile ride. This was a strategic game. The one who reached the finish line first might not be the one who would advance. The key to victory was the one who grasped all the information first. Unfortunately, no one would think of this. They would only continue to rush and reach the finish line at all costs. The monarch felt that he was a genius. He actually came up with such a tricky test. Teacher's test questions? The young princess rubbed her little fingers together and rolled her eyes. She said in a cute voice, Uncle, I want to poop. The monarch frowned. Now. They had already left the teacher's hall. I can't hold it in any more. She held her breath and said with a red face. The monarch said, Don't be naughty. You are deliberately lying just for fun. The young princess turned into an angry chicken in a second. I didn't do it for fun. Uncle, you wronged me. I am so sad. The monarch was stunned. The little girl looked like she had been wronged. It was as if he had really wronged her. The monarch cleared his throat and said to Zhang Dequan, Let's go back to the teacher's hall first. Yes. Zhang Dequan responded and asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the state teacher's hall. The young princess raised her chin and said, I want to poop in the Qilin hall. The monarch said with a dark face, You still say you don't want to play. The young princess argued, There is a small toilet in the Qilin hall. The monarch was speechless. You are really asking for a lot. The monarch stopped the carriage outside the Qilin hall. I want to poop for a long time. Just tell me if you want to play. I don't. The monarch said, Zhang Dequan. The young princess said, I want uncle to go with me. The monarch put a few small bamboo tubes in the secret compartment of the carriage and led the young princess out of the carriage. I forgot something. I will take it myself. She climbed into the carriage and quietly opened the secret compartment. Then she hid the small bamboo tubes in her bag. The monarch said, Why did you bring a bag to the toilet? The young princess said, I have something to give to Jing Kong. You just want to play. The monarch led her into the Qilin hall. Do you think I can't see through you? The toilet in the Qilin hall was clean and tidy. It was not an ordinary toilet. The young princess came to the door and reached out a small hand to the monarch, gesturing for him to stop. Okay, I will go in myself. Uncle, wait for me here. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The young princess entered the toilet and locked the door. Then she stepped on a small stool and climbed onto the windowsill. She called out softly, Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu flapped her wings and flew over. The young princess poured out the 6 questions on the table. There are so many. Which one is the teacher's? I can't read. I can take them all. Chapter 762. The king waited outside for a while and was worried about the little princess. Light Shui. He let out a cry. The little princess stood on the windowsill and looked anxiously at the bamboo tube in little Nine's mouth. I'm still pooping. Don't come in. The king sighed helplessly and continued to wait in the corridor. He hesitated for a while and was still worried. He went to the door and said, "Don't fall in." The little princess said, "I won't." She didn't really go pooping, how could she fall into the toilet? The king paced outside for a while. "Are you still not coming out? It's almost done." The king was finally impatient. He felt that there was something wrong with the little girl inside. "I'm coming in," the king said. The king pushed the door open. The little girl even locked the door. "Ghost, there must be a ghost." "Zhang Dequan." The king called in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan understood. He took the hairpin from his hair and used it to pry open the door. He opened the door and the king walked in with a serious face. "I knew you were up to no good." The king looked seriously at the little girl who was lying on the windowsill. The little girl was pinching a big bird with both hands. Perhaps the king was too loud, her little body trembled. When she turned around, she couldn't hide her guilty conscience. When he saw that the big bird in her hands was an eagle, the king felt terrible. "Guards." As soon as he gave the order, Zhang Dequan rushed in with the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards rushed towards the eagle that had attacked the young commandery princess. The little princess was so scared that she let go. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew away. The young princess pursed her lips and cried, "Wawa! It was not easy for me to catch Xiaojiu. You scared Xiaojiu away. I want Xiaojiu. I want Xiaojiu." She could still call out the name. The monarch walked over and carried the little fellow into his arms. He checked her up and down to make sure she wasn't injured before asking, "What little Nine? Is that bird just now? It's called Little Nine. So you're not here to poop, you're here to catch a bird?" The young princess let out 2 dry howls and lowered her head to check her fingers. In the king's eyes, this meant that he had guessed right. The little guy was here to catch birds. The king was furious. "That's an eagle. It can hurt people. Aren't you afraid of being bitten by it?" The Canton princess said in a low voice, "Little Nine doesn't bite. Look at her mouth." Ever since she started school, she had become more eloquent. "Whose bird?" the monarch asked. The young princess pursed her lips and said, "He's from Jing Kong. Uncle, why does he have a bird and I don't? I'm so sad." "You'll only be sad if you have a bird. You're a little girl." The king facepalmed. What the hell was going on? The monarch was so angry that he was confused. He took a deep breath and felt that he was going to explode at any time. Go back to the palace. If she didn't go back to the palace, he was afraid that he would spank her little butt. The young princess drooped her little head. Oh. The young princess was taken away by the king. When she returned to the carriage, she suddenly said, "Uncle, I want to hide inside. You can look for me." Children were really fickle. "No." The king mercilessly refused. The young princess hugged the king's thigh and acted like a spoiled child. I want. Uncle is looking for Light Shui. Fine, please, it's useless to beg. I only need a dozen times." The king gritted his teeth. "Uncle is the best. Light Shui loves you." The young royal princess quietly climbed into the carriage, closed the curtain, and put the small bamboo tubes back into the hidden compartment. Qilin Hall. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went to the purple bamboo forest to chop bamboo. When little Nine came back with the bamboo tubes, only Shangguan Yen and little Jing Kong were left in the room. Shangguan Yen knew that the bamboo tubes belonged to the king when she saw them. She couldn't move by herself, so she asked little Jing Kong to ask what was going on. "It's the teacher's test." The young princess said, "Is the teacher here? Show it to the teacher. Don't let my uncle find out." Gu Jiao was not here, so she couldn't read it. But little Jing Kong had a good memory and quickly memorized the content of the test. Little Jing Kong was a strict child. Not only did he write down each note from memory, but he also asked Yu-He for 6 bamboo tubes to put the notes in. Then he restored the details to perfection. The difference was that the monarch's bamboo tube was the smallest one, while the one Yu-He found for him was the largest one. So, when Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng came back from chopping bamboo, they saw 6 extra large bamboo tubes on the table. It was quite exaggerated. "What's the matter?" Xiaoheng asked. Light Shui said that it was Jiao Jiao's test. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. "I memorized it. I wrote it down." The two exchanged a look. Test? Was it what they thought? The two took the test to the room next door. Xiaoheng closed the door and sat down at the table with Gu Jiao. 6 bamboo tubes, 6 people who advanced. Open them. He looked at the bamboo tubes on the table and said, "Okay." Gu Jiao picked up a bamboo tube, poured out the note inside and read, "Enter the Songshan mountain range, raid the enemy's camp near the Bus spring, seize the secret letter, and send it to the first fire beacon camp. Hand it to the left deputy general of the garrison." "It sounds like your final selection mission." Xiaoheng paused, "But why are there 6 bamboo tubes?" Gu Jiao opened the second tube. "You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the first fire beacon camp and hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army." "What do you mean?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, "The secret letter that was plundered from the enemy's camp was a fake one. If he didn't see this bamboo tube, he probably wouldn't know that he took a fake secret letter. In that case, even if he reached the end, the mission would be a failure." Gu Jiao frowned. "What a thief. In that case, this mission of escorting the real secret letter is more advantageous. We don't have to fight the enemy, and we don't have to worry about taking a fake secret letter." Xiaoheng felt that things weren't that simple. "Let's take a look at the third one first." Gu Jiao opened the third tube. This time the situation changed. "Enter the Pine Mountain range and ambush the enemy's camp near Huangshipo. Steal the secret letter and deliver it to the second fire beacon camp. Personally hand it to the left deputy general of the rebel army." Gu Jiao opened the fourth tube. "You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the second fire beacon camp and personally hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army." "Oh, is this a dungeon run with an NPC at a different location?" "What?" Xiaoheng didn't understand the last 2 words. Gu Jiao explained, "It's just that the location and characters are different. The format of the mission is the same as the first group. One person will go to the enemy's camp to steal the fake one, and the other will escort the real one." "Let's take a look at the last 2 too," Xiaoheng said. He guessed that it was a different story. As expected, the last 2 targets were the third fire beacon camp. The ambush location was the Purple Grass Lake in the Pine Mountain range. Gu Jiao concluded, "There are a total of 3 groups in this competition. Each group has a cavalry and a spy. But how are we going to determine the winner? For example, Gu Changqing, 5th Master Han, the 3 of us all picked the spy and safely delivered the secret letter to the rebel army. Then, who among us will be the one to advance?" Xiaoheng shook his head thoughtfully. "It's impossible for us to complete the mission at the same time. We can only fail at the same time." Gu Jiao was surprised. "What do you mean?" Xiaoheng opened the note. "If you look at the spy carefully, quickly bring the only secret letter. This only one is the key to the entire mission. You clearly have 3 spies, so why do you say there is only 1 letter?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Because the destinations are different? For example, there is only 1 secret letter to the first fire beacon camp. Then there is no need to emphasize this only one." Xiaoheng boldly analyzed. "I think this only one refers to destroying the secret letters of the other 2 spies and turning your secret letter into the only one." As he spoke, he opened another piece of paper that belonged to the cavalryman. "And the cavalryman's mission has the word, 'they.' Since the secret letter from the enemy camp is fake, 'they' should be referring to the 3 spies." Gu Jiao understood what he meant. So, the cavalry's mission is to snatch the 3 secret letters, and the spy's mission is to destroy the secret letter in the other people's hands. In this way there will be a fierce battle between the 6 of them. Xiaoheng sighed. 3 to snatch and 3 to destroy. How is it just a fierce battle? It's a battle to the death. Gu Jiao thought of a possibility. She frowned and asked, "What if they all fail? For example, the secret letters are all destroyed." Xiaoheng's expression became serious. "Then the winner will be the king." The king didn't want anyone to win from the beginning. He first used the power of the 10 aristocratic families to get everyone to agree to the proposal of selecting the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Then he used the rules of the selection to eliminate all the cavalry. In this way he could say in a dignified manner, "It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, it's that you don't have the ability. Then I can only temporarily take back the Black Wind Cavalry." Gu Jiao said, "Just like how he took back the military power of the Mu family." The king of the Yin kingdom's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiaoheng said, "This time it's not only a battle with the aristocratic families, but also a battle with the king of the Yin kingdom. Fortunately, we know the exam question and have a big advantage." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I won't let him have his way." She would not let the aristocratic families have their way either. She must take back the Black Wind cavalry of the Xinyuan family. The 3-day deadline arrived as promised. Gu Jiao and the other 5 went to the cavalry camp of the Han family early in the morning. This round, the Ministry of War, Ministry of Rights, Honglu Temple and Rearguard Commandery worked together to invigilate the exam. The invigilator from the Rearguard Commandery was Wang Su. No one from the Wang family advanced this time, so Wang Su had placed his hopes on Mu Qingqian. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt that it would not be bad if Gu Jiao advanced. The two did not communicate at all and pretended not to know each other even if they saw each other. After the group gathered, they went to the entrance of the Mount Song mountain range. The Minister of War announced the rules of this round of the exam. Generally speaking, the sparring was to stop at a certain point and not harm one's life. Those who violated the rules would have their results revoked and would be punished according to the law. Then they entered the small bamboo hut one by one to draw lots. On the surface they were drawing lots, but in fact they were drawing lots for the exam. Wang Su and the minister of Honglu Temple sat in the small bamboo hut. It was a relatively closed space, so no one except the cavalry and the 2 invigilators knew about the task on the paper. Gu Jiao was the last to enter the small bamboo hut. After she came out, the Minister of War sounded the gong. The 5 of them rode into the mountain range and soon separated from each other. Gu Jiao was the only one who walked at a leisurely pace. It looked more like she was riding a donkey than a horse. The invigilators were anxious for her. "Why don't you go? Are you reluctant to part with us or what?" It wasn't that Gu Jiao was reluctant to part with them. Gu Jiao waited until the others were far enough away before spurring her horse to chase after Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing her come over, he urged his horse over and said, "They've all left. It's very safe here." "What did you draw?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing handed his paper to her. Gu Jiao looked at it and said, "Oh, you drew the cavalry from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion. I'm a spy from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion." Gu Changqing smiled. "It's nice that we're from the same battalion. It was fate that brought him and his sister together." Gu Jiao, "Oh, as long as you're happy." Gu Changqing didn't care that he was a cavalry and his sister was a spy. Anyway, he could betray them at any time for his sister. Gu Changqing said in a good mood, "I saw that everyone was going in different directions, so I guessed that their destinations might be different. But I didn't expect that even their identities would be different." Gu Jiao told Gu Changqing the analysis of the 6 bamboo tubes. Gu Changqing seemed to wake up from a dream. "I thought that we could get the secret letter by raiding the enemy's camp." Gu Jiao waved her hand. "That's a fake secret letter. It's useless even if we get it. The real secret letter is in the hands of the 3 of us spies. They're still in the dark. Let's rob them." Gu Changqing looked at his sister dotingly. "Okay." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did the 4 of them go?" Gu Changqing said, "Taoish Qing Feng and Mu Qingqian went to the east. 5th Master Han and Jun Xiuhan went to the southeast. Who should we chase first?" Chapter 763. Gu Jiao took out a map. Ever since he learned of the king's intentions, Xiao Heng had specially drawn up a detailed map of the Mount Song mountain range for Gu Jiao. On it were the locations of the 3 enemy camps to be attacked and the various paths to the 3 fire beacon camps. Gu Jiao pointed at the map and said, "Our current position is closer to the southeast. Let's chase after 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan first." Gu Changqing was puzzled. "Tell me, who do you think is the spy?" "The one who goes to the enemy camp must be the cavalry, and the one who goes around is the spy." Gu Jiao pointed at the path marked with cinnabar on the map. "If we don't go to the enemy camp, the spy should be at this position by now. We'll go around from the east and block him." She even planned the path. It seemed that his sister came prepared. The Black Wind cavalry instinctively followed the Black Wind King. With the Black Wind King leading the way, the Black Wind cavalry ran very fast. Gu Changqing even felt that it was faster than his usual speed. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. They didn't catch up with 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan. Instead, they ran into Mu Qingqian, who was running from the other direction. Gu Jiao tightened the reins. Gu Changqing also stopped. The 2 silently looked at Mu Qingqian not far away. They didn't understand what had happened. "He went east just now," Gu Changqing murmured. The east was to the 2nd Fire Beacon Camp, and the southeast was to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp. This wasn't a shortcut. He kept looking back. "It seems that someone is chasing him." Gu Jiao said, "Could it be that he's the spy? Taoish Qing Feng has discovered the real mission, so he's starting to steal his secret letter?" Gu Changqing said, I'm going to grab the secret letter. Wait for me here, don't show yourself. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded and stroked the Black Wind King's mane. The Black Wind King understood and lowered his oar a bit. Hiding behind a towering tree, Gu Changqing dashed towards Mu Qingchen at top speed. Mu Qingchen was caught off guard. He instinctively drew his sword and slashed. The sword chi he slashed out carried a biting cold wind, sweeping up all the fallen leaves in the forest, forming a huge whirlpool, which swallowed Gu Changqing from head to toe. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Mu Qingchen to have such a trump card. Back then, when he was fighting against the direct descendants of the 5 great clans in the forest, he had held back. When he fought against the Wang family, he did not use his full strength. Gu Changqing was a veteran of the battlefield, so he naturally would not underestimate his opponent. The moment Mu Qingchen attacked, he had already drawn the sword at his waist and slashed out a terrifying sword chi to meet Mu Qingchen's attack. The whirlpool of fallen leaves was forcefully split open by Gu Changqing's sword chi. The fallen leaves were like knives biting back at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen hurriedly drew his sword to block. It was during this gap in defense that Gu Changqing suddenly stepped on the ground, flew up, and knocked Mu Qingchen off his horse with a palm strike. This was because Mu Qingchen had helped Gu Jiao before, so he did not use his sword to wound him. He only used his left palm to knock him off his horse. Mu Qingchen was about to get up, but Gu Changqing landed firmly on the ground and pressed his sword against his neck. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Changqing strangely. Han Ziyu? Hand over the bamboo tube. Gu Changqing looked down at him and said. Mu Qingchen frowned coldly. He took out the bamboo tube and threw it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing caught it with a backhand. Mu Qingchen said coldly, "Is the Han family so unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals?" Gu Changqing asked back, "Is this the first time you've met the Han family?" Mu Qingchen did not suspect that he had snatched the bamboo tube. After all, this was also a method to make the cavalry fail their mission. Gu Changqing was worried that Mu Qingchen would give him a fake secret letter, so he opened the bamboo tube to take a look. Fortunately, he had seen it. This was because Mu Qingchen was not a spy at all. He was a cavalry member of the 3rd Fire Beacon Battalion. Gu Changqing was confused. Why did a cavalry member like him come here instead of attacking the enemy camp? Gu Changqing asked calmly, "Didn't you go east? Why did you come here?" Mu Qingchen said unhappily, "That Taoist priest kept following me. I couldn't get rid of him, so I could only take a longer route." Who could understand the fear of being followed by a big shot? Gu Jiao put her hand to her forehead. She had forgotten that the monk had told her that Taoist priest Qing Feng had no sense of direction. Taoist priest Qing Feng followed Mu Qingchen because he did not know the way. As for why he only followed Mu Qingchen among so many people, it was because he had borrowed a compass from the state preceptor the day before yesterday. The compass could give him a general direction. If he went east, Mu Qingchen would also go east. Once Mu Qingchen deviated from the direction, Taoist priest Qing Feng would not follow him. Gu Changqing withdrew his long sword. "I won't hurt you. You're out of the game." It was impossible to return the bamboo tube to him. That would expose the hidden mission. Gu Changqing got back on his horse. He took a long detour before returning to Gu Jiao's place. At this time, Mu Qingchen had already left on his horse. "Are we going to find Taoist priest Qing Feng next?" Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Taoist priest Qing Feng is too difficult to deal with. Let's go find 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan first and make an ally." Okay. Gu Changqing agreed without hesitation. He had never thought of himself as the leader of this selection. He respected all of his sister's decisions and was willing to pay any price. The two of them followed the shortcut on the map and arrived at the location of the 2nd Fire Beacon Camp's surprise attack, Huang Shupo. At this time, this place had not been conquered by the cavalry yet. The two of them directly showed up and wiped out the enemy camp. These soldiers were all NPCs in the examination room, not the real enemy. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing were careful. They did not hurt anyone and only tied them up. Then the two of them began a long wait. "Do you think it will be Jun Xiuhan or 5th Grandfather Han?" Gu Jiao asked. "Who do you think it will be?" Gu Changqing asked. "5th Grandfather Han," Gu Jiao said. "Speak of the devil." The sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. The person on the horse was really 5th Grandfather Han. Gu Jiao hurriedly hid with Black Wind King. After 5th Grandfather Han rode his horse to the scene, he looked at the messy temporary camp and then looked at Gu Changqing. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Gu Changqing said, "I was ordered by the Crown Prince to help 5th Grandfather pass. I saw that fifth grandfather was heading southeast, so I planned to take a shortcut to meet up with fifth grandfather, who knew that I would hear fighting halfway, so I came to take a look. What's your mission? Fifth grandfather Han asked. Gu Changqing threw his bamboo tube to him. Fifth grandfather Han opened Gu Changqing's bamboo tube. The contents were similar to his, but the difference was that Gu Changqing wanted to raid Jade Moon Pool and head to the first fire beacon camp. Gu Changqing said without changing his expression, I'm guessing that the selection this time was to see who could reach the designated camp first. Priest Qing Feng's horse couldn't beat fifth grandfather's horse, so he could only snatch fifth grandfather's letter and prevent fifth grandfather from completing the mission. Fifth grandfather Han frowned. You're saying that Priest Qing Feng raided this place? Gu Changqing lied through his teeth. Yes, when I came, I saw him leave here with a letter in his hand. Where did he go? Fifth grandfather Han asked in a low voice. Gu Changqing pointed to the east. That way. Fifth grandfather, I'll go with you. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. So smooth. It wasn't that fifth grandfather Han was stupid, but that fifth grandfather Han didn't have God's view and didn't know about the hidden mission. Gu Changqing even gave him his bamboo tube, so what else could he suspect? Purple grass pool should be nearby. Why can't I find it? Priest Qing Feng circled the area 5 times with the compass. On the 6th lap, fifth grandfather Han appeared with a murderous aura. The black demon horse raised its front hooves and bit at Priest Qing Feng's white horse like a ferocious beast. Daoist Qing Feng leaped into the air and protected his horse. He then slapped the black demon horse's head with his palm. How could fifth grandfather Han let him do as he wished? Fifth grandfather Han's palm met the wind from Qing Feng's palm. Powerful internal energy collided. If fifth grandfather Han wasn't riding the black demon horse, he would have suffered internal injuries from the shockwaves. He couldn't exhaust the black demon horse too early. He still had to rely on it for the 300-mile raid later. Fifth grandfather Han got off his horse. Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair was like the moon, and his cold eyes shone. Hand over the letter. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Priest Qing Feng was a spy, so he did have a secret letter in his hands. He thought fifth grandfather Han wanted to steal his secret letter. He said, come and get it if you can. In fifth grandfather Han's ears, Priest Qing Feng was admitting that he had stolen Huang Shupo's secret letter. He attacked Priest Qing Feng with a killer move. Neither of them used any weapons, but their bare-handed fight turned the forest into a smoke-filled battlefield. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing followed behind. The two of them rode on their horses and watched the fight between Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han from afar. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The birds in the forest were so scared that they fluttered their wings and flew away. The ferocious beasts also let out fearful roars and fled in all directions. Is Han Si's martial arts that high? Gu Jiao sighed. She was almost on par with Priest Qing Feng. Gu Changqing said, I'll go help. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. Gu Changqing rode his horse and stopped it near the two of them. He tried his best to prevent the innocent horses from being affected by the internal force. Fifth grandfather, I'll help you. Gu Changqing drew his long sword and joined the fight. Priest Qing Feng's aura suddenly surged. Gu Changqing frowned. What a powerful internal force. Priest Qing Feng rose into the air. The aura around him flowed as if it had formed a huge invisible 8 trigrams plate behind him. In the array. He slammed his palm down and knelt on one knee. The wind from his palm hit the ground hard. In an instant, sand and stones flew and leaves filled the sky. Taoist Qing Feng seemed to be in a passive position in the fight just now, but he actually had absolute control. Gu Changqing and fifth master Han both fell into his array. Gu Changqing was in the east, in the Li position, while fifth grandfather Han was in the west, in the Qin position. In his array he was the king. He shouted, Li can break. His powerful inner strength was infused with the boundless Tao will of heaven and earth. Like countless invisible blades, they attacked Gu Changqing and fifth master Han with the power of mountains and rivers. Both of them were sent flying. Gu Jiao frowned and galloped over. She stood in front of Taoist master Qing Feng and said, I hate it when the Han family bullies others. 2 of you ganging up on one person. What kind of hero are you? Priest. I'll help you. Priest Qing Feng's attack had used up a lot of his internal force. He needed some time to recover. It was not that Gu Jiao could not take advantage of the situation. However, if he recovered and came after her, she would be done for. Therefore she had to be smart. Fifth grandfather Han immediately stood up after falling to the ground. He was more resilient than Han Yi. Just as fifth grandfather Han was about to attack Gu Jiao, Gu Changqing also stood up with a hand on his chest. Fifth grandfather, you don't have to deal with this immature brat. I'll deal with him. The brother and sister fought fiercely on the field. They looked fierce but they did not use much strength. Gu Jiao's back was facing priest Qing Feng. She put her hands together and blocked Gu Changqing's long sword. Gu Changqing gave her a look. Gu Jiao nodded slightly. Die. Gu Changqing hit Gu Jiao's shoulder with his palm. His powerful internal force sent her flying, and she fell toward priest Qing Feng. Daoist Qing Feng leaped into the air and grabbed Gu Jiao's soft waist. Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and put priest Qing Feng's small bamboo tube into her sleeve. At the same time she put Mu Qingxin's bamboo tube back on his waist. In this way priest Qing Feng would discover it later if the weight didn't change. Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han joined the battle again. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing were fighting farther and farther away. Xiao Lulang, don't you dare run away. I'll kill you today. The brother and sister galloped on their horses until they could no longer hear priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han's battle. Only then did they stop and let out a sigh of relief. How was it? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao took out priest Qing Feng's small bamboo tube and took out the secret letter. She smiled and said, "It's the real secret letter." Gu Changqing looked at his sister's smile, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Including yours, we have 2 secret letters. The last secret letter was in Jun Xiuhan's hands. Chapter 764. Jun Xiuhan's destination was the second fire beacon camp. Gu Jiao spread out the map and Xiao Heng's markings were very clear. Gu Jiao pointed at the cinnabar path and said, "Under normal circumstances Jun Xiuhan would take this path. It is relatively flat and wide. He should have reached this birch forest by now. There is actually a small path that can go around and that is to cross the river." Gu Changqing looked at the sky and said, "It hasn't rained in the past few days. The river shouldn't be too turbulent. We can cross it." The two took a detour and entered the birch forest, successfully blocking Jun Xiuhan's path. As before, it was Gu Changqing who appeared. Gu Changqing blocked Jun Xiuhan's path and coldly said, "Hand over your bamboo tube." Jun Xiuhan was a tall young man. He had the scholarly aura of the world's literati. If one hadn't seen him fight, no one would have seen him as an expert at first glance. But Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao both understood that people who could reach this stage definitely didn't rely on luck. Jun Xiuhan looked at Gu Changqing in front of him and didn't seem to be surprised. He looked at the large tree not far away and said, "Do you want it or that person?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, so she was found out? Jun Xiuhan could do it." Gu Changqing calmly said, "What, that person, this person? Cut the crap and hand it over. I won't give you the bamboo tube." Jun Xiuhan's eyes coldly looked in Gu Jiao's direction. "If you want it, come and get it yourself." Was he trying to provoke her? Gu Jiao glanced at Jun Xiuhan from behind the tree. This Jun Xiuhan gave her an indescribable feeling, as if all her disguises had been seen through by him. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue hiding. Gu Jiao rode Black Wind King out from behind the tree and stopped beside Gu Changqing. Her gaze fell on Jun Xiuhan's young and handsome face. "I'm here to get it." She had observed Jun Xiuhan in the barracks and she believed that Jun Xiuhan had observed her as well. However, this was the first time they had truly met. When Jun Xiuhan saw her standing with the Han family, there was not a trace of surprise in his eyes. So Jun Xiuhan already knew that she was in cahoots with Han Ziyu? How could he tell? "I'll fight you," Gu Jiao said. "I won't fight you," Jun Xiuhan said. "Oh?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Jun Xiuhan. Jun Xiuhan took off the bamboo tube from his waist and threw it to Gu Jiao. "Gu Jiao?" Gu Jiao took the bamboo tube and checked the note inside. It was a secret letter. Jun Xiuhan did not use a fake one to deceive her. Gu Jiao was completely confused. Even Gu Changqing was extremely confused. They were prepared to fight to the death with Jun Xiuhan, but this was it? As if seeing Gu Jiao's confusion, Jun Xiuhan said indifferently, "I owe someone a favor and now I'm returning it to you." "Who do you owe a favor to that you want to return it to me?" Gu Jiao asked. Jun Xiuhan did not answer. He pulled on the reins and the horse turned around, going back the way they came. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly pulled on the reins. There's killing intent. The next second, there was the sound of something tearing through the air from the other side of the forest. Jun Xiuhan dodged to the side. Gu Changqing pulled out his sword and blocked the hidden weapon that was aimed at Gu Jiao and himself. Gu Jiao looked at the dart embedded in the tree and said indifferently, "Tang sect Qi Xian." "Ah, that's right, it's me." Accompanied by arrogant laughter, Qi Xian led a dozen black-clothed men to descend from the sky. The black-clothed men surrounded the three of them. In order to avoid making too much noise and being noticed by the examiners, they did not ride horses. They all used qinggong to sneak into the forest. Jun Xiuhan's horse was forced to take several steps back, standing with Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao. "We meet again," Qi Xian said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Then his gaze fell on Gu Changqing's face. "It's you?" Gu Changqing was riding a black wind steed. Only 3 people entered the forest on black wind steeds: 5th Master Han's new black wind king, Gu Jiao's old black wind king, and Han Ziyu's steed. Qi Xian laughed coldly. It seems that the crown prince made a mistake this time. He actually allowed a spy to sneak into his residence. Unfortunately, you're unlucky to have run into me. Today I'll settle the score with you for severing Han Ye's leg tendons. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, your leg's healed?" At the mention of this, Qi Xian's face darkened. Back in the forest, this brat had said 1, 2, 3 and then they would fight. In the end, as soon as he shouted 1, he stabbed his thigh with a spear. Stabbing wasn't enough. He even twisted his thigh, almost causing him to die from the pain. Qi Xian threatened coldly, "Xiao Lulang, don't be too proud. No matter how many times you stab me with your spear, I'll return it 10 times over." Jun Xiuhan said expressionlessly, "That's your business. I'm leaving." Qi Xian snorted. "You're unlucky. Today's matter cannot be known to anyone." In other words, he was going to kill Jun Xiuhan to silence him. Jun Xiuhan's identity was easy to guess. Among the 6 people, Jun Xiuhan was the most unfamiliar. Even without guessing, it was obvious that he was the poor student from Jianan Academy. Qi Xian didn't take this kind of small fry seriously. Gu Changqing rode his horse in front of Gu Jiao, blocking Qi Xian's view. He said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. I'll settle this with him." Gu Jiao didn't hesitate and led Black Wind King out of the encirclement. Qi Xian said disdainfully, "Want to run? Chase after them." 2 men in black jumped and slashed at Gu Jiao's back with their swords. Gu Changqing turned around and slashed out a sharp sword aura, slashing the 2 men down from the air. On the other side, the battle between Taoish Qingfeng and 5th Master Han had reached its climax. 5th Master Han gradually felt that things were getting tricky. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, his internal energy couldn't hold on much longer. Although he didn't want to admit it, Taoish Qingfeng's martial arts were indeed above his. Taoish Qingfeng only used 50% of his strength. If he wanted to tie with Taoish Qingfeng, he would have to use 70% of his strength. As a result, he naturally wore out his energy faster. The 2 of them punched each other again and retreated. 5th Master Han's silky silver hair had already turned into a wooden brush. He panted and said, "You're a monk. Can't you compete with me fair and square? Why did you have to use such a despicable method like stealing my secret letter?" Taoish Qingfeng said strangely, "Stealing your secret letter? I didn't." 5th Master Han said coldly, "You're still lying. Someone saw it." Taoish Qingfeng was naturally stunned. "Mu Qingchen? I've only seen him before you." 5th Master Han was stunned. If someone else said this, he would think that they were lying, but Taoish Qingfeng, he frowned. "You didn't go to Huang Shupo just now?" "No," Taoish Qingfeng said. 5th Master Han said, "You didn't steal my secret letter either?" Taoish Qingfeng said, "My secret letter is mine." 5th Master Han was stunned again. "Yours?" "Yes." Taoish Qingfeng nodded and took the bamboo tube from his waist. The moment he took it, he sensed that something was wrong. He had made a mark on his bamboo tube, but this one was unmarked. "What's wrong?" "My bamboo tube has been replaced." 5th Master Han walked over to him suspiciously. Taoish Qingfeng opened the bamboo tube. The note inside had already been taken away by Gu Jiao. It was empty. 5th Master Han pondered for a moment and reached out to Taoish Qingfeng. "Give me the bamboo tube. I have a way." Taoish Qingfeng gave it to him without hesitation. 5th Master Han frowned. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take your bamboo tube and run away?" Taoish Qingfeng glanced at him. "I can take it back." 5th Master Han couldn't refute. "This is a military messenger tube. To prevent anyone from tampering with it, a message is left on the inside of the tube." As he spoke, he opened the bamboo tube and took out a fire roll to warm the outside of the bamboo tube. Not long after, a line of small words appeared on the inner wall of the bamboo tube. Enter the Pine Mountain Range and ambush the enemy camp near the Purple Grass Pond. Seize the secret letter and deliver it to the 3rd Fire Beacon camp. Personally hand it over to the left Deputy General of the garrison. 5th Master Han wasn't too surprised. He guessed that they were going to deliver the secret letter to different Fire Beacon camps. This should be Mu Qingqian's, said 5th Master Han. Only Mu Qingqian and Taoish Qingfeng were going to the 3rd Fire Beacon camp. If it wasn't Taoish Qingfeng's, then it could only be Mu Qingqian's. Taoish Qingfeng suddenly said, "Huh? His mission is different from mine." 5th Master Han looked at him in confusion. "What's your mission?" Taoish Qingfeng read out the contents of the letter from his memory. "I'm a spy. I'm going to deliver the secret letter to the 3rd Fire Beacon camp." 5th Master Han pondered. "Only Xiao Lulang got close to you just now. If your bamboo tube was switched, then it must be Xiao Yulang's doing. Strange. Why did he steal your bamboo tube? Don't we all have our own missions?" Taoish Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because my secret letter is the only real one?" "The real letter?" 5th Master Han was even more confused. Taoish Qingfeng did not shy away from reading out his mission. "You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the 3rd Fire Beacon camp and personally hand it to the right Deputy General of the rebel army in the camp." After that, he and 5th Master Han fell silent. The two of them finally realized that something was wrong. "Han Ziyu, Mu Qingqian and I have similar missions. The only difference is that we're going to rob different places and destinations. The three of us are all cavalrymen. If the secret letter in your hand is the real one, then the one we robbed from the enemy camp is fake. No wonder Xiao Lulang stole your secret letter. Only your secret letter can complete the mission." "No." Taoish Qingfeng said, "If there are 3 cavalrymen, then there should be 3 spies. You cavalrymen have the same mission, so we spies must have the same mission. The secret letter in my hand is not the only real one. The secret letters in the hands of the 3 spies are all real. Your cavalry's mission is to obtain all 3 secret letters, while our spy's mission is to destroy the other 2 secret letters and turn our secret letter into the only one that exists." 5th Master Han said slowly, "We know that the 3 cavalrymen are me, Han Ziyu, and Mu Qingqian. Then the 3 spies are you, Xiao Lulang, and Jun Xiuhan." Taoish Qingfeng said, "Yes." 5th Master Han frowned. "Xiao Lulang must have stolen your secret letter for this reason. But how did he know? Who would suspect that there was a hidden mission in the first place?" He and Taoish Qingfeng had only guessed the truth after comparing the 4 people's bamboo tubes. Taoish Qingfeng looked at the blue sky and said seriously, "Maybe he's a genius. 5th Master Han, I'm going to find Xiao Lulang. See you later." 5th Master Han rode on the black demon horse and quickly disappeared while Taoish Qingfeng was in a daze. Taoish Qingfeng also planned to chase after him. Although his secret letter might have been destroyed by Xiao Lulang, it didn't matter. This selection actually had a hidden trigger. That was, the identities of the 6 people could be changed at any time. When they drew lots, they didn't register each person's identity and destination. This meant that it wasn't important. What was important was who completed the mission in the bamboo tube. If he stole Xiao Yulang's secret letter and delivered it to the number 1 Fire Beacon camp, he could still complete the mission. Taoish Qingfeng thought of the key point and immediately mounted his horse. Unfortunately, before he set off, a chuckle came from the big tree in front of him. Liao Zue was lying on a lush branch. He supported his head with one hand and held a wine pot with the other. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. His delicate Adam's apple moved. His monk robes were ascetic, but his peach blossom eyes exuded a breathtaking aura. The mole under his eye gave him a natural temptation. It was as if he could be a Buddha who delivered all living beings from torment or a demon who brought chaos to the world. He smiled and said, "I'm lonely. Why don't you have a drink with me, Taoist?" Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King and galloped. Actually, just now, she had already guessed the hidden trigger. The identities of the 6 people could be changed, so even if she destroyed the other 2 secret letters, it didn't mean that she could rest easy. She had to complete the mission as soon as possible. First, she had to get out of the forest as soon as possible. It would be much safer once she was on the official road. Nobody would dare to openly assassinate her. However, just as Gu Jiao was about to walk out of the forest, 5th Master Han rode on his black demon horse and rushed over from the side. Gu Jiao felt an extremely powerful murderous aura. Her eyes turned cold as she suddenly pulled out the red tasseled spear on her back and blocked Black Wind King's head. A crisp sound of collision was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. It was a dagger. If Gu Jiao had reacted a little slower, Black Wind King's head would have been pierced by the dagger. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. As expected of the Han family's fierce general, Gu Jiao hung the red-tasseled spear on the saddle's special slot and grabbed the big bow on her back. She took out 3 arrows from the quiver and mercilessly shot them at 5th Master Han. 5th Master Han cut all the arrows with his sword. At the same time, his horse completely blocked in front of Gu Jiao and Black Wind King. Xiao Lulang, hand over your secret letter. 5th Master Han's reply was another round of arrows from Gu Jiao. 5th Master Han didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so ruthless and decisive. She didn't waste any words and just attacked. 5th Master Han was shocked by the killing intent in the youth's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and swung out a sharp sword aura, instantly shattering Gu Jiao's arrows into pieces. Gu Jiao raised her hand and pulled off the cloak on her body. The youth was wearing red battle clothes and black iron armor. She jumped down from the horse's back. 5th Master Han felt the youth's powerful aura, but in the next second he was shocked by the braided red-tasseled spear in the youth's hand. Where did this weapon come from? It was so eye-catching. Although it was eye-catching, the strength of the spear shocked 5th Master Han once again. 5th Master Han's black demon horse trembled. 5th Master Han frowned and blocked Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear with his sword. Then he jumped off his horse and slashed at Gu Jiao with his sword. Gu Jiao blocked the sword and both her arms were slightly numb. No wonder she could fight Taoist priest Qing Feng for so long. It wasn't that Taoist priest Qing Feng went easy on her, but this guy was really strong. 5th Master Han said coldly, Xiao Lulang, you're no match for me. According to today's rules I can't kill you, but I have 100 ways to torture you. So you'd better hand over the secret letter obediently or else you'll suffer. 5th Master Han was already very difficult to deal with. If Taoist priest Qing Feng came, she had no chance of winning. She had to end this quickly. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate anymore. She looked coldly at 5th Master Han. Under his confused gaze she took off the safety talisman on her neck. Boss, catch. She threw the safety talisman to Black Wind King. Black Wind King caught it with his mouth. What's this kid doing? 5th Master Han looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao's fingertip lightly scratched the sharp edge of the red-tasseled spear, and a string of bright red blood flowed out. She wiped the droplet of blood on her lips. In the next second her aura suddenly surged. 5th Master Han's expression changed. This is... Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear, took a step forward and jumped up. With a flip in the air, the spear in her hand was like a dragon, and it fiercely slashed at 5th Master Han. 5th Master Han's black iron sword was split in half on the spot. She knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, and the other hand holding the red-tasseled spear behind her back. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was no longer the handsome young man. She was a killing god, a demon and an Azura. 5th Master Han threw away his long sword, changed his palm into a fist, and attacked Gu Jiao's vital point. Gu Jiao used the red-tasseled spear as leverage and jumped up high again. Her right knee was aimed at 5th Master Han's chin. 5th Master Han was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 moves. The young man defeated him, in just 3 moves. But 5th Master Han wouldn't admit defeat so easily. If he couldn't beat the young man, then he would kill his horse. 5th Master Han shot a hidden weapon in his sleeve at Black Wind King. Almost at the same time 5th Master Han shot a second hidden weapon at Gu Jiao. She could only protect one between herself and Black Wind King. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate to protect Black Wind King. The hidden weapon flashed past Gu Jiao's temple. The hidden weapon didn't hurt Gu Jiao, but the poisonous powder on it entered Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao couldn't see. Ha 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 ha. 5th Master Han spat out blood as he laughed crazily on the ground. Xiao Lulang, so what if you defeated me? You were still poisoned by the Tang sect. You can't see, you can't even walk out of this forest. How are you going to go to the fire beacon camp? The angry Black Wind King stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was on the verge of losing control, but thanks to the pain in her eyes she regained a bit of her consciousness. Boss, give me the safety talisman. She reached out her hand. Black Wind King placed the safety talisman in Gu Jiao's palm. Gu Jiao put the safety talisman back around her neck. Her eyes hurt. They were also afraid of light. She couldn't open her eyes. Master's wife should be able to cure this poison. She felt Black Wind King's killing intent, but now wasn't the time for revenge. Black Wind King had to conserve his strength. Boss. She called out to Black Wind King. She closed her eyes and gently comforted Black Wind King's emotions, trying to calm herself down. Black Wind King knelt down considerately, allowing Gu Jiao to ride easily. Gu Jiao touched the saddle and sat on it. Black Wind King stood up. Gu Jiao untied the headband on her head and covered her eyes with the headband with both hands. Fifth Master Han was so injured that he couldn't move, but when he saw Gu Jiao like this, he couldn't help but mock. What? You still want to deliver the secret letter in this state? Can you see the road? Gu Jiao held the reins and straightened her back. I can't see, but boss can. Fifth Master Han sneered. Boss? You mean this old Black Wind King? I admit that it's an excellent warhorse, but it's a pity that it has never been to the fire beacon camp in the Han family's 15 years. It doesn't need to go, Gu Jiao said. It was born in the fire beacon camp. In the first fire beacon camp, Xianyuan Li's temporary courtyard, it lived there until it was a year old before it was taken back to the Xianyuan family's mansion. Gu Jiao bent down and gently stroked Black Wind King's mane. Can you remember, boss? You must remember just like how you remember your master. The Black Wind Cavalry didn't belong to the Han family. This dangerous 300 miles was not the road to pass the level, but the road to bring the Black Wind Cavalry home. The Black Wind Cavalry had been waiting for this day for a long time. Bring the Black Wind Cavalry home, boss. Fifth Master Han sneered. Xiao Lulang, don't waste your time. You won't be able to walk out of this forest. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the Black Wind Cavalry let out a long howl towards the sky. It suddenly raised its front hooves and like an arrow leaving a bow, it rushed towards the northeast with Gu Jiao. That direction was the first fire beacon camp. Fifth Master Han was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xiao Lulang. It's useless. Your horse is already old. It can't run 300 miles. It has to rest every 30 miles. Taoish Qingfeng will catch up to you. The Han family will also catch up to you. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Torrential rain poured down like a pillar. Black Wind King galloped through the hail like rain. It had already galloped for 100 miles without stopping. It wanted to bring the Black Wind Cavalry home, and it also wanted to bring Gu Jiao home. Chapter 765. Fifth Master. Fifth Master. The Han family's men of sacrifice found Fifth Master Han, who had almost lost his body temperature from the rain. Although it was summer, the Songshan mountain range was very high and the temperature was lower than other places. With the terrible storm, the heavily injured Fifth Master Han almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the Black Devil King using his body to block some of the wind and rain, he probably wouldn't have survived until the Han family found him. The leader of the men of sacrifice helped Fifth Master Han sit up and took off his cloak to wrap around him. Fifth Master. Fifth Master Han couldn't stop trembling. He couldn't feel his hands and feet, and even the muscles on his cheeks were almost numb. Originally, with his strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. On one hand, he didn't use all his strength. Another important reason was that he seemed to see a familiar figure when Xiao Lulang attacked him. It was a figure that he couldn't remove from his mind in this life, the next life, and the life after that. His mind was in a daze and his body froze. He couldn't use his internal energy to block Xiao Lulang's attack, and in the end he fell into Xiao Lulang's trap. He didn't lose to martial arts but to his own heart and emotions. The men of sacrifice said worriedly, "I'll take you back now. Don't worry about me." Fifth Master Han used the last of his strength to open his numb lips and said, "Go, chase. Xiao Lulang. First, fire. Beacon. Battalion." This group of men of sacrifice wasn't with Qi Xian. Qi Xian led Han Ye's men, and he was secretly helping the property management under the orders of the family head. They didn't know that Qi Xian was also here. But they had one thing in common, and that was that they didn't ride horses. "Go, ride, my horse." Xiao Lulang was eager to end the battle. He had used all his strength to attack Xiao Lulang, and his body was already exhausted. Moreover, he could not see. As long as the Han family's men of sacrifice could catch up with him, they would be able to severely injure him and take back the secret letter. The leader of the men of sacrifice instructed his companions, "You guys take the fifth lord and hurry. I'll chase after Xiao Lulang first." When he caught up, he would deliver the secret letter to Fifth Lord and escort him to the first fire beacon camp. "Yes." The few of them answered. "Wait." Fifth Grandfather Han stopped him. The suicide soldier said, "Fifth Lord, do you have any other orders?" Fifth Grandfather Han said, "I have a bottle of medicine for the dark demon horse. If it can't run anymore, Give it 1 pill to recover its stamina? Yes. The kamikaze soldier took out the medicine bottle and turned around to ride the Black Demon King. The Black Demon horse was very uncooperative at first, and the kamikaze soldier fell a few times before he could ride it. This was the result of Fifth Han's carrot and stick approach. However, once the kamikaze soldier took over, the Black Demon King's speed could only be described as lightning. The kamikaze soldier rushed toward the first fire beacon camp without stopping. On the other side, the battle between Taoish Qingfeng and Liao Chen was coming to an end. Liao Chen didn't want to kill anyone today, so he didn't have much killing intent when he attacked. He also held back some of his strength. However, Taoish Qingfeng's every move was deadly. Liao Chen was forced to retreat until his back hit a tree. When he couldn't retreat anymore, Taoish Qingfeng sealed his acupoints with 2 fingers. Liao Chen couldn't move. He sighed and looked at Taoish Qingfeng with a smile. He said in a hurt voice, "Taoish Qingfeng, you're so heartless." Taoish Qingfeng's palm hit his vital gate. He really wanted to take his life. Liao Chen clicked his tongue. He activated his vital qi and the acupoints were unsealed. He tapped his toes and jumped up the tree. He looked at Taoish Qingfeng under the tree with a half smile. "You don't want to do this the hard way? If this continues, I'll have to be serious." Taoish Qingfeng was a cultivator. He had a tough heart and a mild temperament. He wasn't happy with material gains or sad for himself. He had already transcended the secular world. Only Liao Chen could make Taoish Qingfeng so angry that he wanted to kill someone. However, Taoish Qingfeng suppressed his desire to kill Liao Chen today. After all, he had more important things to do. He raised his head and looked at Liao Chen with his beautiful eyes. "Come down. I'll drink with you." Liao Chen curled his lips and landed gracefully. Taoish Qingfeng took out a rope from his sleeve and tied Liao Chen up. Liao Chen was speechless. Taoish Qingfeng hung Liao Chen under the tree and turned around to mount his horse. Liao Chen swayed under the tree like a small silkworm. He looked at Taoish Qingfeng's back and curled his red lips. He said with a smile, "If you dare to leave, I'll tell the world that you're the thief who was watched by thousands of disciples at Baiyun Taoist Temple on a moonlit night a few years ago." Taoish Qingfeng was about to explode. It was raining cats and dogs. The Black Demon horse kept chasing in the rain. It was very young and had a lot of stamina. It also had better endurance than ordinary war horses. It ran tirelessly, leaving the Mount Song mountain range far behind. The lightning didn't stop it. It was like the bravest warrior, chasing after its enemy without caring about the consequences. "It's not enough." The man of sacrifice grabbed the reins and wiped the rain off his face. They had already run for nearly 100 miles, but the Black Demon horse still didn't show any signs of fatigue. He had never seen such a powerful warhorse. However, it still needed to be faster. The man of sacrifice took out the pills that Fifth Master Han had given him and fed one to the Black Demon horse. The Black Demon horse quickly recovered its stamina and sped up a little. Finally, after passing through a small forest, the man of sacrifice heard the sound of hooves coming from ahead. The man of sacrifice was delighted. It was Xiao Lulang. It must be Xiao Lulang. The sky was already dark. The entire world was covered in a heavy downpour. Running on a rainy night was actually a very dangerous thing to do. The cavalry's line of sight was obstructed, so they mostly relied on the warhorse's senses. Normally, warhorses would slow down. Firstly, the cavalry would request it. Secondly, warhorses had an instinct to avoid danger. However, the Black Wind King didn't slow down. It was like a bolt of lightning in the rainy night. The man of sacrifice heard the sound of hooves getting farther and farther away. He clenched his teeth. "Damn it. We were about to catch up. Why does it feel like the distance has widened again?" "Hiya. Hiya." The man of sacrifice raised his speed to the maximum and finally caught up to the Black Wind King. This time, the distance between them was unbelievably close. The man of sacrifice unsheathed the long sword at his waist. He only needed one slash to deal a heavy blow to Xiao Lulang. The Black Wind King galloped, all the muscles on its body taut. Just as the man of sacrifice slashed down, it suddenly swerved to the right and charged into the fork in the road ahead. Meh. The man of sacrifice slashed down. Because he didn't expect the Black Wind King to suddenly change directions, he didn't even have time to pull the reins and stop. The Black Devil horse was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 feet away. If it turned around and chased after the Black Wind King, it would be even harder to catch up. "Forget it. You've left the fork, so you'll have to return to the main road. I'll wait for you in front." However, the Black Wind King didn't give him the chance to stop him. When he returned to the main road, he was only a horse's length away, but the Black Wind King had already run ahead. I didn't catch up again. The man of sacrifice was so angry that he didn't feel good. Wasn't it an old horse? How could it run so fast? However, it wasn't all smooth sailing ahead. There were other guards from the Han family guarding the road. When they heard the sound of galloping hooves, they drew their long swords and lined up to block the road. They were ready for battle. The Black Wind King didn't hesitate at all. As if it was breaking through mountains and rivers, it broke through the blockade of the Han family guards. 2 of the Han family guards were sent flying. It was too fast. It was too strong. This wasn't the Black Wind King they knew. The Black Wind King wasn't this strong. One of the bodyguards looked in the direction where the man and the horse had left and shouted, "Cut the rope for me." The cable bridge was in front. The guard guarding the bridge on the other side pulled out his sword and cut the ropes at the end of the bridge. The wooden bridge broke and the broken parts hit the cliff with a loud noise. There was a distance of 10 feet between the 2 cliffs. No horse could cross it. However, the guards were surprised to find that the Black Wind King didn't slow down. What is it trying to do? It can't be trying to cross it, right? It's courting death. Are the soldiers stupid? Why aren't they stopping it? A guard shouted at Gu Jiao's back. Your horse is going to jump off the cliff. Stop it before it's too late. They couldn't let Gu Jiao jump. They hadn't gotten the secret letter from Gu Jiao yet. If Gu Jiao fell off the cliff, 5th Master Han wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Stop. You'll die. They sincerely wanted to stop Gu Jiao from falling off the cliff and dying. Gu Jiao couldn't see, but she could still sense. She heard the sound of the bridge breaking and felt the cold wind from the abyss. However, she didn't stop the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King accelerated. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and grabbed the reins. She clamped the horse's abdomen and stood in the stirrups. The Black Wind King's muscles tensed as it leaped. Almost at the same time, the Black Demon Horse and the Loyalists arrived. The bridge is broken. The bridge is broken. Don't go. The Han family guard shouted. The Loyalists pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage with the Black Demon Horse at the edge of the cliff. They were able to stop the carriage because of the Loyalists and the Black Demon Horse's instinct to avoid danger. The Black Demon Horse retreated a few steps. This was a distance that even the Black Demon Horse couldn't cross. No one dared to look down. The Black Wind King and the cavalrymen were about to fall off the cliff. A guard shouted. It crossed the cliff. It surpassed its instincts and overcame its fear of the cliff. It crossed a distance that no warhorse had ever been able to challenge. It was the Black Wind King without a doubt. The guards at both ends of the bridge were stunned. For a moment they didn't even know how to react. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao and smoothly ran past the Han family guards. They ran away. A guard who had been sent flying said while clutching his aching chest. However, no one dared to chase after him. The youth's unreserved trust and the Black Wind King's unwavering struggle showed them the most precious thing on the battlefield. They didn't know what kind of spirit this was, but they felt their hearts being sprinkled with hot blood. They didn't want to chase. At least not now. 5th Master Han was right. The 3 moves that Gu Jiao used to defeat him had cost her almost all of her strength. She had never used such an overdraft fighting style in any battle before. But even so, she couldn't kill Han Ci. Han Ci was too strong. Blood flowed up her throat and spilled out from the corner of her mouth. At first, she could still swallow it, but later she didn't even have the strength to suppress the sweet taste in her throat. Blood flowed all over the Black Wind King's back. She persevered with her willpower. The Black Wind King's situation wasn't much better. A normal horse would have to rest after running at full speed for 20 to 30 kilometers, but cavalry could only travel 70 to 80 kilometers a day. If they forced their way through, they could travel over 100 kilometers, but they still had to rest. Only when the horse ran to its death would it travel over 100 kilometers day and night. 200 kilometers. 250 kilometers. 260 kilometers. The Black Wind King approached his limit again and again. He was so tired that he wanted to collapse, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. At dawn the rain stopped. The first rays of dawn pierced through the thin clouds in the east, passing over the peaks of the mountains and shining on the empty and quiet camp. Every day the soldiers were awakened by the beating of the war drums. But today they were awakened by the sound of hurried horse hooves. They thought it was an enemy attack, but when they came to the entrance of the camp, they saw a black warhorse and a blindfolded youth. A man and a horse came over with the momentum of a magnificent army. The entire mountain and river shook. Gu Jiao successfully handed the bamboo tube to the left deputy general of the garrison. The deputy general looked at the blindfolded youth and couldn't help but wave his hand at the youth. The youth didn't respond. The deputy general of the garrison was stunned. He couldn't see? Then how did he run 300 kilometers to get here? The left deputy general was about to ask Gu Jiao what happened to his eyes when he saw the man and the horse collapse to the ground. The left deputy general was shocked. Man. Call the medical officer. Is it early today? Chapter 766. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet are available here. In the hot summer, the cicadas on the trees kept chirping. Gu Jiao woke up to the sound of cicadas. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered with gauze. She raised her hand to remove the gauze. The dazzling light suddenly shone on her. She subconsciously closed her eyes and tilted her head. When she adjusted to the light, she opened her eyes again. In her blurred vision, she vaguely saw the familiar windowsill, the familiar table, the familiar chair, and the familiar little boy on the ground. There were no classes in the academy today. Little Jing Kong did not go anywhere. He was playing in the room while waiting for Gu Jiao to wake up. It was hot, so Xiaoheng made a mat for him on the ground. As he played, he laid down on the mat. One side of his face was pressed down until it was chubby. Saliva flowed all over the floor, and his little butt stuck up high as he fell asleep. Awake. A man's low voice came from above her head. Gu Jiao blinked and looked up at Xiaoheng. This position was too difficult. Her neck was almost broken. Xiaoheng quickly got up and sat on the edge of the bed. He stretched out his slender hand and touched her forehead. It's not hot anymore. Gu Jiao's vision was still a little blurry, but seeing that he was in a good mood, her eyes lit up. You're here too, she said. Xiaoheng pulled back his hand and snorted. What do you mean by, I'm here too? You're the second one to see me. Gu Jiao said seriously, you're sitting in the wrong position. It's too high. I have to roll my eyes to see you. Xiaoheng listened to her clear words and careful logic and knew that she was fine. She was caught in the rain during the last round of selection. After being sent back to the state preceptor's palace, she had a high fever for 3 days and 3 nights. Her fever only subsided this morning. It was now afternoon. How are you feeling? How is the Black Wind King? The two of them asked in unison. Xiaoheng smiled helplessly. The Black Wind King is fine. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed outside the window. Gu Jiao looked up slightly. Unfortunately, she could not see from this angle. Xiaoheng gently helped her sit up. Now he could see everything clearly. The Black Wind King had recovered quite well. His body was wrapped in bandages, and he was enjoying the cool air under a big tree in the courtyard. The Horse King was jumping happily behind it, like an excited baby who had been injected with chicken blood, running here and there. He knew that she would be worried about the Black Wind King, so he brought it to the courtyard so that she could see it as soon as she woke up. That's great. Gu Jiao smiled. The Black Wind King and Black Gu Black Wine Black Wind King Black. A silent tacit understanding flowed in the eyes of the man and the horse. Gu Jiao understood that it was really fine. The Black Wind King also understood that Gu Jiao was really fine. Gu Jiao paused for a moment, then asked, by the way, where is Gu Changqing? Is he okay? Gu Changqing was up against Qi Xian. Qi Xian was an expert from the Tang sect, and he had brought many of the Han family's men of sacrifice with him. Xiaoheng said, he was slightly injured but he's fine now. You don't have to worry. Also, Qi Xian is dead. Gu Changqing had killed him with his own hands. He had tried to hurt Gu Jiao time and time again. Gu Changqing would rather die with him than let him go back alive. As for the Han family's men of sacrifice, none of them survived. Also, Gu Changqing asked me to remind you that Jun Xiuhan is an expert. The main reason why Gu Changqing could kill Qi Xian was that Jun Xiuhan had taken care of the Han family's men of sacrifice. Gu Changqing didn't have to be distracted to display his full strength. Jun Xiuhan, Gu Jiao said thoughtfully. I owe someone a favor and I'm returning it to you now. Who did Jun Xiuhan owe a favor to? Why did he return it to her? Don't you care about yourself? Xiaoheng looked at her seriously. Ah. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. What about me? Xiaoheng took a deep breath and told himself not to get angry. Do you know that you had a high fever for 3 days and almost lost your sight? Gu Jiao was confused for a moment, then nodded. Oh, I think so. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Fifth Master Han used a dirty trick and poisoned me. But I can see now. It was just that she couldn't see clearly. Xiaoheng said, Madame Nan came and detoxified the poison for you. Your eyes will slowly recover. Don't run around before that. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. I know what you want to ask. Xiaoheng knew her too well. She didn't care about herself at all. She was worried about others. Xiaoheng said, Gu Changqing's antidote is almost ready. It's not a difficult poison to detoxify. It's just that some of the herbs are troublesome to dry in the sun. He'll go get it in 3 days. Can you be completely relieved now? Gu Jiao opened her mouth again. Xiaoheng sighed. It's not exposed. There are no side effects. Everything is very good. Gu Jiao hummed and said happily, Mistress, you're really amazing. Xiaoheng was angry and amused. He lowered his head and chuckled helplessly. Then he held one of her hands and raised his hand to tidy up her hair. You're amazing too, my commander-in-chief. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. In the throne room, the ministers had different opinions about appointing Xiao Lulang as the new commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Battalion. Your Majesty, I don't think it's appropriate. The governor came out with the ceremonial tablet in his hand. Dong Wei, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, asked, Lord Su, what's wrong with it? The governor's surname was Su. He was the old master of the Su family and Mu Qingqian's grandfather. He said coldly, How can the Yan dynasty appoint a man from the Zhao kingdom as the commander-in-chief? Dong Wei said, He has been adopted by Dukan. He's from the Yan dynasty. That's still inappropriate. Old Master Su objected firmly. Dong Wei bowed to the monarch on the throne and said seriously to Old Master Su, The selection of the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Battalion was proposed by His Majesty and agreed by all the aristocratic families. All the family heads and civil and military officials know the rules very well. They didn't object earlier or later, and only objected after the selection. Is it because Lord Su can't afford to lose? Old Master Su snorted coldly. How can an adopted son count? He's not Dukan's son. Dong Wei smiled. But I remember that an adopted son of the Su family also participated in the selection. Of the 2 places of the Su family, one was given to Mu Qingqian, and the other was a master invited from outside. Of course, the master was not there to compete for the first place, but to exhaust the opponents for Mu Qingqian. Everyone knew that this was a routine operation of the selection, but they didn't say anything. The Su clan's old master was rendered speechless. The monarch said impatiently, Okay, stop arguing. He had a headache because of the quarrel. Not only were these stubborn old men depressed, but he was also very depressed. He didn't want anyone to advance from the beginning. He was prepared to recall the Black Wind Cavalry, but who knew that someone would actually pass? How did this Xiao Lulang pass the selection? How did he guess the mission hidden in the secret letter? And what were 5th Master Han and Feng Wuming of the Feng family doing? They couldn't even stop a brat from the Zhao country? He would rather the Feng family take away the military power than let the Dukan's mansion take advantage of it. However, he was the monarch of a country. His words were golden and he couldn't change them. He was crazy, he was tyrannical, but he had a good reason for doing so. He was only good at using the heaviest punishment to measure the lightest mistake, but it didn't mean that he would punish people if they didn't make a mistake. Those were all private operations that couldn't be done in public. Han Lei, the monarch said irritably. This minister is here. Han Lei took a step forward while holding the ceremonial tablet. The monarch's heart was bleeding. He held back his anger and reluctantly said, Send the Black Wind Battalion's commander flag, commander seal and token, to Xiao Lulang of the Dukan's mansion. Han Lei painfully said, Yes. After the Mu family lost 200,000 soldiers, the Han family also lost 50,000 Black Wind cavalry. Gu Jiao got up from the bed. There were no female disciples in the state preceptor hall. These days Shengguan Yan's palace maid changed her clothes for her. Today the palace maid was not here, so Xiaoheng had a rare opportunity to take care of his wife. Gu Jiao sat on the bed. Xiaoheng stood behind her and tied her hair. She was dressed as a teenager, so her hair was gently tied with a hair band. But her hands? Gu Jiao bitterly looked at her 2 big bare paws wrapped with thick gauze. Isn't it too exaggerated? Xiaoheng said, The state preceptor personally tied it for you. He said it wasn't exaggerated. Gu Jiao curled her lips. What Xiaoheng didn't say was that her hand had been holding the reins for too long. Her palm was bruised and bloody. After it dried, it stuck to the reins. The doctor didn't know where to start and cut the reins. She and the horse were sent to the state preceptor hall for the state preceptor to treat. The reason why she was sent to the state preceptor hall was because the state preceptor said that he was willing to provide treatment for the selected cavalry. If she was injured, she should be sent to the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao fainted at that time and couldn't remember anything. Fortunately, she fainted, otherwise it would be very painful. Little Jing Kong had already been carried to the bed. He changed to a sprawled position and continued to sleep soundly. One side of his face was still imprinted on the mat. Gu Jiao looked at him, then at Black Wind King and Horse King in the courtyard. Then she looked at Xiao Heng, who was treating her gently. The room was very quiet, and the cicadas were very noisy. But somehow, her heart was very happy and peaceful. She lifted the thin blanket on her body with her big bare paws wrapped in gauze and got out of bed. Just as she took a step, her legs went soft and she fell down with a plop. Xiao Heng hurriedly reached out to catch her, but she fell too fast and the inertia was too great. He couldn't catch her, so he had to jump forward, hold her and fall down with her. He fell heavily on the cold and hard floor. "Are you okay?" He hugged her tightly and asked. Gu Jiao lay on his body and shook her head. "I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt? Am I very heavy?" Xiao Heng was still in a protective position. He held her waist with one hand and covered her head with the other. He smiled gently. "I'm not in pain. Also, you're not heavy either." Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Why are my legs so soft?" She didn't expect it at all. Xiao Heng said softly, "You used too much strength. You didn't rest for a day and night. You've been riding a horse all this time. It would be strange if your legs didn't go soft." Gu Jiao rested her head on Xiao Heng's strong chest and said with a long sigh, "My legs don't feel like they belong to me. I can't even move my toes. Husband, you're really amazing." Xiao Heng, who didn't drive but was hit by the car, was speechless. Yu He, who just came to the door with the medicine, was also speechless. Chapter 767. Gu Jiao was very careful in the state teacher hall, using a young man's voice. Her identity as a woman was not exposed. But it was better to expose her identity. Two grown men acting like this, Yu He was about to go crazy. What did he do wrong? Why did he have to bump into this kind of thing again and again? He really didn't want to know the relationship between the imperial grandson and young Master Xiao. You even called him young Master Xiao. Are you two playing this big? Also, young Master Xiao, your martial strength is so high but you're actually the one below? Did you forget that you're already the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? Is this how you celebrate your promotion and wealth? Also, imperial grandson, you're someone who's about to die. Don't you know how to take it easy? No, you two should take it easy. One is a patient, the other is an injured person, even if it's an injury. Yu He was already unable to look at Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng. He stood at the door not knowing if he should leave or not. Xiao Heng turned his head and saw Yu He, who looked like he was struck by lightning. His body stiffened, but he didn't immediately push Gu Jiao away. Instead, he hugged her even more tightly. He raised his wide sleeves to tightly cover Gu Jiao's little head and then gave Yu He a look that said, "You'll see for yourself." "Is someone coming?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's fine," Xiao Heng said calmly. Yu He's mouth twitched. "Your Highness Imperial Grandson, your skills are already this high? Last time you even blushed." Then they quickly separated. "Now you're treating me like a pumpkin?" Yu He was crazily cursing in his heart. His image as a gentleman was about to collapse. See no evil, see no evil. Yu He closed his eyes again and groped his way into the room. He placed the medicine on the table and groped his way out again. This kind of thing was unfamiliar the first time but familiar the second time. He didn't bump into the pillar. Yu He and the others had already walked far away. Xiao Heng's ears were a bit red. He was thin-skinned, so how could he remain indifferent after being seen? But compared to pushing her away, it was better to let Yu He look at him. Thinking of her words just now, Xiao Heng was both angry and amused. "Why are you so naughty?" Gu Jiao was addicted to acting. She showed an exaggerated expression and said, "Men, you should put out the fire you started." Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao had a small notebook and she wrote down one stroke after another. Xiao Heng didn't have a notebook, but he remembered everything. Every word she said had to be fulfilled. She even had to calculate the interest, the kind where interest would compound. Gu Jiao did not know that her husband had turned into a big bad wolf, thinking that one day he would eat her up. After drinking the medicine, Gu Jiao felt much more energetic. Her legs were not as sore as before and she was able to walk a few steps. Xiao Heng felt sorry for her and brought a wheelchair over for her. "Sit on this," Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and sat on it. It was her first time sitting on it, so it was strange. Where are you going? I'll push. Before he could finish his words, Xiaoheng saw someone using a big bare paw wrapped in gauze to push the wheelchair and raced down the corridor. Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao raced all the way to the courtyard. The courtyard was full of grass, so it was not easy for the wheelchair to move. The Horse King ran over and looked at Gu Jiao curiously. Push me over, Gu Jiao said to the Horse King. The Horse King went behind Gu Jiao, put its head on the back of the wheelchair, and pushed Gu Jiao in front of the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao looked up and stretched out her hand. Boss. The Black Wind King raised one of his hooves. One person and one horse friend shook hands. Hooves? Both the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao needed to rest. The Black Wind King obediently stayed in the courtyard, but Gu Jiao was not so obedient. She used the reins to tie the Horse King. She didn't have a sled dog, but she had a wheelchair horse. The Horse King pulled Gu Jiao and ran around the State Teacher Palace. Half an hour later, the State Teacher Palace's wheelchair was broken. One person and one horse sat on the garden path. Next to them was the broken wheelchair and one of the wheels was missing. One person and one horse were covered in grass, but their expressions were the same, innocent. When Yi Qing rushed over with the new wheelchair, seeing the mess, he wanted to say something. Gu Jiao complained first. The quality of your State Teacher Palace's wheelchair is not good, it needs to be improved in the future. Yi Qing heard from Yu He that young Master Xiao woke up, so he came over for his master to see how he was recovering, and whether there were any side effects. But then he saw someone crazily racing around the State Teacher Palace. He couldn't even stop him. Then he heard a loud noise. Yi Qing helped Gu Jiao back to the new wheelchair. Gu Jiao looked at the Horse King. The Horse King suddenly became energetic. Yi Qing's eyelids fiercely twitched. Young Master Xiao, you need to rest more, you can't walk around. Gu Jiao, oh. She didn't plan on not walking around. At this time, the Black Wind King slowly walked over and took the Horse King away. The Horse King didn't want to leave, but the 2.5-year-old Horse King couldn't beat the Black Wind King. With one of the two troublemakers finally gone, Yi Qing was secretly relieved. Speaking of which, he didn't know young Master Xiao was so naughty before. Sure enough, people can't stay idle. Yi Qing went behind Gu Jiao, pushed the wheelchair with both hands and said to Gu Jiao, I'll send young Master Xiao back to the Qilin Palace. Gu Jiao hurriedly said, Wait, I'm not going back to the Qilin Palace yet. Where is your master? Yi Qing truthfully said, Master is in the purple bamboo forest. Gu Jiao, and take me to your master. Master may not necessarily see you. He's busy right now. Forget it, I'll send you to the purple bamboo forest first so you and little Shi don't get together and cause trouble. Yi Qing pushed Gu Jiao in the direction of the purple bamboo forest. Gu Jiao raised her hand to cover her eyes. Is your eyes uncomfortable? Yi Qing noticed her movements. Gu Jiao said, Under the strong light for too long it's a bit prickly. Yi Qing called out to a passing disciple. Senior brother. The disciple respectfully saluted. Go get an umbrella. Yi Qing ordered. Yes. The disciple quickly went to the nearest courtyard to get an umbrella. Senior brother here. Yi Qing took the umbrella, opened it and held it with one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other. He had martial arts, so pushing with one hand wasn't hard at all. Gu Jiao secretly sighed. Yi Qing was quite considerate and good-looking. Did he have a girlfriend? Should I introduce one? The two entered the purple bamboo forest. The disciple in the small bamboo house was currently sweeping the front yard. The front yard seemed to have an endless amount of fallen leaves. Every time Gu Jiao came, she would see this disciple sweeping the yard. Senior brother. The disciple saw Yi Qing, put down the broom and respectfully saluted. Then he also greeted Gu Jiao. Young Master Xiao. Is Master done? Yi Qing asked. Not yet. The disciple said. Yi Qing hesitated but still said to the disciple, Go tell her that young Master Xiao is here. Yes. The disciple put down the broom, walked up the steps, took off his shoes, opened the half curtain and entered the house. Not long after, the disciple came out and respectfully said, Master invites young Master Xiao in. Yi Qing deeply looked at Gu Jiao. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao also looked back at him. For eyes met, Gu Jiao asked puzzledly, Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Qing said, You are the first to make Master break the rules again and again. Gu Jiao touched her chin. That's because your master and I both came from another time and space, so we can be considered half of the same hometown. Yi Qing pushed the wheelchair into the yard, and the disciple laid a wooden board on the steps to facilitate the wheelchair. The state preceptor was not in the central room. "Come in." The state preceptor's voice came from the study. Yi Qing pushed the person into the study, and said to the state preceptor who was organizing the treasure, "Master, disciple will leave first." The state preceptor faintly replied. Yi Qing turned and left the house. The study was similar to what Gu Jiao saw last time. Children's toys, rolled-up portraits, polished clay figurines. The state preceptor was currently wiping a little person on a clay figurine. The one sitting alone in a row seemed to have a very different status. The relationship between people was always progressing and getting along. There were some things that Gu Jiao would not ask before, but now she asked smoothly, "Are these three little people you, Shenyuan Li, and the state preceptor?" "No." The state preceptor said. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. The state preceptor stopped wiping the clay figurine and said, "There is no state preceptor." "Oh, then there are you and Shenyuan Li." Gu Jiao looked at the little clay figurine and said, "I am very curious, who is the person who can sit with you and Shenyuan Li? It seems that his status is very different." "A very important person, a teacher and a friend," the state preceptor said. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. The evaluation was a bit high. The state preceptor put the clay figurine back on the shelf and put down the rag in his hand. He turned and looked at Gu Jiao. "You seem to be recovering well." Gu Jiao said, "It's okay, my legs are a bit weak, my eyes are a bit sensitive to light, and I can't use my hands. Other than that, I am fine." The state preceptor nodded. "These will slowly recover, provided that you stay in the house and don't run around." It seemed that the state preceptor had also heard the news of someone racing in the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao decisively changed the topic. "I came here today to talk to you about something." "Speak," the state preceptor said. Gu Jiao said seriously, "It is about what you promised me last time. You said that as long as I win the Black Wind Cavalry, you will tell me the whole truth. It is time for you to fulfill your promise." The state preceptor picked up a scroll and slowly opened it. It was a portrait of Jing Yinin. He looked at the portrait and said, "Last time you asked me what my relationship with Jing Yinin was. But I think that you did your best not just to know my relationship with Jing Yinin. You want to know more about Jing Yinin." Gu Jiao also glanced at the portrait. "That's right, I am very curious about Jing Yinin." The state preceptor raised his eyes and looked at her with a complicated expression. "Have you ever thought about why you are curious about a stranger?" This question stunned Gu Jiao. "Yes, why did she like Jing Yinin?" The state preceptor said, "You are Jing Yinin." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. The state preceptor did not keep her in suspense and did not beat around the bush. He simply put the facts in front of her. "You are Jing Yinin and Jing Yinin is you." Gu Jiao blinked and said, "How is that possible?" The state preceptor put the portrait back and said, "Think about your medicine box and your experience. What is impossible?" Gu Jiao was silent. The medicine box did have the ability to tear time and space. As for whether she was Jing Yinin or herself in her previous life, there was no doubt about the answer. She got the medicine box during a mission in her previous life. It should have belonged to her godfather, but he said that the box was too ugly and he didn't want it, so he gave it to her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "That's still not right. If I am Jing Yinin, why don't I have any memories of her?" The state preceptor said, "Your brainwaves were damaged when you traveled through time and space, which affected your memories." The state preceptor continued, "Shenyuan Zi was poisoned when she was pregnant. It was a very powerful poison that could kill both a person and a fetus. I used many methods to detoxify Shenyuan Zi. Unfortunately, the mother's poison was detoxified, but the fetus poison was ineffective. The fetus died when it was born. But 2 hours later, something incredible happened. The fetus miraculously came back to life. The fetus that came back to life was me." Gu Jiao looked at the state preceptor. "How did you recognize me?" The state preceptor said concisely, "The medicine box, medical skills, habit." Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. The state preceptor looked at her in confusion. "What's with your reaction? Why are you so calm?" Gu Jiao spread her hands. "Should I be surprised? Oh my god, I'm still Jing Yinin. I traveled through time more than once." The state preceptor facepalmed. "Can you put away your exaggerated acting skills? I can't look at it anymore." Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair to the state preceptor, reached out her big bare paw and opened the painting on her lap. She looked at the little baby girl in the painting and raised her eyebrows. "I was wondering why she was so cute." The state preceptor. "Gu Jiao, okay, you've given me the answer. I'm going back." The state preceptor wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao turned the wheelchair and walked out of the small bamboo house. Her face darkened. How could she not be shocked? But she couldn't show any emotion in front of the state preceptor. After all, he was a guy who stabbed the Shenyuan family in the back. She couldn't completely trust him. What the hell is going on? She was actually Jing Yining. She had no memory of this at all. Could it be that guy was lying to her? Chapter 768. It's not impossible. He put all kinds of things of Jing Yining in the study and pretended to be very concerned about Jing Yining. Then he tricked her by telling her that she was Jing Yining. He used this to win her over and make her work for the state preceptor hall. This guess is very reasonable. Moreover, that guy was obviously holding back. He still had things he didn't say. Whether she was Jing Yining or not, she would verify it herself. She didn't have to believe him just because he said it. It wasn't because she didn't want to guard against him that she didn't believe a word he said. The disciple of the small bamboo house wanted to send Gu Jiao off, but Gu Jiao refused. She wanted to be alone. When she pushed the wheelchair out of the purple bamboo forest with her clumsy bare paws, Xiaoheng, who had been waiting outside for a long time, quickly walked over. "I'll do it," Xiaoheng said. "Oh." Gu Jiao let go of the wheelchair and put her bare paws on her lap. She was thinking about something when she came out and forgot to take an umbrella. The sun was so strong that it hurt her eyes. Suddenly, the light above her head dimmed. Xiaoheng opened an oil paper umbrella over her head. Xiaoheng said softly, "Master's wife said that your eyes might be a little afraid of light these days." Gu Jiao's heart warmed. Her husband was so considerate. She reached for the umbrella. "I'll do it myself. You can push the wheelchair." Xiaoheng rejected her hand. "I still have this bit of strength." Gu Jiao thought of the young and powerful body she felt when she pressed down on him. It was indeed not as thin as it was before. "Did you secretly train behind my back?" Not only did he have abs, but he also had small pecs. There were also smooth lines on his arms. They weren't exaggerated and were just tight. Xiaoheng didn't even lift his eyelids. He was calm and didn't seem to use any strength. "How is that possible? I don't even have enough time to study." The wheelchair was really heavy. It was indeed strenuous to use one hand. "But I can't let my wife know that I can't do it. A man can't not do it. From tonight onwards, I'll have an extra hour of training every night." Xiaoheng used all his strength to push Gu Jiao back to the Qilin Hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into Duke Ngua and Second Master Jing, who were coming out from inside. While Gu Jiao was unconscious, Ngua Gong came to visit her every day. The fact that Gu Jiao was his adopted son had long been known to everybody, so he didn't have to hide it. Besides, he could also visit the crown princess in passing, but he had to be more cautious. After all, he and the crown princess were the remnants of the Shenyuan family. He had just finished greeting the crown princess when he heard that Gu Jiao had woken up and was out for a walk. He couldn't wait to come over and look for her. His luck was pretty good. Second Master Jing said in astonishment, "You guys are back? My big brother is just about to look for Lulang." "Lulang, why are you in a wheelchair?" Gu Jiao said, "I." Xiaoheng was afraid that she would say something vicious again, so he hurriedly said, "Lulang just woke up. His body is still very weak. In addition, the weather is so hot. It's easy to get heat stroke if you walk too much." "That's true." Second Master Jing accepted this explanation. Duke Ngu's anxious gaze fell on Gu Jiao. He dipped his fingertips into the wet cloth on the armrest and wrote on it, "How do you feel?" Second Master Jing looked at Duke Ngu's words and said to Gu Jiao, "My big brother is asking how you feel?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm pretty good." Duke Ngu continued to write, "Do your eyes still hurt?" It still hurt a little, but Gu Jiao didn't want to worry Duke Ngu, so she said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go inside and talk." Xiaoheng said, "It's hot here." The few of them went to Gu Jiao's room. Xiaoheng could tell that Gu Jiao had something to say to Duke Ngu. He could be jealous of small things, but when it came to big things he wouldn't pester endlessly. He said to Second Master Jing, "Little uncle, I have some books here. I need to go to the library. Can you accompany me?" Second Master Jing looked at the scorching sun that could melt people. He coughed lightly and said, "I want to accompany Big Brother." Duke Ngu, "No, you don't want to." In the end, Second Master Jing was dragged away by Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng really borrowed a lot of books from the library. It was enough for Second Master Jing to carry them several times. "Why do I have to carry them?" Second Master Jing looked at Xiaoheng, who was empty-handed with a face full of resentment. Xiaoheng sighed, I'm a sickly person. I don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How can I be as mighty and majestic as little uncle? Not to mention moving a few books, you can even move a mountain if you ask you to. Second Master Jing, you're quite realistic. Xiao Heng. After Xiao Heng and Second Master Jing left, only Gu Jiao and Duke Guo were left in the room. Originally, little Jing Kong was there, but before Xiao Heng went to find Gu Jiao, he took the sleeping little guy to Shang Wanyan's place. The afternoon wind didn't have a trace of coolness. The entire Qilin Hall was like a big steamer under the scorching sun. Ice cubes in the room didn't help. But magically the two's hearts were very calm. This was a very comfortable way to get along. In order to facilitate the two's communication, Gu Jiao's wheelchair was next to Duke Nguo's right side. She could clearly see what Duke Nguo wrote. Duke Nguo dipped his fingertips in water and wrote, "You seem to have something to say to me." Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She just decided to investigate Jing Yinin's matter, and Duke Nguo came to her. She shouldn't miss this opportunity. She turned her head to look at Duke Nguo's handsome side face and asked, "Can you tell me about Jing Yinin?" Duke Nguo couldn't move his body, but he could blink his eyes. Gu Jiao saw his eyelashes tremble slightly. He should be a little surprised. But even if he was surprised, he didn't ask Gu Jiao, "Why did you suddenly ask about Yinin?" He trusted Gu Jiao without reservation. He was willing to satisfy all her curiosity and didn't question whether she had other purposes. He wrote, "What do you want to know about Yinin?" A father's longing for his child was infinite. If it was about Yinin, he could talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights without any details. Yes, where should I start to understand? First, IQ. Is Yinin smart? Gu Jiao asked. Of course. Duke Nguo wrote while showing an incomparably proud look, "Yinin is the smartest child in the world." Nonsense. Second Master Jing's head suddenly grew out of the window. This was a guy who was lazy halfway through moving books and came back. Yinin is 2 years old and still can't speak. So stupid. Duke Nguo was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wrote in a mighty and domineering manner, "Yinin could say Mom, when she was 1 year 7 months and 13 days. Gu Jiao. Sure enough, beauty was in the eye of the beholder and genius was in the eyes of the parents. Duke Nguo continued to write, "Don't listen to him. Yinin is very smart. It's just that she learned it late. After she learned it, she could recite a lot of poems. No child her age could recite more than her." So, was this a competition? This didn't seem like something she would do. She hated reciting poems so much. Even if she remembered them, she wouldn't recite them. Gu Jiao imagined herself, who had the intelligence of an adult, shaking her head and competing with a row of little kids in reciting poems in a childish voice. She was so shocked that her body trembled. This was definitely not her. Yinin, is she close to your parents? Gu Jiao unconsciously omitted Jing Yinin's surname. Very close. When Duke Nguo mentioned his daughter, his eyes were gentle and doting. She's very clingy to me and her mother. She follows us everywhere. When we let her sleep by herself, she won't. She always hugs her little pillow and sneaks into our bed in the middle of the night. Gu Jiao also imagined herself saying, "My bed says it doesn't want to sleep with me today." Then she ran to Duke Nguo and his wife's room and threw her chubby self onto their bed. This kind of childish behavior couldn't be her. Gu Jiao cleared her throat. She doesn't like to talk much, right? She also rarely calls her parents. Duke Nguo wrote, "No, Yinin likes to talk a lot. She always talks about her parents. Mom, eat that hug. Yinin doesn't want to sleep yet. She needs a kiss before she can sleep. But Yinin is so cute. Who can bear to reject her?" It was cute and cute, tilting its head to one side. Gu Jiao had goosebumps. Why was the image in her mind so clear? She was just imagining it. There was no need to be so clear, right? Duke Nguo wrote on the armrest. "Yinin's mother and I always felt that having Yinin was the greatest gift from the heavens." Gu Jiao looked at the words on the armrest and suddenly fell silent. Being loved by Duke Nguo and Shen Yuanzi while growing up must be a very happy thing. Surname Gu. Take your daughter away. I don't want to see her again. Mom, I don't want you anymore. Don't call me Mom anymore. Mom, I'll be good. I won't cry. I won't eat. Open the door. Mom, I'm so cold. It's so dark here. I'm scared. Mom, this was her childhood. This was a night that would never be redeemed. Chapter 769. When Xiao Heng and Second Master Jing returned all the books and returned to Qilin Hall, Duke and Gu Jiao's conversation was about to end. Second Madam had been unwell for the past few days, so Second Master Jing had to return early. He pushed his eldest brother to bid farewell to Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. In the corridor, Xiao Heng watched the two brothers leave and sighed. Although they aren't born from the same mother, the relationship between the two brothers is still pretty good. Second Master Jing wasn't scheming and the wife he married was also gentle and virtuous. Duke and could be considered lucky to have such a younger brother and younger sister. Of course, meeting such a magnanimous older brother like Duke and was also the young couple's fortune. A united family was actually more precious than any glory, splendor, wealth and rank. Xiao Heng saw that Gu Jiao didn't say anything, so he walked into the room and saw Gu Jiao sitting in the wheelchair, quietly staring at the scene in the courtyard in a daze. Xiao Heng took an orange from the fruit bowl on the table and sat down on the stool beside her. "What are you thinking about?" He peeled the orange as he asked. "I'm thinking about who I am," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng already knew that Gu Jiao wasn't the former Gu Jiao's mother. She came from a very distant place, but she never had such doubts before. "Why are you suddenly asking this? Did the state preceptor say something to you?" he asked. She felt something was wrong when she came back from seeing the state preceptor. Afterwards she wanted to talk to Duke alone. Combined with her question, Xiao Heng guessed that the state preceptor said something to her. Perhaps it was related to her origin. Gu Jiao was silent. Xiao Heng didn't force her. He smiled and handed the peeled orange to her. "Actually, it's not important who you used to be. What's important is that you are you." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Me, am I?" "Yes." Xiao Heng looked at her seriously with all his trust. "Name, identity, appearance, body, they're all fabricated." As he spoke, he gently tapped her forehead with his slender finger. "This place is the one and only reality." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "You sound more and more like an enlightened monk. If you think about it carefully, there's a bit of Zen in it." Xiao Heng sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Who asked us to raise a little monk at home? This is what they call, one is marked by the company one keeps." Gu Jiao was amused by him and ate a piece of the orange that he handed over. "Is it delicious?" Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao nodded. "Delicious." Xiao Heng understood that she still had something to say. She was not a wishy-washy person. Something that could make her take the time to consider her words was definitely not a small matter. He wasn't impatient, he didn't rush her, and he didn't walk away. He just silently accompanied her. It was just like how she had accompanied him on the road to seeing the light of day again. There was no need to say more about the trust and tacit understanding between them. After Gu Jiao finished eating the last piece of orange, Xiao Heng considerately handed her a clean handkerchief. She took it and wiped her fingers. Then she said, "I still have something to tell you. In fact, this is the main point I want to talk about." Most people would subconsciously distance themselves from such a serious situation. Xiao Heng did not do this. Instead, he moved the stool closer to her. Looking at her delicate profile, he said, "Okay, I'm all ears." Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "It's not a good thing. It's fine if you're not all ears." Xiao Heng smiled. "Then I still want to listen." Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Do you know the crimes of the Xinyuan family?" Xiao Heng nodded. "I saw the files of the Xinyuan family in the library. It recorded dozens of serious crimes. Colluding with the Great Jin dynasty, betraying the country, ceding border cities, killing loyal people, embezzling money, privately making dragon robes, starting a rebellion. The crimes of the Xinyuan family are too numerous to be recorded." Gu Jiao said, "What I'm about to say is related to the Xinyuan family." Xiao Heng looked at her gently, indicating that she could rest assured and continue. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I want to redress the Xinyuan family. I want to defeat the emperor of the Yin dynasty." This was not a decision she made after learning about Jing Yinin's background. It was a seed that had sprouted in her heart since a long time ago. She said to Xiao Heng, "You don't have to join. The emperor of the Yin dynasty has no intention to hurt you. Even if your identity is exposed, you are still his real grandson. He will not hurt you, nor will he hurt Shangguan Yin. Your real enemies are only the crown prince and those who covet the throne. Those people were much easier to deal with than the emperor. The emperor was too powerful. Overthrowing his imperial power was something that even the Xinyuan family, who had millions of soldiers, couldn't do. It was too difficult for Gu Jiao to deal with him. There was almost no chance of winning. Gu Jiao could die by herself, but she didn't want to drag Xiao Heng down with her. "Haven't we been doing this all the time?" Xiao Heng held her hand and looked deeply into her eyes with a trace of astonishment. Sending the little monk home is not your wish alone. You're not the only one who has the privilege of risking your life for the person you love. Only you can risk your life for me, but I can't go through the fire for you. When he finished speaking, his eyes were deep as if he was hurt by her. We are husband and wife. Do you want to leave me alone? Gu Jiao was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She had no resistance to this little puppy's eyes. She sat in the wheelchair in a daze and even forgot what she was going to say next. Xiao Heng sighed bitterly. Do you have no confidence in me or in our relationship? Gu Jiao, this debate was not Gu Jiao's strong point. Fighting was her strong point. Even if she had 10 mouths, she still couldn't win against Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao scratched her fingers. But he is your grandfather. Xiao Heng said, the grandfather who slaughtered my grandmother's whole family. That's right. Gu Jiao asked, you really won't regret it? No. Xiao Heng looked at her and gently pinched her fingertips. So now, can I join you, my commander-in-chief? What kind of flirtatious tone is this? Why did the style of a serious conversation become a bit strange at the end? Gu Jiao looked at the big bare paw and rolled her eyes. I have to think about it and review your qualifications as an ally. And me? Sheng Guanyin walked in with a crutch. Xiao Heng was planning to use his handsome man trick. But after being scared by Sheng Guanyin, he was so shocked that he directly jumped up from the stool. Mother, when did you come over? Why didn't I hear any sound? I didn't hear anything and I didn't see you do anything. I thought you knew I was coming? Sheng Guanyin whispered and came to the front of the two. She looked at Gu Jiao condescendingly and said, I also want to join. Gu Jiao looked at her. Are you sure? Sheng Guanyin looked at the blue sky outside the window. I can't be more sure. 15 years ago, I didn't have the courage I have today. After losing the Shenyuan family, my mother, and the position of the crown princess, I was like a bird stripped of its wings. I no longer had the will to fly. I wholeheartedly hoped that my 2 children could live well, but after seeing you, I found out that I was wrong, very wrong. It's not enough for a person to live. He has to live openly and above board. He doesn't have to hide and live with other people's identities. I have failed, but I hope it's not too late for me to repent. Even if she had to give up her self-esteem and destroy her pride, she would still do what she didn't have the courage to do 15 years ago. Girl, you are very powerful. Sheng Guanyin said to Gu Jiao. I know. Gu Jiao said. Sheng Guanyin's mouth twitched. I am already very narcissistic, but I didn't expect this girl to be even more narcissistic than me. At such a touching moment, such an unforgettable speech, my tears came out, but this girl held them back. Did my uncle and the others also feel this way before? The heavens will reincarnate, who will be spared. Sheng Guanyin looked at the two. Do you have any plans? I suggest you start with the military power. "50,000 Black Wind Cavalry is far from enough." Gu Jiao said to her, 50,000 Black Wind Cavalry is just the beginning. I will take back all the military power of the Shenyuan family. Although Sheng Guanyin was holding a crutch, her royal aura couldn't be underestimated. She nodded domineeringly, very good, I'll wait and see. Then you plan your plan and I will deploy mine. Xiao Heng asked, what is mother going to do? Sheng Guanyin clenched her crutch, her eyes were cold. Take back the position of the crown princess. At night, the family had dinner in Sheng Guanyin's room. Little Jing Kong was cuddled in Gu Jiao's arms for a while, and then went to the yard to play with little Shi. He brought the decoction to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at the decoction thoughtfully. What's wrong? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao frowned and said, I suddenly have a doubt. Xiao Heng was puzzled. What doubt? Gu Jiao said, the State Preceptor Hall provides medical treatment for all the children who participated in the selection. 5th Master Han was seriously injured. Why wasn't he sent to the State Preceptor Hall? He was directly taken back by the Han family. Is he seriously injured? Xiao Heng didn't know about this. The Han family didn't announce 5th Master Han's injury to the public, so he thought 5th Master Han was only slightly injured. Gu Jiao recalled, I injured him with my own hands. At that time he didn't even have the strength to stand up. With such a serious injury, it would be safer for him to come to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment, right? Xiao Heng frowned. If that's the case, then things are a bit strange. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Han Si, I must have a secret. Chapter 770. The Han Family. As night fell, the servants lit up the candles in Fifth Master Han's courtyard. The lanterns in the corridor were also hung up one by one. Fifth Master Han was meditating in the room. Old Master Han was sitting in the hall beside him. Han Lei and Third Master Han were also there. Han Lei had his hands behind his back and was pacing around the room with a frown. Third Master Han said helplessly, "Big brother, can you stop pacing around? You're making me dizzy." Han Lei said rudely, "If you don't want to stay here, go back." Third Master Han glanced at the old man who had his hands on his cane and his eyes closed. He muttered to himself, "I want to go back, but if I don't care about Fifth Master, won't the old man strangle me to death?" After an unknown amount of time, a long breathing sound finally came from Fifth Grandfather Han's room. Han Lei's eyes lit up. "It's Fifth Master." Old Master Han slowly opened his old and sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "You two go next door and check on the situation." "Yes, father," Han Lei replied. Han Lei and the sloppy Third Master Han went next door. There was no one else in the room except for Fifth Master Han, who was meditating and healing. In the past few days, Gu Jiao wasn't the only one recuperating. Fifth Master Han had also walked around the gates of hell. Han Lei quickly walked to the bed and asked with concern, "Fifth brother, how are you feeling?" Fifth Master Han took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He opened his eyes and said, "Much better." Han Lei was still a little worried. He looked him up and down and said, "Are you really not feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to call a doctor to take a look?" Fifth Master Han said lightly, "Big brother knows my situation very well. There's no need to call a doctor. It's useless." Han Lei was speechless. Yes, Han Si's situation was indeed incurable, but there was no need for treatment. He recovered very quickly. This matter started when Han Si was poisoned when he was young. That year Han Si was only 11 or 12 years old. He went out hunting with the elders of the clan and got separated from his family on the way. He was accidentally poisoned. At that time, many of the Han family's guards were poisoned with him. When the elders of the clan came to find them, the guards had all died from the poison. Only Han Si was lucky enough to survive. The elders asked Han Si what happened and why she was poisoned. Han Si remained silent. Since then Han Si's body had undergone an incredible change. First, his punches and kicks became faster and then his internal strength became more violent. A martial artist's inner strength was measured by years, but Han Si's inner strength increased every month. All of a sudden he became the most talented youth in the clan. Logically speaking, such good news should be made known to the world. However, just as the Han family was planning to do so, they unexpectedly discovered a strand of white hair on Han Si's head. They had only seen young people with white hair in novels. They had never thought that it would happen to Han Si. Han Si's sudden talent came at the cost of overdrawing her lifespan. This strange thing happened after Han Si was poisoned, and the Han family guessed that it was the aftereffects of the poison. The stronger Han Si was, the faster she would age. In order to save her life, Han Si could only give up on pursuing higher martial arts realms. The path of a genius stopped here. Even so, Han Si still aged faster than a normal person. If it weren't for Han Ye's accident, the Han family wouldn't have let Han Si take action. Fifth brother. Third Master Han looked at Han Si's hair and widened his eyes in a daze. Han Si originally only had a layer of silver hair on the surface, but now the inside was much whiter. Fifth Master Han said indifferently, "I'm fine, third brother." Third Master Han fell silent. Han Lei voiced his doubts. "Speaking of which, fifth brother, how did you lose to Xiao Lulang?" Han Si paused and told him the truth. "I was distracted during the fight." Han Lei was shocked. It's taboo to be distracted. "Fifth brother, how could you make such a low-level mistake during the fight?" Han Si was silent for a moment before saying indifferently, "I just thought of someone." "Is it that person from the Xinyuan family?" "Fifth brother, you..." Han Lei didn't finish his sentence. Han Lei sighed and said earnestly, "Fifth brother, you should let it go. All these years, third brother and I have been hiding things about you from father for you, but don't always make things difficult for us." Han Si said in a low voice, "Thank you, big brother and third brother." Third Master Han waved his hand. "Brothers don't talk about this. It's big brother who doesn't want to hide it anymore. I didn't say anything. I can hide it for a lifetime." Han Lei glared fiercely at this prodigal. Third Master Han shrunk his neck resentfully and didn't dare to say anything else. Han Lei continued to look at Han Si. "But fifth brother, tell big brother the truth. Is Xinyuan Xiaolu really dead?" Han Si looked into Big Brother's scrutinizing eyes and said seriously, "He's dead. I killed him with my own hands." Han Lei smiled embarrassedly. "Big Brother isn't suspecting you. Big Brother just feels that you were too close to him back then. After the Xinyuan family's incident, you still secretly hid him. If the guards hadn't discovered it in time, our Han family would have been charged with harboring a traitor," Han Si said. "Big Brother also saw the corpse. He is indeed dead." Han Lei was frightened by his younger brother's gaze. He smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about those unlucky things. You should recuperate well. Strictly speaking, this matter isn't your fault. It's that Xiao Lulang who is too cunning. When we find an opportunity in the future, we'll get rid of him. The Black Wind Cavalry will return to our Han family sooner or later." Han Si didn't continue the previous topic. He said, "I heard that Qi Xian is dead." At the mention of this, Han Lei became angry. "Qi Xian even hid the fact that he went to assassinate Xiao Lulang from me. He almost got into big trouble. It doesn't matter if he's dead, but it won't be good if he implicates our Han family." Han Si didn't understand and asked, "How did he die?" Han Lei replied, "His organs were pierced by a long sword and he died. None of the guards he brought with him survived. They were all killed by the long sword. The coroner estimated that the time of his death was noon that day." Han Si recalled and said, "At noon I was fighting with Dawish Qing Feng." "Oh, what's wrong?" Han Lei looked at him. Han Si frowned. "At noon Xiao Lulang should be being chased by Long Outyin. One was Long Outyin and the other was Qi Xian. How could Xiao Lulang escape unscathed? There's something wrong with Long Outyin. He killed Qi Xian." Han Lei exclaimed, "He's from the Crown Prince's residence. Why did the Crown Prince kill Qi Xian?" Han Si clenched his fists. "Of course the Crown Prince wouldn't kill Qi Xian. Long Outyin is a spy. He purposely got close to the Crown Prince. Brother, quickly inform the Crown Prince to kill Long Outyin." The Crown Prince's residence. Gu Changqing was playing chess with the Crown Prince in the pavilion. The Crown Prince had just placed a white chess piece when Gu Changqing's black chess piece caught up and cut off the Crown Prince's path. The Crown Prince was shocked. "I didn't expect that not only are you good at martial arts, but you're also so good at chess. I only learned a little from my sister. It's enough to torture you. Are your injuries okay?" The Crown Prince asked with concern. "It's just a small injury. It's not a problem," Gu Changqing said. The Crown Prince said regretfully, "I thought that with you taking action you could help the Han family. Who would have thought that Xiao Yulang's luck would be so good?" Gu Changqing said, "It's my fault." The Crown Prince shook his head. "You can't be blamed for this. Even Han Si lost to Xiao Lulang. I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to gain an advantage over Xiao Lulang." "That's right, last time I asked you to investigate the identity of this fake Xiao Lulang. How did it go?" Gu Changqing's expression didn't change as he said, "He's very cautious. I didn't find too many useful clues." The Crown Prince frowned. "I'm afraid only Nan Gongli knows who this fake Xiao Lulang is. It's a pity that Nan Gongli died." If he didn't die, the fact that his sister was Gu Jiao would have been exposed. It was good that he died. Gu Changqing calmly said, "Your Highness, I can assassinate the deposed Crown Princess and the Imperial eldest grandson to clear the way for your Highness. I ask your Highness to allow me to redeem myself." The Crown Prince quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't. The situation has been too tense recently. Let's wait for this period of time to pass." The two continued to play chess. Suddenly, a guard hurriedly walked over and whispered a few words into the Crown Prince's ear. The Crown Prince frowned and waved his hand to have him withdraw. Then the Crown Prince said to Gu Changqing, "Who else does this prince need to deal with? We'll play another day." After saying this, the Crown Prince brought his servant to the study. Gu Changqing returned to his own courtyard. Little Nine fluttered his wings and landed on his windowsill. Little Nine had only been brought here once, so he remembered the location. These days it was inconvenient for him to visit Gu Jiao, so it was Little Nine who sent him messages. He opened the note. It was written in Xiao Heng's handwriting. Seeing that Gu Jiao had woken up and was recovering well, his worried heart relaxed. There were also 2 flower seals on the note. It was obvious that it was stamped by little Jing Kong. This childish little seal appeared on Xiao Heng's serious handwriting. It wasn't hard to imagine an adult and a child arguing endlessly with a sullen face. Gu Changqing couldn't help but laugh. Dong dong dong. There was a heavy knock on the door. It was very urgent. Gu Changqing clenched his hand and used his internal energy to turn the note into powder. He threw it out the window and said, "Come in." With a creak, the door was pushed open. It was the little mute slave from the courtyard who came to deliver dinner. The little mute slave was only 10 years old this year and was still a child. He was accidentally saved by Gu Changqing from the crown prince's residence as steward. Since then he had been following Gu Changqing. He put the box of food on the table and anxiously gestured to Gu Changqing for a while. Gu Changqing didn't understand. "I taught you how to write. Can you write?" The little mute slave grabbed the writing brush and scratched her head. She racked her brains for a long time before she finally wrote 2 words on the paper that were missing a few strokes. "Danger, danger." Gu Changqing thought for a moment and asked the little mute slave, "Are you saying that the crown prince's residence is in danger?" The little mute slave nodded and anxiously pointed to the door. He anxiously ran a few steps. This time Gu Changqing understood. The little mute slave wanted him to quickly escape. Gu Changqing stood up, grabbed the sword on the table and rushed out the door. However, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, a long sword with a cold gleam pierced towards him, stabbing into his chest. Chapter 771. Gu Changqing's body stiffened as he looked at the shadowy man in front of him in shock. The man was wearing a black robe and a black cloak. His face was hidden in the darkness, only revealing a pair of eyes that were colder than a sword. The man's long sword pierced through Gu Changqing's chest. Then the man coldly pulled out the long sword, and the blood that splashed out was blocked by his sword. Gu Changqing was like a puppet that had its strength sucked out as he fell to the ground in a daze. The little mute slave was too scared to move. The man didn't even look at the little mute slave as he ordered the guards behind him, "Dispose of the body." Yes. The guards complied. One of them squatted down and reached out to touch Gu Changqing's neck. He really was dead. The crown prince's palace couldn't accommodate such an unlucky thing like a corpse. Several people found a dilapidated cart and threw Gu Changqing's body onto the cart. The sky that had been hot all day suddenly thundered. It looked like it was going to rain. The guards covered the body with a straw mat and walked out from the back door of the crown prince's palace. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Along the way, they met many pedestrians who were in a hurry to find shelter from the rain. "Ah, how unlucky. Why is it us again?" one of the guards driving the cart said. Another guard said, "It's not bad to come out for a walk. Don't you feel bored staying in the palace all the time?" "But we have to go to the mass grave. There are rotten corpses there. Sometimes you can see broken limbs. If you're unlucky, you may come back infected with a bad disease. You're making me scared." After half an hour, several people came to the mass grave that exuded the smell of death and decay. The corpses here were not buried on the spot, but were mostly abandoned. The smell of the breeze was nauseating. The shadows of the trees and the cawing of crows made people feel cold. "Quickly throw it back. This place is so fucking scary. Then stop here. Don't get too close." The two of them stopped the carriage near the mass grave and jumped off to move Gu Changqing's body. But when the two of them lifted the straw mat that covered the corpse, they found that the corpse in the car had disappeared. Their expressions changed and their first reaction was to look under the carriage. The guard asked, "What's going on?" No one was under the carriage. His companion said in fear, I don't know. Could it be a zombie?" The guard frowned. "Not good, quickly inform His Highness. You actually didn't die after being hit by my sword." When the black-robed man heard the report, he glanced at the guard, put down the teacup in his hand and said to the crown prince, "This person is a bit interesting. I'll go and catch him." The crown prince called out to the black-robed man, "Wait, he was hit by Mr. Sword and is severely injured. I don't think he can run far. Just leave the search to the embroidered uniform guards. It's best if you don't expose your identity." The black-robed man said slowly, "That's good too. My sword injured his foundation. Even if he luckily escaped, he won't be able to live past tonight." The crown prince said, "I have to see him die with my own eyes to be at ease." It's raining again. Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair to the window and used the hanging rod to hook the support pole of the window. Just as she was about to close the window, a wet figure fell from the sky. His body swayed twice and fell to the ground with a plop. The heavy rain poured down, scattering the pedestrians on the street. The embroidered uniform guards from the crown prince's residence, wearing straw capes and bamboo hats, ran wildly in the heavy rain. Whoosh! When they reached the entrance of the state preceptor's hall, they pulled on the reins and stopped the galloping horses. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards coldly said, "Are you sure it's here?" Another embroidered uniform guard said, "Yes, sir. I tracked him here and saw him climb over the wall into the state preceptor's hall. Sir, should we go in and search?" The leader of the embroidered uniform guards looked at the majestic plaque of the state preceptor's hall in the heavy rain and sneered, "Is the state preceptor's hall a place where you can search as you wish? Even Commandant Guan was denied entry when he personally came to search. You and I are just a few embroidered uniform guards. We don't even have the right to enter the state preceptor's hall." The embroidered uniform guard asked, "Then what should we do?" The leader of the embroidered uniform guards frowned and said, "The few of you, guard the entrance of the state preceptor's hall. Guard the walls well. Once he escapes, capture him immediately. I will inform His Highness." "Yes." The leader of the embroidered uniform guards rushed back to the Crown Prince's residence and reported to the Crown Prince about Long Outyen's escape into the state preceptor's hall. The Crown Prince was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. He really knows how to hide. The only place in Xing that could not be searched was the state preceptor's hall. Even if Long Outyen hid in the palace, it would not be so troublesome. After all, it was easy to find a reason to search the palace, but not the state preceptor's hall. Say that an assassin entered? The state preceptor's hall will say that we will find the assassin ourselves and that there is no need for the Crown Prince to worry. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said, "He knows too many secrets. We cannot let him fall into the hands of the state preceptor's hall. Man, prepare the carriage. I want to go to the state preceptor's hall." Half an hour later, the Crown Prince's carriage arrived at the state preceptor's hall. "Your Highness." The disciple of the state preceptor's hall came forward to greet him. The Crown Prince opened the window and said to the disciple, "I want to see your state preceptor." The disciple of the state preceptor's hall hurriedly went to inform the Crown Prince. Not long after, the state preceptor walked out calmly. Yi Qing was beside him holding an umbrella for him. "Your Highness." The state preceptor greeted him calmly. The Crown Prince was still sitting in the carriage. His gaze fell on the state preceptor's cold face. He had seen the state preceptor's young appearance. He was a handsome man who was not inferior to the Duke of, and time flew by in years past. The state preceptor's face had wrinkles and vicissitudes of life. Rainy days always made people melancholy. Look at what he was thinking. The Crown Prince collected his thoughts and said to the state preceptor, "To be honest, there is a traitor in my residence. My embroidered uniform guards saw him escape into the state preceptor's hall." The state preceptor said, "Is that so? Yi Qing, take people to search. See if there is the assassin that your Highness mentioned in the state preceptor's hall." Yi Qing, "Yes." "Wait." The Crown Prince said in a deep voice, "I want to search myself." Yi Qing said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "Your Highness, this is the state preceptor's hall, not the Crown Prince's palace." The implication was that he did not have the qualifications to search here. The Crown Prince did not look at Yi Qing. He just looked at the state preceptor with his eyes like torches. "What if I must search today?" The two sides looked at each other. The Crown Prince's eyes burst out with strong murderous intent. His attitude was very firm. Today he had to search. Even if he did not want to search, he had to search. Even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality and be scolded by his father for being disrespectful to the state preceptor, he had to find Long Outyen. In the end, the state preceptor gave in. He said, "Yi Qing, take the Crown Prince to search." The Crown Prince said arrogantly, "No need. My people will search by themselves." The Crown Prince walked out of the carriage. The guard on the side opened the umbrella for him. The state preceptor and Yi Qing moved to the side. The Crown Prince brought the embroidered uniform guards and walked in front of the master and disciple. Gu Changqing was heavily injured. Normally there would be bloodstains along the way. However, the rain was too heavy. The traces on the ground had already been washed away by the rain. The Crown Prince's embroidered uniform guards were everywhere. They practically turned the state preceptor's hall upside down. They even went to the purple bamboo forest and the third floor of the library. The state preceptor asked, "Your Highness, did you find anything?" The Crown Prince frowned and asked the leader of the embroidered uniform guards in a low voice, "Did he really enter the state preceptor's hall?" "He did." The leader of the embroidered uniform guards said. At this time, an older and more experienced embroidered uniform guard said, "Your Highness, there is still a place that has not been searched." The Crown Prince said, "Where?" He said, "Qilin Hall. You can't go in." At the entrance of the Qilin Hall, Two embroidered uniform guards were stopped by the state preceptor's hall disciple on duty. The embroidered uniform guards coldly said, "We are under the order of the crown prince to search for assassins." The disciple of the state preceptor hall said, "We don't have any assassins here. His Highness Zhang and the commander are resting. Don't disturb their rest." The embroidered uniform guards sneered, "Ridiculous, a mere imperial grandson dares to stop the crown prince's people. A mere dog of the crown prince's palace dares to criticize the imperial grandson?" Sheng Guanyan's voice came from the back of the hall. Although she was holding a crutch, her eyes were sharp and her aura was fierce. Her whole body was exuding a powerful imperial aura. The candlelight in the hall was dim, only illuminating her slender and straight figure. However, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire state preceptor's hall. At that moment, everyone saw Sheng Guanyan's dignified face. Everyone's heart thumped. They seemed to see the crown princess who was shouting at Chengdu come back. Sheng Guanyan held her crutch and walked out of the ascension ceremony. She came to the door. The powerful crown princess aura instantly made people feel the pressure from the soul. The two embroidered uniform guards unconsciously took a step back. "Third sister, long time no see. How have you been?" The crown prince came from the back with a cold face. Behind him were more than a dozen embroidered uniform guards. Unlike Sheng Guanyan, who was alone. But even so, there was no trace of fear in Sheng Guanyan's eyes. "Imperial father is not here. There's no need to act like a brother and sister." The crown prince smiled sarcastically. "Third sister, you admit it? Your amnesia is fake." Sheng Guanyan said without fear, "If you have evidence, then go to the emperor and report me." The crown prince smiled and said, "Third sister and I are brothers. How can I do such an unreasonable thing? In fact, if third sister wants to go back to Chengdu, you don't have to go through so much trouble. As long as third sister tells me, I will take third sister back." Sheng Guanyan sighed, "Alas, you still like to eat sweet potatoes." The crown prince frowned. Before he could react to this sentence, he saw the embroidered uniform guard next to him was holding back his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The crown prince frowned and asked. The embroidered uniform guard whispered, Your Highness, if you eat too much sweet potatoes you will fart. She is saying that you like to fart." The crown prince? After so many years, third sister really hasn't changed at all. She is still so irritating. Sheng Guanyan spread out her hands. "Unfortunately, you have changed. You have become a lot older. Those who know you say you are my younger brother. Those who don't know you think you are my uncle." The crown prince was so angry that he fell backwards. In these years he has indeed experienced a lot of vicissitudes of life. Unlike Sheng Guanyan, who was a salted fish in the imperial tomb, who was carefree. The crown prince clenched his fists. "Third sister, you don't have to change the topic. Today I came to catch the assassin. Third sister, you are blocking me. Could it be that third sister is harboring the assassin?" Yes, if Long Outyin has nothing to do with the crown princess, why would he hide in the state preceptor's hall at a critical moment? It turned out to be you, Sheng Guanyan. Sheng Guanyan's eyes flashed and she bluffed. "Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, don't slander me." The crown prince narrowed his eyes. "Do you have a guilty conscience, Sheng Guanyan?" He coldly said, "Today I came to catch the assassin. I don't have time to quarrel with you. If you don't want to get hurt, you better get out of the way." Sheng Guanyan said, "What if I don't?" The crown prince smiled coldly, "Then I can only offend you. Someone come. Pull my third sister away." "Stop!" Xiao Heng shouted. He walked out of the corridor and walked through the lobby to the door. His tall body blocked in front of Sheng Guanyan. A disciple of the state preceptor's hall pushed Gu Jiao out behind him. The crown prince looked at Xiao Heng and then looked at Gu Jiao in the wheelchair. His eyes gradually became cold. Wang Su had already probed. The one who lived in the state preceptor's hall was the real imperial grandson. But why did he always feel that something was strange? Xiao Heng faintly glanced at the crowd and said to the crown prince, "Isn't the crown prince's hand stretched too far? My mother was ordered to recuperate in the state preceptor's hall. If you dare to let those servants touch my mother with dirty water, you're not afraid that imperial grandfather will blame you?" The crown prince snapped, "Sheng Guanqing, don't use imperial father to suppress me. As the crown prince, it's natural for me to catch the assassin." Even the state preceptor agreed. "If you know what's good for you, then obediently get out of the way. Otherwise I will also arrest you." Xiao Heng didn't show any fear. "Then you can try." The crown prince narrowed his eyes. "Do it." As soon as his voice fell, a genie guard rushed to Xiao Heng's lapel and grabbed it. Gu Jiao in the wheelchair looked cold. She took off the gauze on her right hand and supported herself on the armrest. Like a small cannon, she hit the genie guard. She grabbed the neck of the genie guard and knocked him out of the Qilin Hall. He fiercely fell on the bluestone floor. With a loud bang, the rainwater on the ground splashed 3 feet high. The water droplets could be seen. The man didn't even have the chance to fight back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The heavy rain fell on her body. Her black hair was wet. She was wearing a young man's long gown, but her thin body emitted a terrifying power. She turned her head in the heavy rain and looked at the crown prince and the genie guards with a ferocious gaze like a blood wolf. "I see who dares to touch him." Chapter 772. The genie guards subconsciously stepped back. This was an instinctive crisis reaction. They couldn't control it for a while. The crown prince clenched his fists. He had witnessed the boy defeating the Shaolin monks in the boxing match. At that time the boy was not so powerful. What happened? How did the boy's strength increase so much? Gu Jiao was also surprised. She found out that her strength had recovered a lot. It was almost 50% of her strength in her previous life. It seemed that the fight with Han Yi was not in vain. If there were 6 more genie guards from the crown prince's mansion, she would not be as embarrassed as before. She could defeat them all. The situation is not good. I didn't expect this boy to become so strong. I didn't bring enough people. I can't search, damn it. The crown prince clenched his fists. At this time, Zhang Dequan's voice suddenly came from behind. "The emperor has arrived. Imperial father came?" The crown prince's face changed. The next second he secretly rejoiced. Imperial father came at the right time. As long as he said that there was an assassin inside, which may endanger the safety of Shangguan Yen and her son, Imperial father will certainly agree to search. The crown prince gave the genie guard's leader a wink and whispered, "What should we do when we find him?" The genie guard's leader whispered, "I know." The crown prince looked at the direction where the emperor came and continued to whisper, "This is our only chance. If we don't get rid of Long Outyin now, when they transfer him to a safe place and come back to expose us, we will be very passive." The genie guard's leader understood. "Your Highness, don't worry. This subordinate will not let Long Outyin have a chance to speak. When he found Long Outyin, he would kill him with a single slash." The emperor came because of the young princess. The heavy rain couldn't stop the young princess from coming to the state preceptor hall to see her little friend. The palace servants held a big oil paper umbrella for the emperor. The young princess was in the emperor's arms, her small body was hidden under the cloak. "Have we arrived?" Her adorable little head popped out from under the cloak. The monarch's face darkened when he saw the scene. He did not let the young princess see him and only handed her to Zhang Dequan. "Bring the young princess in." "Yes." Zhang Dequan carried the young princess and her cloak over. "Where are we going? Where are we going?" the young princess asked as she nestled in the cloak. Zhang Dequan's expression was solemn, but his tone carried a smile as if nothing had happened. "Let's go and find the little commandery princess's schoolmate." The young princess was obedient. "Okay." Zhang Dequan carried the young princess to Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's room. As the savior of the young commandery princess, little Jing Kong also had the right to recuperate in the state preceptor's hall. Everyone in the state preceptor's hall knew that he and the emperor's grandson hit it off and was willing to let him accompany him. In the house the 2 little fellows met. They faced each other and flapped their little arms, like 2 little chicks that had just come out of the nest. "Light Shui, you're here?" "Yes, Jing Kong, I'm here." Zhang Dequan gently closed the door from the inside. Outside the Qilin Hall, the monarch glanced at the crown prince and Xiao Heng who were at loggerheads. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing now?" Xiao Heng coughed weakly. He was no longer as overbearing as he was in front of the crown prince. He felt wronged and weak as he said, "Imperial grandfather, the crown prince bullied me." The crown prince almost choked to death. He finally understood what was wrong with his nephew just now. Before the monarch came, he was so energetic and arrogant. The crown prince gritted his teeth. "Weren't you very energetic just now? Why did you start to look so sick when Imperial father came?" Xiao Heng did not deny it. "Isn't it because there was no one to support me and my mother just now? If I didn't try my best to stay strong, would I have to watch you bully my mother?" The corner of the crown prince's mouth twitched. What a shameless person. Xiao Heng continued to complain. He looked at the genie guard who was beaten by Gu Jiao until he vomited blood and fainted. He pitifully said, "Thanks to Xiao Gongzi's timely action, otherwise the person lying there now would be me. Xiao Gongzi, don't stand in the rain, you still have injuries on your body." Gu Jiao walked to Xiao Heng's side. The monarch looked at the genie guard who fainted, and his eyes turned cold. He said to the crown prince, "Your genie guard attacked Qing'er?" The crown prince hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. "Imperial father, please listen to this son's explanation. Damn it, how come this kid's ability to complain became so powerful?" The monarch looked at the pale Xiao Heng and then looked at Shangguan Yen who was holding a crutch. He said in a cold tone, "Good, I'll listen to your explanation." The crown prince secretly felt bad. If it was Shangguan Yen who was attacked just now, it would be fine. Although it was rude, Shangguan Yen was a concubine after all. But he made people attack the imperial grandson. The monarch didn't depose the imperial grandson. The crown prince had a headache. But he can't let go of his only chance. He can only take the risk. He said, "Imperial father, there was a traitor in this son's mansion. He tried to assassinate this son, but was injured by this son's bodyguard. The bodyguard tracked him and found that he fled to the state preceptor hall. This son insisted on searching because I was worried that the traitor would hurt third sister and Qing'er. But I don't know why third sister and Qing'er tried to stop me. Did you?" The monarch looked at Xiao Heng and Shangguan Yen with a heavy gaze. The mother and son shook their heads together. "No." The crown prince? Shangguan Yen sighed and said, "So it turned out to be searching for an assassin. Can't the crown prince talk nicely? You just came up and started to attack. Those who know will say that you're here to catch the assassin, but those who don't know will think that you're here to catch me. Please." After saying that, she stepped aside to make a path. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao also stepped aside. The crown prince was almost angered to death by this mother and son who inverted black and white. However, why did Shangguan Yen suddenly dare to let him search? Has Long Outyin been transferred? Impossible, his people are guarding the front and back door of the Qilin Hall. Long Outyin must still be in the Qilin Hall. The crown prince led the genie guards into the hall to search. When he brushed past Shangguan Yen lightly said, "Crown prince, when we were children you never won when we played the game of hiding things." The crown prince's pupils shrank. He clenched his fingers and coldly looked at Shangguan Yen. He whispered, "Third sister, don't worry. This time I will never lose." More than a dozen genie guards acted separately and searched the rooms one by one. The monarch, the crown prince, Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao and Shangguan Yen waited in the hall. Not long after, the genie guards came to the hall to report. "You didn't find it?" The crown prince frowned and asked. Everyone shook their heads. The leader of the genie guards said, "There are still 2 rooms that haven't been searched. One is the room where Xiao Junju is playing. The other is the secret room guarded by the men of sacrifice from the state preceptor palace." The crown prince turned his head to look at Shangguan Yen and the other 2. He keenly found that the 3 people's expressions slightly changed, especially the fake Xiao Lulang. He almost rushed out to stop the genie guards. The crown prince asked the monarch, "Imperial father, please allow me to search." The monarch nodded to the crown prince and turned his head to order a disciple of the state preceptor palace, "Call the state preceptor. I want to search the secret room." Gu Jiao clenched her fist and her arms stiffened. Xiao Heng held her wrist to comfort her. All of this was keenly seen by the crown prince. When the state preceptor arrived at the Qilin Hall, the room where Xiao Junju and little Jing Kong were in had been searched by the genie guards. They found nothing. The crown prince said politely, "State preceptor, please allow the people of the crown prince palace to search your secret room." The state preceptor said, "That secret room is guarded by men of sacrifice. No assassin can easily break in. What if they have something to do and left or were led away by someone? State preceptor, can you guarantee that absolutely no such thing will happen?" The crown prince did not suspect that the state preceptor would deliberately cover up. The state preceptor was also involved in the death of the Xinyuan family. He and the crown princess were enemies. The crown princess could recuperate in the state preceptor palace because of the monarch. How could he help her hide people? The state preceptor glanced at Gu Jiao and said to the crown prince, "Does the crown prince not trust the men of sacrifice of the state preceptor palace? I can assure you that there is no one hiding in the secret room." The crown prince smiled. "State preceptor has repeatedly obstructed us. Is there anything in this secret room that we can't see?" The state preceptor opened his mouth. The monarch said impatiently, Okay, stop arguing. State Preceptor, tell your people to get out of the way. The State Preceptor looked at Gu Jiao secretly. Gu Jiao clenched her small fist tightly. It was just that the monarch had issued a decree. Even if he was the State Preceptor, he could not disobey the emperor's will. He said to the two men of sacrifice, "You can leave." The men of sacrifice retreated to the side. The State Preceptor said again, "Yi Qing Yu He, you go open the door." "Yes." The two men cupped their hands and answered. The Crown Prince frowned and winked at the leader of the genie guards. "In a while, when the door opens, remember to rush in and kill Gu Changqing." The leader of the genie guards understood. "Your Highness, rest assured, this little one will not use a knife. This little one will use internal force to shatter his heart meridian." Yi Qing took the key from the two men of sacrifice and brought Yu He to the door. When he went to open the bronze lock, he found a drop of half-dried blood under the bronze lock. "Someone has been here." Yi Qing wanted to ask the two men of sacrifice, "Did you leave just now?" The words were swallowed back to his lips. He did not say anything. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it in a big circle. When he took down the bronze lock, he deliberately touched the iron door. "Is it so slow to open a door?" the Crown Prince lightly asked. Yi Qing retorted, "The door is very heavy. How about your Highness open it yourself?" The Crown Prince humphed. Yi Qing and Yu He worked together to open the heavy iron door. Yu He's skills were not deep, and Yi Qing used less strength, so the door opened slowly. But no matter how slow it was still completely pushed open. When the empty room completely appeared in front of everyone, Gu Changqing's figure could no longer hide. "It's you?" Yu He blurted out. He did not expect that there was someone inside, and it was someone he knew. Yi Qing also recognized Gu Changqing's face, but his temperament was calmer than Yu He's, so he was not surprised. The leader of the genie guards next to the Crown Prince was about to rush in and kill him, but was stopped by the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a very smart person. If he remembered correctly, Yu He had never seen Long Outyen. But why did Yu He look like he saw an acquaintance? He looked back at Shangguan Yen and the other two. Shangguan Yen and Xiao Heng were very nervous. It seemed that there was a good show to watch. Killing Long Outyen was the first choice, but it was not the best choice. If he could prove that Long Outyen and Shangguan Yen colluded, then his harvest would be too big. "This little master is called Yu He? Do you know this person?" the Crown Prince gently asked Yu He. Yi Qing closed his eyes with a headache. How could he not see that his master wanted to protect Xiao Lulang? Yu He, this idiot, let his master's painstaking efforts go to waste. Yu He also felt the powerful aura of his senior apprentice brother, and was scared to speak. The king said, "You just say it, do you know this person?" Yu He bowed his head. "State Preceptor." The king looked at the State Preceptor. The State Preceptor said, "Tell the truth." Yu He got his master's approval, then whispered, "He is a friend of the emperor's grandson and young master Xiao. He came to the State Preceptor Hall several times." The Crown Prince asked again, "When was the first time he came?" Yu He said the date. The Crown Prince laughed. "This person came to my house the next day and said he wanted to rely on me. Peng Hai of the underground martial arts arena can testify. Third sister, so he was a spy you placed beside me." Gu Jiao bravely stepped forward. "This matter has nothing to do with the former crown princess and the emperor's grandson. He and I are both from the Zhao kingdom. Just when His Majesty ordered me to enter the palace to save the crown princess, I encountered a wave of assassination. Coincidentally, young Master Gu arrived in time and saw injustice on the road. Later he learned that we are from the same hometown, so I became friends with young Master Gu. I don't know about him going to the crown prince's palace as an advisor. After that, he did come to the State Preceptor Hall several times, but we are just friends from the same hometown." "Crown Prince, I'll be a fool if I believe you." The Crown Prince wanted to say, "Xiao Lulang, so that's how you got your position as the commander. It's because Long Outyen secretly helped you cheat." But the Crown Prince finally restrained himself. Because even if Long Outyen was a spy sent by Shangguan Yen, it was his idea to let Long Outyen replace the Han family to participate in the selection. He was the one who broke the rules. Forget it, this is a small matter. As long as it can be proven that Long Outyen really did have a relationship with Shangguan Yen, then Shangguan Yen can't escape the crime of murdering the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sneered at Gu Jiao. "Don't take everything on yourself just because you are close to the emperor's grandson. Do you know what crime this person has committed? He tried to assassinate the Crown Prince of Great Yen, which is a capital crime. The mastermind behind him also can't escape the heavy responsibility. Gu Changqing looked at the crown prince with a dignified expression. I didn't try to assassinate you. The crown prince said, don't pretend. Do you dare to let someone check your injuries? Gu Changqing took a step back. I'm not injured. The crown prince sneered, you'll know if you're injured or not. After that, he turned around and bowed to the king. Father, this person was stabbed by a guard in my palace with a sword. The wound is on the right side of his chest. The king looked at Gu Changqing deeply and raised his finger. The crown prince was happy and said, check the wound. The leader of the genie guard stepped forward. Gu Changqing tried to resist, but he was mercilessly held down by the leader. The crown prince thought, you were stabbed by teacher, do you think you still have the strength to resist? The leader of the genie guards pulled Gu Changqing's lapel, but when he pulled his coat, a secret letter fell out. Gu Changqing quickly stepped on it. The leader of the genie guards was one step ahead of him and picked up the secret letter. The leader of the genie guards opened the secret letter, took out the map and looked at it. His face suddenly changed color. The map of the crown prince's palace, the map of the Han family's military camp. Well done Long Ao Tian, you actually stole so many secret things from my hands. But you stole it really well. You never expected that I would find them on the spot. The crown prince only wanted to laugh 3 times. Originally, it was not easy to prove that Long Outyen and Shangguanyen colluded. But now, with the irrefutable evidence, even if he didn't say anything, his father wouldn't believe that Shangguanyen was innocent, right? After all, besides Shangguanyen, who else would deliberately deal with the crown prince's palace? Father. The crown prince emotionally looked at the king. The king's eyes fell on Shangguanyen's lowered eyebrows. What else do you have to say? Shangguanyen lightly said, I don't anyway, you never believe me. The king flew into a rage out of shame. Did you do it? I want you to say it. Gu Changqing quickly said, no. It's not the crown princess. It's my own idea. Everything has nothing to do with the crown princess. Your Majesty, if you want to punish someone, punish me alone. I am willing to bear all the blame. The king ignored Gu Changqing and looked at Shangguanyen sternly. So, it's really you? Shangguanyen turned her face away. The king's anger filled his chest. Shangguanyen, you let me down. Gu Changqing anxiously said, Your Majesty, it really has nothing to do with the crown princess. It's all my fault. The crown princess didn't know. The crown prince chuckled, You're about to die, but you still want to exonerate her. You're really loyal to my third sister. The king didn't want to see this spy again. Take him away. Execute him. Wait. Xiaoheng said. The king angrily looked at Xiaoheng. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't blindly meddle. Xiaoheng's tone was calm. Imperial grandfather, I just have a doubt. Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince clamor to check his injuries? Why didn't he continue after dropping this secret letter? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. It seems that they forgot to continue the examination. The main thing was that the evidence was irrefutable, plus Gu Changqing himself indirectly admitted it, so it didn't matter whether they checked it or not. Xiaoheng walked step by step toward Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's body dodged backward. Xiaoheng stretched out his hand, and Gu Changqing violently broke free from the 2 embroidered uniform guards and hit Xiaoheng with his palm. Gu Jiao pulled Xiaoheng away with one hand and grabbed Gu Changqing's lapel with the other, pulling it to the bottom. Gu Changqing's bandaged chest was exposed. Gu Jiao didn't show any mercy and removed the blood-stained gauze as well. However, there was no wound on his skin. The blood on the gauze was fake. The crown prince was stunned. Wait, how could this be? Where's his injury? Xiaoheng had an expression of sudden realization. He turned his gaze to the crown prince and said bitterly, Uncle Crown Prince, you really put on a good show. If I hadn't noticed that something was wrong in time, I'm afraid you really would have been able to get away with it. You really put in a lot of effort to frame my mother. I didn't. The crown prince was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out what had happened. Where did Long Outyen's injury go? It couldn't be a different person. It was impossible. They had searched the state preceptor's hall and there was no hiding place. What's more, this person looked exactly the same as Long Outyen. Even his voice was the same. How could it be a different person? Just as the crown prince's thoughts were running fast, Gu Changqing suddenly came to the door. Using his internal force, he slammed the iron door shut. The state preceptor Yi Qing, Yu He, and the others were all locked outside. In the secret room, only the king, Shangguanyen, Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao, Gu Changqing, the crown prince, and the leader of the embroidered uniform guards were left. What are you going to do? The crown prince looked at Gu Changqing vigilantly. Gu Changqing evilly hooked up his lips. Master, don't you see it? This rotten old man doesn't have you in his heart. The person he loves the most has always been Shangguan Yin. Shangguan Yin used self-injury to frame you in the palace. Didn't he see the clues? But he still wants to side with her. He wants to protect her. Today the plan was exposed. With this rotten old man's endless bias, you won't be easily forgiven. Since that's the case, you might as well go all the way. Kill all of them. Then put the blame on Shangguan Yan's head. Xiao Heng seamlessly connected, not giving the crown prince a chance to speak. You're crazy. Do you want to kill the emperor? No. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing didn't give him a chance to interrupt. So what? Take this. Gu Changqing pulled out his long sword and stabbed at the king. The king was still immersed in the anger of that rotten old man. This bastard actually called him a rotten old man. The long sword stabbed into the king's body. The king was shocked. However, the pain he imagined didn't come. Shangguan Yin rushed over and blocked the sword for the king. Gu Jiao kicked Gu Changqing away. The long sword was also pulled out from Shangguan Yan's body. Blood splattered everywhere, mercilessly splashing on the king's face. The king's whole body froze. He almost instinctively hugged Shangguan Yin, who fell in his arms. Shangguan Yin coughed up blood. The monarch crouched down with her in his arms and used his hand to cover her wound. She had been pierced through and blood was gushing out of her back and chest. She could not stop it no matter how hard she tried. The king, who was calm, began to unconsciously panic. Yenu? He hadn't called this name for more than 10 years. Shangguan Yin looked at him with her dying breath, tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't want to block the sword for you. I haven't forgiven you, but you are my father. I have no mother. I can't, no father. The king's heart suddenly clenched into a ball and was in severe pain. Yenu? Shangguan Yan's body temperature was rapidly decreasing. Her tears and blood flowed down together. I hate you, hate that you always don't believe me. I waited for you in the imperial tomb, for so many years. You never came to see me. I hate you, she cried sadly in the pool of blood. Most of the things in the world are only cherished when they are lost. The king had never felt Shangguan Yan's death so clearly. He suddenly realized that he was losing her, losing his only flesh and blood with Shenyuan Han Yen. All the unpleasant memories of the past disappeared, and the only thing left in his mind was Shangguan Yan's goodness. He hugged Shangguan Yen in his arms. His throat couldn't help but swell with pain. I thought you hated me, and didn't want to see me? On this side, the father and daughter were separated by life and death. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing were inseparable. The crown prince was dumbfounded. One after another, he was dumbfounded. Reason told him that it was fake. But everything was too real. Gu Jiao kicked Gu Changqing again and sent him flying into the wall. Gu Changqing was stuck on the wall for 3 seconds before he fell down. Gu Changqing? Or to be exact, Gu Qingfeng covered his chest and madly cursed in his heart. No way, smelly girl, it's just acting. Do you have to be so realistic? Gu Jiao, humph, I'm very dedicated. Chapter 773. Gu Jiao's literary drama is not good. It's very exaggerated and easy for people to fall out of character. But her martial arts drama is really good. Every move, every style, to their heart's content, makes people cry out in satisfaction. Genie Guard leader, cough cough, it seems that this feeling is not right. What are you doing? Hurry up and help. The crown prince finally came back to his senses. In fact, he was still somewhat confused. It's mainly because Xiao Heng and the others' acting is too good. The crown prince himself was almost moved. He seems to see the emperor and Shangguan Yin have an accident. His dawn has come. He is going to ascend the throne. On the importance of actors and scripts. Of course, he hasn't completely lost his mind. He doesn't have the guts to kill his father. The Genie Guard leader received the order and rushed toward Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's lips hooked up. Great, you came to help me. Let's kill him together. Kill the emperor, that rotten old man. The Genie Guard leader staggered. Mother, I'm not here to help you. I'm here to kill you. If Gu Qingfeng doesn't admit it, you're not here to kill me. In the three-way melee, the emperor's attention was attracted by Shangguan Yin. How could he care about the 3 people fighting? That's it. Kill Xiao Lulang. Gu Qingfeng caught the Genie Guard leader's sword with both hands and opened his mouth. The genie guard leader was mad. Stop acting. Gu Qingfeng, you saw through me. I'm indeed injured. I can't force myself to use my martial arts. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to treat my injuries. The genie guard leader's body shook. This is also possible. Gu Qingfeng dodged and pushed him away. Gu Jiao perfectly dealt with the genie guard leader. The next one is Gu Qingfeng. He can't be left alive. If he dies, there will be no evidence. Gu Jiao snatched the long sword from his hand and turned around to stab his waist. The blood bag that she had hidden in advance instantly burst open. Gu Qingfeng flicked his wide sleeves and stuffed a small blood capsule into his mouth. He bit the capsule and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell straight to the ground. Died. In the end, Gu Jiao's sword was pressed against the crown prince's neck. Stop. Xiao Heng's expression was grave as he called out to her, Young Master Xiao, it would be better if His Highness the Crown Prince was handed over to my imperial grandfather. On the other side, Shangguan Yan's head tilted in the monarch's arms and her arms drooped down. The emperor's face. Yan. Gu Jiao threw her sword away and walked over quickly. She knelt down on one knee and said, Let me see. Qingfeng's fingertips touched Shangguan Yan's neck. She's still breathing. She should have fainted due to excessive blood loss. Her situation is very dangerous. The bleeding must be stopped immediately. The emperor taking the initiative to punish Shangguan Yan and passively watching Shangguan Yan get injured were two completely different states of mind. One was that he knew in his heart that he wouldn't hurt Shangguan Yan's life. The other was that he could only leave everything to God. The emperor forced himself to calm down. Where's the state preceptor? State preceptor. Open the door. Call the state preceptor in. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng quietly exchanged a look. Xiao Heng said, I'll see how to open the door. Xiao Darren, please find a way to stop my mother's bleeding. According to the plan, the door was unbreakable. The emperor must be immersed in this atmosphere. He must feel the anger of being betrayed by his son, the pain of being saved by his daughter, and all the debt he owed to his daughter. In this state of mind, the emperor could give the most impulsive punishment to the crown prince. Please give her to me. Gu Jiao said to the emperor. The emperor's hands trembled as he handed Shangguan Yan, who was covered in blood, to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put Shangguan Yan on the floor. My clothes are wet. It's inconvenient to treat the patient's wound. Your Majesty, please lend me your clothes. The emperor took off the bright yellow dragon robe and handed it to Gu Jiao without saying a word. He was even willing to give up his precious dragon robe. The monarch was really going all out this time. Gu Jiao didn't care about the emperor's dragon robe. The emperor must pay a big enough price for Shangguan Yan so that it would be more unforgettable. Gu Jiao tore the dragon robe. Remember, Emperor of Great Yan, this is the evidence of your love for Shangguan Yan. When you recall it in the future, you must be moved by today's action. Hurry up and deal with the crown prince. The secret room was suffocating. State preceptor, how do we open this door? Can you open it from the outside? Xiao Heng stood behind the iron door and asked anxiously. In fact, the mechanism of the iron door was pulled by Gu Qingfeng. It was impossible to open it from the outside. Outside the door, Yi Qing looked at the state preceptor with a complicated look. The state preceptor said, We are trying to find a way. You can hold on for a while. Yi Qing was shocked. Xiao Heng said, Hurry up, my mother's injury is too serious. She will die soon. The state preceptor said, I know. Yuhi, go and find some tools to pry open the door. Yes, sure Phil. Yuhi's feet did not touch the ground as he left. Only Yi Qing was left looking at the state preceptor in surprise. He wanted to say something but stopped. Outside the door, in addition to the death warriors and disciples of the state preceptor hall, there were more than a dozen crown prince's brocade guards. He had some doubts, so he had to wait until private to talk to his master. In the secret room, when the emperor heard that the door couldn't be opened for a while, he couldn't help but be anxious. He asked Gu Jiao, How is she? Hasn't the bleeding stopped yet? Gu Jiao knelt beside Shangguan Yan and tried to stop the bleeding for Shangguan Yan. Her face was also full of Shangguan Yan's blood, which looked shocking. Gu Jiao said, Not yet, the injury is too serious. There are no medicinal materials or surgical equipment here. There is no effective way to stop the bleeding. Gu Jiao's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The emperor's anger toward the crown prince finally reached its peak. He coldly walked toward the crown prince. I thought you were kind and respectful. Among all the princes you have the most innocent heart. Even Elder Yang praised you for your good words and actions. You never forget the cleavage. You are neither the eldest son nor the first son. I resolutely set you as the crown prince of the great Yen. Over the years, I know you have played some political games in the open and in the dark. I allowed you to cultivate your own forces and turned a blind eye to your efforts to win over the aristocratic families. I know you can't be a scheming and opinionated emperor. As long as you don't go too far, you can use the appropriate means. But Zhen never thought that Zhen's indulgence would actually grow your ambition. You are not satisfied with being the crown prince, are you? You want to kill the emperor. You want to ascend the throne as soon as possible. The emperor's aura was released. The crown prince's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. Father. I didn't kill the emperor. I also don't know what's going on with Long Out Yin. Father, if you don't believe me, please summon Pang Hai. Pang Hai can prove that he colluded with Xiao Lulang first, then go to my mansion. The emperor coldly pointed at the dead Gu Chengfeng on the ground. How can it be so coincidental that he met Xiao Lulang when he was being hunted? The crown prince was startled. The emperor flicked his sleeves and withdrew his hand. His words were like ice. Do you really think I'm old and muddle-headed that I can't see through your little tricks? It was you who purposely led this person to save Xiao Lulang and let him get close to Xiao Lulang. He often came to the Imperial Preceptor Hall to visit Xiao Lulang. Coincidentally, Yen and Qing also lived in the Qilin Hall. Thus, there was a false impression that he was in close contact with the deposed crown princess and the emperor's eldest grandson. Your arrangements were really exquisite. Even the Imperial Preceptor Hall's disciple became your witness. The crown prince was simply stunned. Gu Jiao was also quite surprised. She couldn't tell that the emperor's imagination was so strong. Xiao Heng's talent in writing scripts couldn't have been inherited from his family, right? Father. I really didn't. You must believe me. Today's matter was not done by me. I didn't know anything. The emperor obviously didn't believe him. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound. The great Yin emperor was really paranoid. However, speaking of which, if he wasn't paranoid, he wouldn't have destroyed the Shenyuan clan because of a mere prophecy or two. Everything in the world is a double-edged sword. The crown princess and the Shenyuan clan were once hurt by the emperor's paranoid nature. Now it's your turn. The heavenly law is good for reincarnation. The emperor looked at the crown prince in disappointment. He held back his monstrous anger and heartache. Your virtue is unworthy of your position. You can even do things like killing your father and killing the emperor. It's my fault that I didn't see the big picture at that time. That's why your ambition grew day by day and reached a point of no return. Fortunately, it's not too late to set things right. Zhang Dequan. Xiao Heng turned around and said blankly, Imperial Grandfather, Eunuch Zhang is not here. The emperor said without hesitation, then you record it. Xiao Heng nodded blankly, yes. Imperial Grandfather, please instruct me. The iron door was thick and heavy. It was soundproof, but for masters with internal force and strong five senses, it wasn't difficult to hear the conversation inside. When the emperor finished reading the last sentence, the crown prince's desperate cry came from the secret room. Don't, Imperial Father? Yi Qing couldn't help but look at the state preceptor again. What should I do? The door can't be pried open. Huh? It's open. It's open. Of course it could be opened. Xiao Heng pulled the mechanism. He did it very carefully. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was he who pried open the iron door. But Yi Qing clearly knew that this iron door couldn't be pried open with tools. The imperial grandson and Xiao Lulang thought that locking it from the inside would prevent them from breaking in, but in fact, there was a main mechanism outside the iron door. A gentle pull could make the iron door collapse instantly. This was the main mechanism that only Yi Qing and the state preceptor knew. Yi Qing wanted to ask his master, why didn't he open the door? But in the end he didn't ask anything. He was his master's disciple. He only needed to believe in his master and follow his master. After everyone had entered the secret room, Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, all of you can leave. It's not easy for her to move around. I'm going to stitch her up here. Your Highness Zhangsen, please go to my room and bring my medicine box over. Okay. Xiao Heng said. State Preceptor. The emperor looked at the state preceptor. Gu Jiao was really worried that this guy would say, let this lord take a look. Then she would be exposed. The state preceptor said, Your Majesty, let's leave first. When the emperor heard him say this, he didn't insist on letting the state preceptor treat her. After all, the last time Sheng Guanyin was seriously injured, it was Xiao Lulang who pulled her back from the gates of hell. Xiao Yulong's medical skills seemed to be above the state preceptor. The group of people went out of the secret room. Xiao Heng took Gu Jiao's small medicine box and then went out of the secret room. He had a reason to stay inside, but it was safer for him to stay outside. First, to prevent someone from breaking in, and second, to deal with Gu Qingfeng's body. The emperor's eyes were about to crack, and his headache came again. Xiao Heng supported him and said with concern, "Imperial grandfather, you go to the side room to rest first. I will take care of things here." The emperor nodded and went to the side room diagonally opposite. Xiao Heng called his coachman and asked him to find a place to bury the body. In the secret room, Shangguan Yen fell asleep. In order to achieve the effect of excessive blood loss, Shangguan Yen took a little medicine which can reduce the body temperature and weaken the pulse. The side effect is drowsiness. It's just that Gu Jiao didn't expect her to really fall asleep. How big is this person's heart? Shangguan Yen, don't you need strength to cry? Gu Jiao first took away the blood bag and pork props from Shangguan Yan's body and changed her into dry clothes. Then she took out the small medicine box and put it in the groove on the wall. Today's matter was a trap from beginning to end. From the moment Gu Changqing was seriously injured and went to Gu Jiao, he decided to use his injury to do one last thing for Gu Jiao. He wanted to pretend to assassinate the crown princess and frame the crown prince. After all, everyone knew that he was the crown prince's aide, and he also participated in the selection as a Han family's child. Even if the crown prince wanted to say that he was a spy, no one would believe it. But after several people thought about it, they felt that there was a flaw in this method. Gu Changqing had entered and left the State Preceptor Hall, and the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall recognized him. Peng Hai also knew that Gu Changqing had saved Xiao Lulang. Gu Changqing met Xiao Lulang first, and then went to seek refuge with the crown prince. No matter how they looked at it, it was more like they had planted Gu Changqing as a spy in the crown prince's palace. After thinking about it, Xiao Heng had a new plan in his heart. He asked Xiao Jiu to bring a letter and call Gu Qingfeng over. Gu Qingfeng's speed must be fast. He must dress up as Gu Changqing before the crown prince forcibly searched the State Preceptor Hall. He was Gu Changqing's younger brother, so his facial features were similar. With the help of Gu Jiao's imitation makeup, people who were not familiar with him would not be able to see the difference. Apart from the important factor of Gu Qingfeng, there were two other keys to the success of this plan. The first was to lure away the death warriors guarding the secret room. Although Xiao Heng didn't know martial arts, with his identity as the crown prince, it was not a problem for him to trick two death warriors. The old chancellor's disciple was just that amazing. After the death warriors were lured away, Gu Jiao brought Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng into the secret room. She took out a small medicine box and had Gu Changqing lie in the operation room. That place was a completely different dimension, so after taking away the medicine box, no one would be able to see it anymore. As for Gu Qingfeng, he was left in the secret room. Due to the lack of time, Gu Jiao didn't have time to lock the door properly. She was really worried that the state preceptor would see through the clues and guess that she was the one who did it. In order to clean up the mess for her, he would trick the monarch to leave. Why did she think that the state preceptor would cover for her? This was something she also couldn't understand. He was clearly a very cunning person, yet she was worried that he would come help her. This was truly a strange kind of worry. Fortunately, the state preceptor didn't let Yi Qin cover for her. Only then could the later plan be carried out smoothly. And the second key to success was the monarch. According to the original plan, they had to make a big fuss with the crown prince in the Qilin Hall. Only when the situation couldn't be resolved would the monarch be alerted. Who would have thought that the monarch would actually come himself? It was at least half an hour earlier than expected. Don't underestimate this half an hour. The earlier the plan was completed, the earlier Gu Jiao could enter the operation room to rescue Gu Changqing. They were racing against time with the King of Hell. What the little princess unintentionally fought for was the hope of Gu Changqing being saved for them. D. A cold mechanical sound came from the instrument. Gu Jiao walked over. Gu Changqing, who had already changed into a hospital gown, was weakly lying on the operation table. He was seriously injured and his consciousness was already blurred. However, the moment Gu Jiao walked towards him, he seemed to have sensed something and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. He was wearing an oxygen mask and didn't have the strength to speak. Don't speak. Gu Jiao noticed his breathing. You have to conserve your strength. Also, I'm going to perform the operation on you. After she finished speaking, she prepared to anesthetize Gu Changqing. However, she discovered that there was no anesthetic in the medicine cabinet. She suddenly remembered that Gu Changqing had a rare anti-anesthetic physique. The small medicine box had already judged him, so it wouldn't prepare anesthetic for him. Last time at the border she had to stitch him raw. However, it wasn't so serious last time. He was able to endure it. Gu Jiao suddenly felt that the scalpel in her hand had become heavy. It was as heavy as 1,000 pounds of gold. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Gu Changqing's heart rate and blood pressure began to drop rapidly. A red line appeared on the instrument and the alarm sounded. Gu Jiao frowned. Only then did she discover that Gu Changqing's injuries were more serious than the previous diagnosis. Gu Changqing had been using the last of his internal energy to stabilize his injuries. He had been pretending that it wasn't that serious. He didn't have 2 hours to wait. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than an hour. Gu Jiao tightened her grip on the scalpel. Why did you do this? If she had known that his injuries were so serious, she wouldn't have agreed to the plan to overthrow the crown prince. She would have directly performed the operation on him. After all, the crown prince wouldn't be able to find them. Gu Changqing looked at his sister weakly. His pale lips curled up slightly. You want to send little Jing Kong home. I want to send you home too. Even if I fall, I want to become a brick under your feet and pave the way for you home. Chapter 774. In the middle of the night, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. Renshou Palace was silent. Jiao Jiao. On the phoenix bed, Empress Dowager Zhuang woke up with a start. She opened her eyes and saw the familiar top of the bed. She was in a trance for a moment. Empress Dowager, what's wrong? Eunuch Qin, who was on duty outside the door, heard the movement. He pushed the door open and came to Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix bed. He lifted the curtain and hung it with a hanging hook. This summer was not as hot as previous years. In addition, there was an ice basin in the bedchamber. Eunuch Qin came in and felt cool, but Empress Dowager Zhuang was sweating. Empress Dowager Zhuang was panting in shock. Eunuch Qin looked at her worriedly. Empress Dowager, did you have a nightmare again? Did you dream of Miss Gu again? I just heard you call Miss Gu's name. Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted the thin silk quilt. Eunuch Qin knew that she wanted to get out of bed and quickly reached out to help her. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat up with his help. Eunuch Qin wanted to kneel down to help her put on her shoes. She waved her hand. It's okay. In by Shui Alley no one served her. She had to work. She was used to it. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked to the window with her shoes on. Eunuch Qin put down the curtain and walked over to open the window. He lit a piece of incense that Gu Jiao made before she left. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the stars in the sky and the lonely crescent moon. She sighed. I've been gone for so long. I don't know how things are over there. Did Gu Yan survive? Eunuch Qin smiled. Young Master Gu is blessed by the heavens. He will be able to turn misfortune into blessing. What's more, he has Miss Gu and Lord Shao by his side. Empress Dowager, are you still worried about their abilities? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. The Yen Kingdom is an unshakable mountain. A person's ability is small and ridiculous in front of this mountain. But even so, these two children will not give up, right? Empress Dowager. What was she talking about? Why did he not understand? Empress Dowager Zhuang said faintly, a mayfly trying to shake a tree, how ridiculous is that? The more Eunuch Qin listened, the more confused he became. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked in the direction of the Yen Kingdom. I have been dreaming of bad things these days. Eunuch Qin asked respectfully, what did you dream of? Empress Dowager Zhuang said with lingering fear, I dreamed that Jiao Jiao fell in a pool of blood on the land of the Yen Kingdom and could never return to my side. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, you're too worried about Miss Gu. What you think about in the day, you dream of it at night. What's more, dreams are the opposite of reality. Seeing blood in a dream, unexpected wealth in a dream. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that there is such a thing. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, how can I coax you? Empress Dowager Zhuang still stared into the distance. I remember telling you that before I was 16, I was the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family. After 16, I was the Empress of the Zhao Kingdom. At 40, I became the Empress Dowager of the Zhao Kingdom. I have been living for the Zhuang family, the imperial court, and the Zhao Kingdom all my life. At this age, I don't have many years left to live. I want to live for myself. Eunuch Qin was scared by these words and hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, you have to live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly, I don't want to live a long life. I just want my Jiao Jiao back. Clearwater Alley. The old chancellor finished writing the last memorial and put it on the table with an ink stone. He took a deep breath and said, "There should be no more, right? What should be explained has been explained clearly. But even if it was not explained clearly, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. I'm not the only one in the imperial court." He was good at the study of thick black in the officialdom. When it came to dealing with people and things, he alone was better than thousands of soldiers and horses. But to help the emperor govern the country, he still needed someone like Grand Secretary Yuan. "If I have neglected anything, old Yuan will naturally think it over for His Majesty. There is no need for me to worry about this." As the old chancellor spoke, he took out a bag that had been packed a long time ago from the cabinet. Finally, he picked up the document that took more than a month to successfully forge. Facing death calmly, he said, "Ahing Master has come to find you." He carried the bag and left the room. Thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed that it was going to rain. He had to quickly go to the relay station. The carriage had already been prepared there. He removed the latch and carefully opened the courtyard door. A flash of lightning appeared, illuminating the old lady's small and gloomy figure at the door. The old chancellor was scared out of his wits and almost went to see the previous emperor on the spot. The old chancellor quickly pulled his 3 souls and 7 spirits back into his body and angrily said, "Zhuang Jins, what are you doing?" Zhuang Jins said expressionlessly, "I also want to go." The old chancellor's eyes flashed and hid the bag in his hand behind his back. Go, go, go. Go where? Go where? I don't understand what you are saying in the middle of the night." Zhuang Jins carried the bag in one hand and raised the kitchen knife in the other hand. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. "Are you bringing me or not? If not, I will kill you." Old Chancellor, Great Yen Imperial Tutor Hall. The monarch was angered by the crown prince. His headache was getting worse and worse. Imperial tutor Darren had a disciple boil a bowl of tranquilizing and pain-relieving medicine for him. After taking it, the monarch fell asleep under the effect of the medicine. Gu Chengfeng, who had washed off his disguise, was pacing back and forth in the corridor outside the secret room. He didn't say anything, but he was so nervous that he bit his fingers. Xiaoheng stood quietly opposite the secret room. The people in the Imperial Tutor Hall had all left. Even the 2 men of sacrifice who were guarding the secret room were standing outside the main door of the Qilin Hall. Xiaoheng looked calm on the surface. In his heart, he was very worried about Gu Changqing's situation. However, the monarch came earlier than expected. The rescue for Gu Changqing was also carried out earlier. There should be hope for him to be cured, right? My eldest brother will be fine, right? Gu Qingfeng asked. This was the 37th time he asked. Xiaoheng answered him patiently like the 36th time, "Believe in your eldest brother and believe in her." Gu Chengfeng bit his fingers and muttered, "Yes, that's right. That girl can't do anything else, but her medical skills are not bad. She will definitely be able to cure my eldest brother. My eldest brother can survive. He can. My eldest brother hasn't gotten married yet, he can't die like this." Xiaoheng didn't disturb his muttering. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The road they were going to take was an extremely dangerous one. It was filled with unknown dangers. Everyone could be sacrificed at any time. They were already very weak. Gu Changqing's mishap had undoubtedly made their already weak camp even worse. They had to pay such a terrible price just to pull the crown prince off his horse. It could be foreseen that the road ahead would be very difficult. But even so, they still had to go on without turning back. After 6 hours, Gu Jiao finally came out of the secret room. The moment the iron door opened, Gu Chengfeng rushed in. "How is my eldest brother?" Xiaoheng followed closely behind. Gu Jiao took the small medicine box and closed the passage to another dimension. At first glance, the secret room returned to its previous emptiness. But Xiaoheng and Gu Qingfeng had both seen the operating room when they sent Gu Changqing in. It was real. But it had really disappeared. This was the first time they had felt Gu Jiao's secret so clearly. Gu Jiao said, "He is in the intensive care unit. His life is not out of danger yet." It was strange. In the past, she could only see the operating room. There were several doors in the operating room. In the past, she could only open the door that connected to the secret room. Today, another door was opened. Behind the door was an intensive care unit. She guessed that with the recovery of her strength, the damaged brainwaves had also been repaired to a certain extent. This allowed her to have more connections with the small medicine box, which also allowed the small medicine box to open more dimensions. My eldest brother will get better, right? Gu Qingfeng had never looked at Gu Jiao with such pleading eyes. Gu Jiao said, I will do my best to save him. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she would not give up. Gu Changqing, don't give up. I don't want you to be a brick under my feet. I want to fight side by side with you. How are you? Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm fine. Let's go out first. This was not the place to talk. Xiaoheng carried the sleeping Shangguan Yan out of the secret room. Gu Jiao had to go back to the room to change her clothes before coming in. Gu Qingfeng was the last one. He looked at Gu Jiao's obviously delicate and slender back, but it seemed to be full of endless power. He thought of her incomprehensible secrets. He opened his mouth and stopped her. Are you a god in the sky? Gu Jiao paused her footsteps, half-turned her head and looked at the shadow on the ground. Maybe I'm just a demon. Gu Qingfeng froze. This road is very dangerous. I'll go alone. Don't come near me. Don't make any more sacrifices. It doesn't matter. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and looked at her back. Whether you're a human or a ghost, a god or a demon, it doesn't matter. You're not afraid? Gu Jiao stopped and asked him. Her ability and her knowledge were not something that people in this space-time could understand. It was easy for people to regard her as a monster. Gu Qingfeng's heart was terrified, but his mouth didn't admit it. How can a demon be injured? It also bleeds the same blood as us. Gu Jiao, is it? Gu Qingfeng coughed softly. Hey, big brother is injured. I'll protect you from now on. Gu Jiao continued to walk forward, faintly pulling her lips. Beat me first. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Chapter 775. Gu Jiao first went to Xiaoheng's place to see little Jing Kong. The two little kids had played for the whole night and were so tired that they fell asleep. Because the monarch's headache had flared up and he was resting in the side room of the Qilin Hall, the young princess didn't return to the palace. The two little kids fell asleep on the bed. Gu Jiao bent down and touched little Jing Kong's forehead, then touched the young princess's forehead. She said softly, "Thank you, Light Shui." If the young princess hadn't brought the monarch to Gu Changqing in advance by a freak combination of factors and bought an hour for Gu Changqing would have been a cold corpse by the time they finished fighting with the crown prince. Although Gu Changqing wasn't out of danger yet, at least she had a chance to save him. The young princess naturally couldn't hear what her teacher was saying. She was sleeping very soundly. Her small mouth opened and closed and she was happily snoring. Gu Jiao returned to her room. She fetched water from the side room to wash her hair and shower, then changed into a set of dry clothes. Just as she fastened her belt, there was a knock on the door. "It's me," Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao walked over and opened the door for him. She had just taken a bath and was wearing loose pajamas. It was late at night, and her black hair was casually tied up with a cloth towel. A strand of black hair slipped out and drooped on the left side of her face. The black hair was as black as ink, and the water droplets on the ends of her hair seemed to be falling but not falling. Her skin was crystal clear and delicate, and the red birthmark on her cheeks was as beautiful as a peach. Xiaoheng really just came to see her, but this scene gave him a huge impact. His breathing stopped and his throat moved. Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She was wearing them very well. Nothing was exposed. Xiaoheng cleared his throat and forced himself to calm down. He handed her a bowl of hot ginger soup to cover up his gaffe. "The kitchen just made this ginger soup. You were drenched in the rain just now. Drink some to avoid catching a cold." "Oh." Gu Jiao reached out to take the ginger soup. "I'll do it," Xiaoheng said, then paused. "Is it convenient for you to come in?" "Sure." Gu Jiao stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Xiaoheng brought the ginger soup into the house. Gu Jiao had just taken a bath in the side room. The air was filled with the cold fragrance of the Chinese honey locust flower and her enchanting body fragrance. Xiaoheng had to expend a great deal of effort to prevent himself from being distracted. Gu Jiao opened the window. The rain had stopped and the smell of moist soil and grass came from the courtyard. It was refreshing. "Drink the ginger soup," Xiaoheng said. "Okay." Gu Jiao walked over and sat down on the stool. She picked up the bowl and drank the brown sugar ginger soup. "Did you add sugar?" "Didn't you?" Xiaoheng's gaze swept over her flat stomach. He said calmly, "Yes, I added a little." Gu Jiao's period was coming, but she didn't remember it. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Well, she remembered it again. Xiaoheng moved the stool and sat down in front of her. "How's your injury?" Gu Jiao reached out her hand. "It's been a long time." Her injury healed very quickly. The flesh on her palm that was badly mangled by the rains had already scabbed and fallen off. She didn't feel anything during the operation. Your leg, Xiaoheng said again. During the day her legs were so weak that she had to sit in a wheelchair. A person could stimulate infinite potential in a critical moment, but after that she would feel twice as exhausted and weak. Gu Jiao looked at her legs that suddenly didn't listen to her. She frowned. It's fine if you don't say it. Now that you mention it, it's a little bit. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. He bent down and put Gu Jiao's leg on his lap. His slender fingers gently kneaded her leg. He rubbed it so comfortably that Gu Jiao couldn't help but squint her eyes in enjoyment. She was like a kitten that wanted to yawn after being stroked. Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. He thought of something and stopped. Gu Jiao noticed his expression and asked, "Do you have something to ask me?" Xiaoheng thought for a moment and nodded. "Indeed. I have some doubts." Gu Jiao said, "It's about the operating room?" Xiaoheng said, "That's right." Gu Jiao could almost guess that what she showed today was beyond the knowledge of this time and space. It was a miracle that they didn't ask her on the spot. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but ask when he entered the secret room for the second time. He was more powerful and had been holding back until now. "What do you think?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng thought of the sentence that he heard in the corridor. Gu Qingfeng asked if she was a god. He said, "I almost thought that you were a fairy in the sky and used the magic of the 9 palaces in the sky." Gu Jiao smiled. "It's actually not magic. It's science." Xiaoheng was slightly stunned and looked at her in confusion. "Science?" Gu Jiao chose her words carefully and said, "There are many dimensions in the universe, and each dimension has its own space. Maybe there is a car in front of us, but because of the different dimensions we can't see each other." Xiaoheng didn't quite understand. However, he had read an entire book of the Yen Kingdom and received a lot of knowledge in the field of mathematics that didn't belong to this time and space. Compared to Gu Qingfeng, who couldn't digest such information at all, his acceptance level was much higher. "Can you tell me about it?" He was full of curiosity. Gu Jiao said, "Of course. Let me think about it. Where should I start?" The difference between them was not their identities in 2 different time and space, but their philosophical and scientific worldviews. Gu Jiao decided to start with the origin of the universe, the Big Bang. She tried to omit those professional words and described a unique cosmic feast to him in a simple tone as if she was telling a story to a baby. Even so, Xiaoheng still had a lot of things that he couldn't understand immediately. He secretly remembered it. He wasn't the kind of person who would deny the existence of something if he hadn't seen it. Compared to the 8-legged essay of the imperial examination, what Gu Jiao said aroused his strong interest. "There are also people who don't agree with the theory of the Big Bang," Gu Jiao said. "What do you think?" Xiaoheng asked. "It doesn't matter. I'm not interested anyway," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng was speechless. "You can remember so much even if you're not interested. If you're interested, won't you be heaven-defying?" Gu Jiao looked at him in deep thought and said, "That's it for today. Digest it well. I'll continue with it another day." "Okay." Xiaoheng nodded. Gu Jiao said, "I should go see Gu Changqing." "Ah, right, there's something I don't quite understand." Xiaoheng asked, "What is it?" Gu Jiao paused and said, "Gu Changqing said that the crown prince." "No, he's not the crown prince anymore. Sheng Guanqi already knows that I'm not the real Xiao Lulang. Why didn't he expose me in front of the king?" Xiaoheng also carefully analyzed this point. He said, "Because exposing you only proves that you're a bad person. It can't wash away his crime of regicide. These are 2 completely different things. Even if he insists that you're a spy sent by Sheng Guanyin, where's the evidence? If he can't come up with evidence, it'll become another empty slander against Sheng Guanyin." Gu Jiao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Xiaoheng then said, "There's another important reason. You don't have a strong backer. It's more advantageous for the Black Wind Cavalry to fall into your hands than the other aristocratic families. It'll be easier for him to get it back in the future." Gu Jiao snorted, "So he's actually using me? Sheng Guanqi is more scheming than I thought." Xiaoheng tidied up the strand of black hair on her temple and looked at her tenderly and firmly. "He will understand one day that you, who he despises, are his most unshakable enemy." Speaking of enemies, Gu Jiao frowned. The crown prince has a master who can hurt Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing has never seen him before. It's very strange. Xiaoheng pondered for a moment. It's indeed strange. Since that person is so powerful, why didn't he participate in this selection? He should be a more suitable candidate than Gu Changqing. Gu Jiao touched her chin. I'll find an opportunity to go to the Crown Prince's palace to investigate. I'll go. Xiao Heng said, I'm the Crown Prince's grandson. When the king wakes up, I'll find an excuse to go to the Crown Prince's palace and see who the person who hurt him is. The news of Shang Guanqi being deposed of the Crown Prince spread to the imperial palace that night. Imperial concubine Han was copying Buddhist scriptures in her room. When she heard this bad news, the brush in her hand fell onto the Buddhist scriptures that she was halfway copying. The Buddhist scriptures on the paper were instantly destroyed. Imperial concubine Han sat down on the cushion and turned her head to look coldly at the little eunuch kneeling at the door. Repeat what you just said to me again. What happened to my son? The little eunuch hit the ground with his forehead and stammered on the ground, replying to master. The second prince tried to assassinate the king in the state preceptor hall. The king was furious and punished. The second prince was deposed of the second prince's position as the crown prince. Imperial concubine Han crushed the Buddhist scriptures in her hand into a ball. Nonsense! How could the crown prince try to assassinate the king? The little eunuch said in fear, This servant just heard the news. Imperial concubine Han sternly said, Go. Call the people around the crown prince. Yes. The little eunuch scrambled out. There's no need to call, this matter is true. Accompanied by a deep voice, a man dressed in a black cloak walked out of the night. Imperial concubine Han winked at the head eunuch beside her. The head eunuch understood and took the two trusted palace maids out of the hall and closed the door from the outside. Imperial concubine Han glanced at the man. Her expression was not as disdainful as when she was in front of the servants. But after all, such a big matter had happened, so she couldn't give a good face. You're here. She lightly said, What's going on? The black-robed man sat down cross-legged opposite her. It's a troublesome guy. Imperial concubine Han was slightly surprised. There aren't many people who can make you feel troublesome. The black-robed man slowly sighed. It's the crown prince's aide. This matter can be considered as my negligence. I couldn't kill him with a sword and let him escape. The crown prince went to catch him, but he fell into Shang Guanyan's trap. Imperial concubine Han asked, Was it done by Shang Guanyan? The black-robed man lightly said, It could also be the imperial grandson. After all, both mother and son were there. It wasn't a flawless plan, but it was calculated to the extreme. In addition, the Imperial Preceptor Hall also played a very interesting role in this incident. Imperial concubine Han frowned. What do you mean? The black-robed man said, With the status of the Imperial Preceptor, he could have stopped the second prince from entering the Imperial Preceptor Hall to search, but he didn't do so. I think he did it deliberately. Imperial concubine Han said in disbelief, You mean the Imperial Preceptor colluded with Shang Guanyan? That's impossible. Shang Guanyan and the Shenyuan family ended up like this because of the Imperial Preceptor. The black-robed man sighed and slowly said, Imperial concubine, in this world, the more impossible things are, the more unexpected they are. You are confused by the situation, but I'm a bystander, so you probably won't believe me. Even if the Emperor slightly suspects the role played by the Imperial Preceptor Hall, I'm afraid he won't abolish the second prince's crown prince position on the spot. After Imperial concubine Han calmed down, she coldly snorted and said, So what? Can the Imperial Preceptor Hall's hands reach this Imperial concubine? This Imperial concubine doesn't care what kind of deal Shang Guanyan made with the Imperial Preceptor behind his back. As long as she dares to restore her status as the Imperial concubine, this Imperial concubine will have a way to deal with her. The black-robed man kindly advised, Shang Guanyan is different from more than 10 years ago. Imperial concubine can't be careless. Imperial concubine Han disdainfully said, She's just an Imperial concubine. Even her Imperial mother, Shenyuan Hanyan, was defeated by this Imperial concubine. Even the Empress couldn't defeat this Imperial concubine. Does she think she's so great? The black-robed man raised his teacup. Imperial concubine's skill is worthy of being the first in the 6 palaces. Imperial concubine Han sneered, This Imperial concubine has never lost. The moon was bright and the stars were few. A shabby carriage arrived at the gate of the outer city of Chengdu with a clanging sound. The guard stopped the carriage. Stop. Who is it? The coachman stopped the carriage. A little old man with a serious face and a hint of a saint's aura lifted the curtain of the carriage and handed over the document in his hand. Little brother, please make an exception. We are in a hurry to enter the city. The guard opened the document and looked at it. Are you the master of Lingbo Academy? Why are you out of the city? The little old man smiled and said, I went back to my hometown to visit my relatives. The gate is closed. Another guard in the city yelled. Generally, when the gate was closed, no one was allowed to enter the city. The little old man gave him a money bag. The guard weighed it and was very satisfied with its weight. He put the money bag into his arms without leaving a trace and said with a solemn expression, a lot of things have happened in Xingdu recently. Those who come to Xingdu have to be strictly checked. It's reasonable to check your travel permit to return home, but the guard who checked the travel permit got off duty a quarter of an hour ago. But I see that you're old and it's inconvenient for you to sleep outside, so I'll make it easy for you. Wait, who else is in the carriage? The little old man said with a calm expression, it's my wife. The guard glanced at the curtain. He saw a plainly dressed old lady holding a jar of candied fruits and nibbling on them. What are you looking at? The old lady glared at him fiercely. The guard was stunned by the scolding. They want to check the household register. Are they a couple just because they say so? At this moment, the old lady's back was itchy and she wanted to scratch it. As soon as she raised her hand, the guard saw the little old man beside her and reflexively covered his head. The guard was speechless. She wouldn't be able to do this without being oppressed for decades. There was no need to check. If they weren't a couple, he would chop his head off. Chapter 776. At this moment, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng did not know that their great-aunt and son-in-law had already entered the city in a small broken carriage that was leaking wind and rain. After Xiao Heng returned to his room, Gu Jiao tied her already dry hair into a single bun on top of her head and then went to the secret room. It had to be said that Xiao Heng's skills were very good. Her legs really were not as sore as before. Gu Jiao put the small medicine box into the groove and changed into sterile clothes before entering the intensive care unit. The flow of time in the two dimensions was the same. 2 hours passed in the outside world and 2 hours passed in here. However, the place where the date was displayed on the major instruments seemed to be broken. Only the time could be seen. Right now it was 1:39 in the morning. Gu Changqing wore an oxygen mask and his body was covered in tubes as he lay on the bed without any temperature. The room was very quiet. Only the soft mechanical sounds of the instruments could be heard. Gu Jiao could clearly hear each of his heavy breaths, which were difficult and unable to exert any strength. That person's sword energy had shattered his internal energy. All of his internal organs had been damaged and half of his meridians had been broken. She had given him the best medicine, but it still could not guarantee that he would be out of danger. Beep. The door behind her opened. It was the state preceptor wearing sterile clothes who calmly walked in. How did you get in? Gu Jiao asked. She clearly remembered that she had locked the metal door from the inside. The door can be opened from the outside, the state preceptor said as he walked in front of the bed. If it could be opened from the outside, then did he deliberately not come in during the day to interrupt the king's punishment of the crown prince? This guy was really strange. He was clearly one of the perpetrators of the Shenyuan family, but he repeatedly helped her, someone related to the Shenyuan family. The state preceptor looked at the unconscious Gu Changqing and said, "Go rest. I'll guard here tonight." Gu Jiao did not move. Perhaps the state preceptor had sensed Gu Jiao's distrust towards him, so he slowly opened his mouth. "He came to look for me because of you." Gu Jiao's eyes flickered. The state preceptor continued, "He came to the Yen kingdom to cure your illness. It's not your fault that he became like this. You don't have to blame yourself. You've also risked your life for him." As he spoke, he turned to look at Gu Jiao. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao was also looking at him. Gu Jiao's eyes were full of confusion. She obviously didn't know what he was talking about. The state preceptor then said, "When we killed the heavenly wolf at the frontier of Zhao country, the heavenly wolf was killed. You knew that you were no match for Sirius, but you still wanted to get rid of this number one enemy for Gu Changqing. In the end, you almost died in the hands of Sirius and even contracted the plague." Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and stared at Gu Changqing. She whispered, "Why did he even tell you this?" The state preceptor explained with a good temper, "I need to know your past, the people and things you came in contact with before and after every time you lost control. The more detailed, the better. In this way, I can give the most accurate diagnosis." Gu Jiao asked, "Have you diagnosed it?" The state preceptor shook his head. "No, your situation is very complicated and special. He paused when he said this. But what? Gu Jiao looked at him. The state preceptor said, I've met a few people who are similar to your situation in some aspects. Gu Jiao said, why do you speak in such a roundabout way? The state preceptor coughed softly, it's a little similar to your situation but not exactly the same. They will also lose control mostly when fighting. The reasons for losing control are different. Some are provoked by anger in their hearts, and some are in a life-threatening situation. When they don't lose control, they are no different from normal people. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, will their strength increase after losing control? The state preceptor said, yes, but not as much as you. That's why I said that your situation is similar, but not exactly the same. It was indeed different. The violent factors in her body were always there, but she had already gotten used to their existence. It was like a person who was born with pain. It was normal for him to feel pain. Blood would induce her to lose control and make her suffer more. But after so many years of training, she had already controlled it very well. The uncontrollable situation was in battle. Blood, struggle, death, all the unfavorable factors added together would urge her to lose control. The state preceptor said, I've been studying why those people lost control in the first place. I found that they were not born like this. It was all after they were poisoned. You've seen Fifth Han. What do you think of his skills? Gu Jiao said to the point, not bad. Wait, he can't be one of them, right? The state preceptor said, he's the most normal one. He almost never loses control. The reason why I included him is because his internal strength increased sharply after he was poisoned. The price was aging. Gu Jiao touched her chin, so this is the reason why his hair turned white at such a young age. What kind of poison is so powerful? The state preceptor shook his head, I'm not sure. I haven't found out. The rest of them have lost control at least 3 times. These people are all very powerful experts. Among them there are 2 people who are the most dangerous. He used the word dangerous. With his current status, it was definitely not an ordinary level of danger to describe them like this. Gu Jiao licked her lips curiously. Who? The state preceptor said faintly, I don't know their real names. I only know their code names. One is An Hun, the other is Shirtian. What an amazing name, even my Xiong Badian is weak in comparison. The state preceptor saw her bitter and vengeful look. How would he know that she was fussing about their code names? He thought that she was thinking about the identity of the other party. He said, An Hun is now the aide of Imperial concubine Han. If I didn't guess incorrectly, the person who injured Gu Changqing is him. Very good, even the real name of Gu Changqing was known. The state preceptor faintly said, I want to remind you, don't easily find An Hun for revenge. You are not his opponent. The only person who can deal with An Hun is Shirtian. Unfortunately, Shirtian disappeared from Yan Empire in 21 years. No one knows where he went. Until now there is no news. 21 years ago. Wasn't that the year when the late emperor of Zhao Empire passed away? Before the late emperor of Zhao Empire passed away, he bestowed Princess Xinyang with 4 dragon shadow guards. He also left behind a posthumous edict for Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping to get married during his mourning period. That year Long Yi had entered. Gu Jiao looked at the state preceptor and asked, How old is Shirtian? The state preceptor recalled in his mind and said, when he disappeared he was still young. He was around 13 or 14 years old. It matched with Long Yi's age. Could it really be Long Yi? Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the portrait she saw last time in Book Collection Pavilion. The youth in the portrait was very similar to Long Yi. Gu Jiao calmly asked, Can I see the portrait of An Hun and Shirtian? Dawn was breaking. The monarch woke up from his sleep. In the end he had taken medicine. The medicine was still in effect, so his whole body was dizzy. Hearing the movement, Zhang Dequan hastily got up from the mattress and quietly came to the bedside. Your Majesty, you woke up? Does your head still hurt? Do you want this slave to go and invite state preceptor? No need. The monarch sat up and slowly asked, Where is third princess in Light Shui? Third princess? The monarch called third princess before Shangguan Yen was 1 month old. Since Shangguan Yen was conferred the title of crown princess on the 1-month-old banquet, the monarch only called her 2 names, crown princess in front of people and Yen behind people. The monarch might call her crown princess, but the monarch would never call her third princess. It seemed that the little mistress of dragons stranded in Shallow Beach was going to restore her identity as an imperial princess. Zhang Dequan hurriedly reported, replying to Your Majesty, little princess is resting in the next room. This slave asked the wet nurse in the palace to come and take care of her. The third princess was rescued in the secret room for 6 hours before she came out. The third princess already had an old injury, and there were nails in her spine. She also took a sword for your majesty. Commander Xiao said, whether she could wake up or not depends on the third princess' luck. After the monarch woke up, for a moment he felt that the punishment he gave to Shang Guanqi seemed to be too much. In the beginning Shang Guanqi didn't want to kill him. It was the assassin who took the initiative to bewitch the crown prince to kill the monarch. But when he heard that Shang Guanyin might not survive, the monarch's anger rose again. Why didn't Shang Guanqi rush over to block the sword? His people plotted a rebellion, but Shang Guanyin was stabbed instead. He didn't say anything to stop it. Scared silly? I'm afraid he acquiesced to the actions of the assassin. The monarch began to imagine again. The more he imagined, the angrier he became. I should have crippled him earlier. The monarch went to Shang Guanyan's room. Shang Guanyan's injury was made with a prop. When the gauze was removed, the stitched wound could really be seen. But in fact, the monarch didn't really want to remove her gauze. The monarch looked at Xiao Heng, who was waiting by the bed, and sighed, "Your own body is more important. Don't overwork yourself. There are palace servants here." Although it was said that there were palace servants, in fact there was only a little palace maid. The monarch felt more guilty in his heart. Zhang Dequan. This slave is here. Zhang Dequan stepped forward and said knowingly, after this slave returns to the palace, I will immediately pick a few clever palace servants. The monarch still had to go to court, so he stood by the bed for a while and then left. Respectfully send off imperial grandfather. Xiao Heng cupped his fist and saluted. Gone? Shang Guanyin opened the mosquito net and poked her head out of the mosquito net. Xiao Heng hurriedly pressed her back into the mosquito net. Imperial grandfather, take care. She hasn't stepped out yet. Chapter 777. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The monarch turned around. Xiao Heng smiled. He was smiling too much. He changed his state in a second. He was so weak and pale that he couldn't smile. Take care of yourself. Okay. The monarch nodded with a complicated expression. He put his hands behind his back and led Zhang Dequan and the wet nurse who was holding the little princess out of the Kailan hall. Gu Jiao stayed in the intensive care unit until dawn. She sat on the chair and fell asleep by the bed in the middle of the night. When she woke up, the state preceptor was gone. 2 men of sacrifice were guarding the iron gate again. They didn't react much when they saw Gu Jiao come out. What did the state preceptor say to you? Gu Jiao asked them. One of them said, the state preceptor said that no one can enter except for him and Mr. Xiao. Gu Jiao nodded and muttered to herself, that's more like it. Xiao Heng opened the door and walked to Gu Jiao. Are you tired? I asked someone to make porridge. Go and have some. Okay. Gu Jiao walked to his room with him. Where's Jing Kong? The 2 men of sacrifice were behind them. Xiao Heng said carefully, he went to school. His sister came to pick him up. He was telling Gu Jiao that little Jing Kong was safe with Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao was relieved. She went to Xiao Heng's room to have a bowl of porridge. Although the summer was hot, she was exhausted. She still had a good appetite. She ate a big meat bun. Where's the little princess? She asked. Xiao Heng said, she went back to the palace with the monarch. Also, the monarch seems to have restored my mother's identity as the empress. Xiao Heng didn't go to the imperial court, but the monarch called Shang Guanyin the third princess this morning. It must be true. Gu Jiao nodded in satisfaction. That's great. After paying such a huge price, it wasn't just to depose the crown prince. First, she would restore her status as the empress. The next step would be to scheme for the position of the crown princess. Speaking of this, Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the conversation with the state preceptor in the ICU in the middle of the night. She took the handkerchief, wiped her mouth and said to Xiao Heng, you don't need to find an excuse to go to the crown prince's mansion. I already know who stabbed Gu Chongqing. He's Imperial concubine Han's advisor, a very powerful expert. People call him An Han. An Han? Xiao Heng muttered. She didn't understand what he was saying, but it sounded impressive. Did the imperial tutor tell you? He asked. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. He also told me about 5th Master Han's secret. 5th Master Han's hair turned white because he was poisoned and aged prematurely, but it also increased his power. Xiao Heng was puzzled. Premature aging. Increase one's power? So strange, in the end, what kind of poison is it? Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Later, I'll find an opportunity to ask Madame Nan. But I think Qi Xian has been in Han family for so long, but he still hasn't cured the poison in Han Si's body. I'm afraid the origin of this poison is not simple. In addition, the state preceptor also mentioned a person, but I don't know whether it's Long Yi or not. In those years, the late emperor left behind a total of 8 dragon shadow guards. Among them, the younger one was given to the emperor of Zhao country, and the older one was given to Princess Xinyang. These death warriors were all bought by the old Liang Wang through the underground martial arts field. At the time of purchase, both sides concluded a 10-year contract, and they were trained according to the requirements of the late emperor. And the dragon shadow guards given to Princess Xinyang were the first batch of death warriors. They were already almost trained. If they still needed to continue training in the camp, perhaps Long Yi would have been exposed. Sometimes life was truly full of coincidences. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng talked about the matter of Sky Splitter and Enhan. Xiaoheng asked, "Do you think Long Yi is Sky Splitter?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "If it was only the state preceptor who said so, I might not easily think of Long Yi, but last time I saw a portrait from the 3rd floor of the library pavilion. The youth in the portrait was very similar to Long Yi." Xiaoheng was silent. 3rd floor. The entire state preceptor hall, no, to be exact, the biggest secret of the entire Yan country was there. If the person in the portrait was really Long Yi, then Long Yi really had a great origin. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao was taken to the 3rd floor of the library pavilion by Yi Qing. She had obtained the state preceptor's permission to read a certain area, but she still couldn't wander around the rest of the place. She looked at the 3-meter-high big bookshelf in front of her and said in a daze, "I just want to find the portrait of Sky Splitter. There's no need to be so ostentatious." This big bookshelf that occupied almost an entire wall was something she could look at? Yi Qing pointed to the bookshelf and said, "There are portraits of Sky Splitter and Enhan in here." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" Yi Qing explained, "Sky Splitter and Enhan never show their true faces. These are all portraits drawn by people who claim to have seen Sky Splitter and Enhan in Jianghu. They were collected here by my master." Gu Jiao squeezed out a few words from the gap of her teeth. "This, so many? How long do I have to look at them? How about I draw it for you directly and you help me identify it?" Yi Qing said again, "We have never seen Sky Splitter, you can only identify it yourself." "What the fuck am I trying to identify?" "So even if I see the portrait of Long Yi, you can't be sure that he is Sky Splitter, right?" Father and son killing each other was a scandal. If this kind of thing happened to the Emperor of Zhao country, the Emperor of Zhao country would definitely adhere to the concept of family scandals not being aired in public. He would suppress the news airtight, and then find another reason to punish the crown prince. The Emperor of Great Yan was different. He didn't care. As soon as he went to court, he announced that Shang Guanqi had ulterior motives, slandered Shang Guanyin and killed his father. He also let Zhang Dequan announce the imperial edict to abolish the crown prince in public. Along with the imperial edict to abolish the crown prince, there was also an imperial edict to restore Shang Guanyan's royal status. Since then, Shang Guanyin was the 3rd princess of Great Yan. The whole court was surprised. Although they had already received the news last night, when it really came from the throne room, it still made imperial concubine Han very angry. She was so angry that her chest was about to explode. What assassination! What slander! That person called Long Outyin is clearly a spy placed in the crown prince palace by Shang Guanyin. Is His Majesty old and confused? How can he not even see such a big flaw? Last night, she had sent people to the Crown Prince Palace to understand the whole process of Long Outyin's visit to the Crown Prince Palace. Traps, all traps. "Io, imperial concubine, you can't talk nonsense." The head eunuch Su Gao stepped forward in fright. "Be careful not to let other people hear." Imperial concubine Han snorted, "This is my bedroom, who dares to spread it out?" Su Gao dryly smiled, "That's true, but it's better to be careful." Su Gao went to the Crown Prince Palace to inquire about Long Outyin. To be honest, the 3rd princess's move was really exquisite. She could predict the emperor's thoughts. He had been in the palace for so many years, but he rarely saw anyone who could predict the emperor's thoughts. Whether the monarch punished or not, it was usually the monarch's own will. Those who took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the opportunity to trip up the victims were actually just the monarch turning a blind eye to it. They were not considered very smart. Su Gao said, "Imperial concubine, I'm afraid there's a master behind the 3rd princess." Imperial concubine Han thoughtfully said, What you said makes some sense. I watched Shangguan Yen grow up. She's a straightforward person and doesn't have many thoughts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been schemed against in the past. Su Gao hurriedly said, "Isn't that so, imperial concubine? If she has such a mind, why wait until now? She would have returned to Xingdu to compete with the second prince for the position of crown prince. Moreover, the eldest grandson's temperament is different from before. It's barely acceptable for one person to change, but for two people to change at the same time, who would believe that there's no master behind them?" Imperial concubine Han said coldly, "We must find the master behind them. I'd like to see who has the guts to go against me." Su Gao smiled proudly, "Imperial concubine, don't worry, our people have already been sent to the state preceptor palace." Imperial concubine Han smiled, "Oh? So fast? There won't be any flaws, right?" Su Gao smiled and said, "They're all personally selected by Zhang Dequan. They're all his confidants. Even if they investigate their 18 generations of ancestors, it has nothing to do with us." Imperial concubine Han smiled coldly, "It's not easy to place confidants around Zhang Dequan. I've buried so many chess pieces for so many years. I originally planned to use them in more important places. But who told Shangguan Yen and her son to be so annoying? I'll borrow eunuch Zhang's hand to eradicate these two eyesores for me." Su Gao flattered, "Imperial concubine is wise." Imperial concubine Han had already begun to imagine the fruits of victory. After the matter is done, who should I frame? I think Imperial concubine Wang Xian is good, and Imperial concubine Dong Chen is also not bad. As she said this, she burst out laughing. On the other side, Zhang Dequan took 4 palace maids to the state preceptor palace. Gu Jiao went to the library pavilion, leaving only Xiao Heng in Shangguan Yan's room. Zhang Dequan respectfully bowed to Xiao Heng, who was sitting in his seat. "Your Highness Zhangsun, the few palace maids outside are selected by this slave. They're nimble, diligent, and clever. Let them serve the third princess and Your Highness Zhangsun first. Your Highness Zhangsun, please rest assured that their background is very clean." "I know," Xiao Heng said. Zhang Dequan smiled, "If there's nothing else, this slave will return to the palace first." Xiao Heng nodded. After Zhang Dequan left, Xiao Heng opened the curtain and looked at Shangguan Yen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed holding half of a watermelon and eating it with a spoon. Can Zhang Dequan be trusted? Shangguan Yen ate a spoonful of watermelon ball. "Oh, he's not bad." Xiao Heng said, "So, those people outside can stay?" Shangguan Yen thought for a moment, "Keep them first. Zhang Dequan is the only person in the palace who won't harm me." Lingbo Academy. A carriage stopped in the alley diagonally across from it. This alley was originally for the students of the academy to park their carriages. Because this carriage came first, it occupied the first position. Arriving here, the coachman's task was completed. The old chancellor gave him the fare. The coachman took his reward and left with satisfaction. The old chancellor and Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the carriage and waited. "Are you sure we should wait here?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. The old chancellor said, "Jing Kong is attending classes at Lingbo Academy. When he finishes school, Aheng will definitely come to pick him up. Aheng will come even if I don't come to Jiaojiao." Summer in Yin country was hotter than in Zhao country. In addition to today's particularly hot weather, the carriage was baked into a steamer not long after. Empress Dowager Zhuang became a small steamed shrimp, sweating like rain. She leaned against the wall of the carriage feeling hopeless. Didn't it just rain at night? How come it didn't cool down for long before it became hot again? The old chancellor picked up a fan and fanned her. He was also sweating profusely. "Yin country is really hot. I don't know if the children can handle it." Empress Dowager Zhuang did not even have the strength to speak. She felt as though she had caught a heat stroke. Her legs went soft and she collapsed in her seat. The old chancellor saw that she was so hot and could not bear it, saying, "There is a tea shop next door. You go to the tea shop to drink some tea. I will wait here." Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him and weakly said, "Does drinking tea not cost money?" Things in Yin country were so expensive. The children definitely did not have enough money to spend. She needed to save for Jiaojiao. Of course, there was another important reason. She needed to see Jiaojiao as soon as possible. Although it might not be Jiaojiao that came to pick up Jing Kong. The two waited from morning until afternoon. It was so hot that they lost their temper. Finally, Lingbo Academy began to dismiss classes. Students wearing the academy's uniform walked out of the academy in high spirits. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked around anxiously. Why don't I see any children? Go and ask around. As the prodigy class ended, the old chancellor went. However, since the young commandery princess had been kidnapped near the academy's vigilance had increased a lot. They were vigilant against strangers who came to inquire about information, especially about the prodigy class. The guard said sternly, "You are not allowed to inquire about the academy. If you don't leave, I will report you to the officials and arrest you." There were more officials patrolling nearby. The old chancellor was an unregistered citizen. Naturally, he could not fall into the hands of the officials. He wanted to say that he was a family member of a student. However, he looked down at his shabby appearance and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Along the way, in order not to be remembered by thieves, they dressed very poorly. Their clothes were the plainest and their carriage was the worn out. The old chancellor planned to go to the nearby shop to ask around. As soon as he turned around, he heard the guard say to his companion, "Keep an eye on that old man." The old chancellor's mouth twitched. Was he being treated as a thief? What was wrong with the Academy of Yen country? Since he did not get any information, he could only wait honestly. Don't worry. I have inquired at the inn. After school, this is the only door that can be used after school. Jing Kong will definitely come out from it. Don't interrupt. Go away. Empress Dowager Zhuang pulled his face away ruthlessly and stared at the gate of Lingbo Academy. Finally, God did not disappoint the faithful. A 10-year-old child came out. Her eyes lit up. The prodigy class is over. The prodigy class was indeed over. However, little Jing Kong and the young commandery princess were always the slowest. They received so many books that Master Lu doubted life. The young commandery princess said to her classmate, "Jing Kong, come to my house to play today." Little Jing Kong asked, "Where is your house?" "Well, over there." The young commandery princess pointed in the direction of the imperial palace, which she thought was the imperial palace. "I have played at your place so many times, but you have never played at my house." Little Jing Kong thought it was reasonable. "Alright, but I have to inform Teacher Cheng first. He had tutoring with Master Cheng after school today." However, in his opinion, he could ask for leave for tutoring since he did not really want to go anyway. The two little kids carried their bags and went to Master Cheng to ask for leave. The young commandery princess put her hands on her hips and stared at Master Cheng fiercely. Master Cheng did not dare to disagree. Just now, someone was asking when the prodigy class would end. I wonder if there are thieves after the princess. For safety's sake, let's go straight to the academy to pick up the young commandery princess. Yes. A carriage that looked ordinary but was actually very luxurious drove into Lingbo Academy with special privileges granted by the emperor. It stopped directly at the gate of the prodigy class. 4 imperial masters stood in a row. The wet nurse got off the carriage and took the young commandery princess's bag. "Young commandery princess, we should go back." The young commandery princess said, "Today, I want to invite Jing Kong to my house to play." The wet nurse smiled. "If the young master's family is okay with it, of course." No problem, no problem. Little Jing Kong made his own decision. After all, he was not a bad brother-in-law. Brother Ching Feng could not control him. The two little kids got on the carriage. 2 of the 4 imperial masters sat in the carriage while the other 2 rode on horses on both sides of the carriage. The old chancellor looked around the alley. The carriage passed by him. After another hour, the last student came out of Lingbo Academy. The guards of Lingbo Academy began to close the gate. The old chancellor was shocked. "Hey! What happened? Why did they close the gate?" He looked back at Empress Dowager Zhuang in the carriage. "Did Jing Kong just come out? Did you see them?" "No," Empress Dowager Zhuang said. She was old, but she was not blind. She was very sure that she did not miss anything. The old chancellor said suspiciously, "Could it be Jing Kong did not go to school today? Could it be that something happened to them because they did not come to Lingbo Academy?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "Shut up." The old chancellor shut his mouth resentfully. Dark clouds started to roll in the hot and humid sky. It looked like it was going to rain. The old chancellor said, "Why don't we find an inn to stay first and come back tomorrow?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "The gate is not closed. There is still a gap. Let's wait for a while." The aroma of meat fried with garlic floated from the restaurant next door. The old chancellor was hungry. Only then did he remember that they had been waiting for someone and had not eaten anything for a whole day. He was hungry. Since Zhuang Jins was so greedy, she must be hungry too. "I will go and buy something to eat." As he spoke, he touched his shriveled money bag and coughed lightly. He said to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "I have used up my travel expenses." He had spent all his money along the way. Empress Dowager Zhuang held the bag in her arms vigilantly. For Jiao Jiao, not a single coin could be spent. The old chancellor had no choice but to search his pockets. Finally, he found 2 knife coins that had fallen into the broken compartment of his sleeve. He was lucky. Usually 2 knife coins could only buy 1 steamed bun. Today it was going to rain. The boss was in a hurry to close the stall and gave the last 2 steamed buns to the old chancellor. The old chancellor gave the bigger one to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The heavy rain in Sheng capital came without warning. The sky was torn open and the heavy rain couldn't wait to pour down. Mixed with the whistling wind, the stalls and carriages by the roadside were all overturned. The old chancellor held the remaining half of the steamed bun in his mouth and hurriedly pulled the window tight. The curtain of the carriage was also put down. However, the weather was too bad. The curtain of the carriage was blown apart and the heavy rain poured into the carriage mercilessly. The old chancellor hurriedly stood up and planned to use his thin and weak body to block the wind and rain. His hands gripped the door frame tightly, but who would have expected that the roof of the carriage would be blown away in the next second? The old chancellor couldn't open his eyes because of the rain. He went to grab the umbrella and wanted to open it to block the rain for Empress Dowager Zhuang, who knew that before the umbrella could be opened, he was blown to the ground first. This can't go on. We have to find a place to take shelter from the rain. He wiped the rain on his face and tried hard to open his eyes. He stretched out his hand towards Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Come down quickly. I will catch you." It was very dangerous for 2 elderly people to be exposed to such extremely bad weather. If they were slightly careless, they might fall and never get up again. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes had long been unable to open, so she naturally couldn't see the hand that he stretched out. She hugged the bundle in her bosom with one hand and grabbed the wall of the carriage with the other hand, moving down with difficulty step by step. She slipped and the all-powerful Empress Dowager of Zhao country sat in a puddle in a sorry state. The old chancellor asked loudly, "Are you all right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang protected the bundle in her bosom. "I'm fine." She tried to stand up but fell back a few times. The old chancellor spent a lot of effort to finally walk close to her. The old chancellor stretched out his hand to grab her arm. He had just pulled Empress Dowager Zhuang up, and before they could stand firm, the 2 of them fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, a beggar in his early 20s suddenly rushed over from behind the 2 of them. He snatched the bundle in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands and ran away. Travel expenses. Empress Dowager Zhuang's gaze turned cold. That was the money she brought for Jiao Jiao. She scrimped and saved along the way and didn't spend a single banknote. In the end, it was snatched by a little thief? Empress Dowager Zhuang was angry. She didn't know where she got the strength. She didn't care about the bruises on her body and picked up the stick on the ground and threw it at the little beggar. Aya! The little beggar was hit by the stick and fell into the rain with a plop. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked with the steps of an old lady chasing away her unfilial grandson and came to the young beggar angrily. She picked up the stick on the ground again and beat the beggar. "Who told you to snatch Jiao's things? Who told you to snatch Jiao's money? Who told you to steal chickens and dogs? Who told you to not do proper things?" The rain was heavy and Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke the language of Zhao country in anger. The beggar didn't understand a word, but the stick on his body was clearly hit. "Ah! Stop hitting. Stop hitting. I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you. You damn woman, how can you be so strong?" The beggar was almost beaten into a pig's head. How could he have expected that a little old lady who fell and couldn't get up would be so ruthless in beating people? She was too heavy-handed. Empress Dowager Zhuang hit him with the stick again and almost killed his thousands of children and grandchildren. The beggar trembled and looked at the stick that fell between his legs. If the stick moved half an inch forward, he would. He looked at the old lady in front of him again and saw that the other party's eyes revealed a strong murderous aura. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even dare to play tricks and threw the bag in his hand at the old lady. Taking advantage of the time when the old lady went to catch the bag, he rolled and crawled away. The bundle was blown apart, and the silver ingots inside fell to the ground with a crash. The banknotes were blown out by the strong wind, and floated all over the alley. Empress Dowager Zhuang squatted down to pick up the banknotes. The old chancellor just sprained his ankle and limped over after a long time. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was squatting on the ground to pick up the silver and banknotes. He suddenly had mixed feelings. She was the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family. She was born honorable and became the empress when she entered the palace. When the late emperor passed away, she became the regent empress dowager. She had been standing on top of the clouds all her life and had never stooped down to pick up things from the ground. Not to mention a mere stack of banknotes, even if a valuable antique fell on the ground, she would never take a second look at it. But now he opened his mouth. Zhuang Jin's? Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up a banknote that floated into the sewage pit and wiped it on her sleeve. When she just came to the countryside, her family wasn't rich. Jiao Jiao had to go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and pick mountain products to sell in the market every day before dawn. In order to save 2 copper coins for the carriage, she carried the heavy mountain products and walked more than 10 miles. At that time she was only 14. She couldn't even bear to eat a bowl of hot soup noodles outside and only nod on a hard cold steamed bun in the market in the winter. But she didn't lack the silver for Liulong's school fees. She didn't lack the meat and vegetables that the family ate. She didn't eat them herself and left them for Lulang, Xiaoshun and me. Later, when the little monk came, she spared no effort to buy things for the little monk. She only bought a pair of cloth shoes for herself and it was with Lulang. The old chancellor was shocked. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and said, "If the silver is not enough, she will always be short for herself. I don't want Jiao Jiao to suffer. I don't want her to suffer at all." The old chancellor's eyes were slightly red. It was unknown whether it was for Gu Jiao or Zhuang Jin's. He squatted down. "I will pick it up with you." Both of them squatted on the ground and silently picked up the rain-soaked banknotes. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the banknotes and suddenly felt that someone was coming. She moved her body forward and blocked the banknotes in the puddle in front of her. A young man wearing a straw raincoat, a bamboo hat, and holding a red tasseled spear entered the alley from behind her. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't care too much and continued to pick up the banknotes. The young man walked past her. When he reached the entrance of the alley, the young man's footsteps suddenly stopped. There were only a few banknotes left and there seemed to be more people coming into the alley. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the banknotes faster. Her legs were almost numb from squatting. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Great Aunt?" Chapter 778. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped picking up the banknotes. The rain was heavy and the wind was strong. If Empress Dowager Zhuang looked up, she couldn't open her eyes at all. She squatted stiffly on the ground in the rain, like a little old lady in the countryside picking vegetables in the ridge. She paused for a moment and then continued to pick up the banknotes. She must have wanted to Jiao Jiao so much that she heard wrong. How could Jiao Jiao appear here in such a heavy rain? "Great Aunt." It was another familiar voice. This time, the voice was directly above her head. A young man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat knelt down on one knee beside her. Empress Dowager Zhuang still couldn't raise her eyes, but she caught a glimpse of the ugly red tasseled spear, the little braid and the big red flower. She couldn't be more familiar with it. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes suddenly stopped looking up. She lowered her head and brushed her messy hair on her cheeks in the rain, trying to straighten her hair so that she didn't look so embarrassed. She also moved her feet that were numb from squatting, as if she also wanted to make a squatting posture that wasn't so embarrassing. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at her. "Great Aunt, is it really you? Why are you here?" This time, Great Aunt's tone was no longer questioning. She was really sure that she had met the person who was least likely to appear in the Great Yin Kingdom. It was also the person she had been thinking about. The old lady suddenly felt wronged. She was robbed on the street, stuffed into a steamed shrimp in the carriage, beaten by the wind and rain, and fell down again and again, but she didn't feel wronged at all. However, Gu Jiao's great aunt broke all her strong feelings in an instant. Her eyes turned red. She was like a child who had been bullied outside and was finally found by her parents. Her small mouth and nose twitched. She said with a crying voice, "Why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you all day." Gu Jiao didn't know what to do. She said blankly, I just walked too slowly. I'll pay more attention next time. I won't take a carriage. I'll ride a horse, the Black Wind King." The old lady didn't understand what the Black Wind King was. She squatted on the ground with the banknotes in her hand, sobbing in grievance. "I'm not crying," she said stubbornly. Yes, Grandad didn't cry. Gu Jiao hurriedly took off her straw raincoat and draped it over Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Aija doesn't need it, you wear it," Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Not only did she refuse Gu Jiao's straw raincoat, but she also took off the bamboo hat on her head. Gu Jiao stopped her. With Gu Jiao's strength, it was a piece of cake for her to stop an old lady. She tied her bamboo hat and straw raincoat tightly, making it impossible for Empress Dowager Zhuang to take them off. Seeing this, Empress Dowager Zhuang no longer made a futile struggle. She sniffed and pointed at a banknote in front of her. "This is the last one. My feet are numb." Gu Jiao went to pick up the banknote and handed it to Empress Dowager Zhuang. After Empress Dowager Zhuang took the banknote, she didn't put it away immediately. Instead, she handed it to Gu Jiao along with the rest of the banknotes in her hand. "Here, this is for you." Many years later, when Gu Jiao galloped on the battlefield, she would always recall this scene. On a rainy day, she ran for thousands of miles, squatted on the ground, and picked up the banknotes one by one, just to hand them to her in perfect condition. When she lived in the school in her previous life, she never understood why her roommate's mother would transfer several cars from the distant countryside to the city. She was so carsick just to give a jar of pickled vegetables to her daughter who lived in the school. She thought that she understood that kind of feeling. Gu Jiao carried her grandaunt to a restaurant near the alley and came back to carry the old chancellor. "I want 2 rooms, Gu Jiao said. The old chancellor had been pacing back and forth in front of Lingbo Academy and had long been watched by the nearby shops. The innkeeper originally wanted to check the 2 elders' identities, but Gu Jiao directly showed the token of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The innkeeper instantly tensed up. Old madam, please. Young master, please. Get 2 buckets of hot water," Gu Jiao ordered. The innkeeper hurriedly responded, Yes, coming right now." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the innkeeper whose attitude had changed abruptly. "What token do you have that is so useful?" She was worried that the children would live a hard life because of various reasons, but it seemed to be different from what she thought. "The token of the Imperial Preceptor Hall," Gu Jiao said truthfully. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly acknowledged. At this moment, she was immersed in the excitement of being recognized by Gu Jiao and didn't realize what the Imperial Preceptor Hall was. Although the 2 elders had brought luggage, it was all wet from the heavy rain. After Gu Jiao sent the 2 elders to their respective rooms, she went to a nearby clothing store to buy a few sets of dry clothes. She had spare clothes in the carriage. Gu Jiao came to pick up little Jing Kong today, but who knew that the little guy went to the palace with the young commandery princess? Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. Was the little monk doing so well? He could even visit the palace of the great Yan dynasty? Then why did you use it as a weapon? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were very sharp. Gu Jiao scratched her little head. "I have a lot of enemies recently, so I used it for self-defense." Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the bathtub behind the screen and calmly acknowledged. It was as if she was saying that this was the right way to open the door. She knew it was not peaceful and she came at the right time. When Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor finished packing, Xiaoheng also came. When Gu Jiao went downstairs to buy clothes, she asked the coachman to go back to the Imperial Preceptor Hall and asked Xiaoheng to come to this restaurant. Xiaoheng didn't know it was his grandaunt and the old chancellor who came. When he entered the room and saw the 2 elders sitting on the armchairs, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. There weren't many opportunities to see Xiaoheng lose his self-control like this. Gu Jiao sat beside her great-aunt and looked at him calmly. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Apparently, she enjoyed her husband's confused expression very much. Xiaoheng woke up from the shock after a while. He quickly went into the room, closed the door and bolted the door. "Grandaunt, teacher." He greeted them in surprise. The old chancellor coughed lightly. "It's easy to expose your identity if you call me teacher." "Son-in-law." Xiaoheng changed the way he addressed him. The old chancellor lifted the teacup in satisfaction and drank a mouthful of tea with a calm expression. Xiaoheng was really shocked. He couldn't believe what he saw, but the 2 elders really did appear in the great Yan's capital. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and suppressed the remaining shock in his heart. He asked the 2 elders, "Grand and granduncle, why did you come to the Yan kingdom?" The old chancellor asked with an accent, "Are you asking for the reason or the method?" Xiaoheng said, "Don't be so picky. Before answering your question, can you tell me what happened to your face?" The old chancellor looked at the mole under his right eye and asked. This mole was originally removed by Princess Xinyang. Xiaoheng touched the mole under his eye and said, I painted it. The old chancellor asked, "Why did you paint it?" Xiao Heng said, "I'll tell you in detail later. First tell me why you and Grandaunt came." The old chancellor looked serious. "Isn't it because I'm worried about you? You've been gone for so long and didn't even send a letter. We've only left Zhao country for 3 months. You left a month ago and only waited for 2 months. Even the war in Zhao took longer than this." "What's the method?" Xiao Heng asked. The old chancellor flicked his wide sleeves and said proudly, "I forged an employment letter from Lingbo Academy." Xiao Heng was speechless. You don't have to emphasize Grandaunt. As for why the old chancellor knew what an employment letter from Lingbo Academy looked like, it was because Elder Feng had received it before. Elder Feng's talent was underestimated in Zhao country. All the academies in the Yen Kingdom were fighting for him. At least 6 academies in the Yen Kingdom had sent an invitation to Elder Feng, including Lingbo Academy and Chengdu. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Elder Feng. The old chancellor had seen those documents and forged one according to his memory. However, Lingbo Academy's forgery was so good that he only succeeded after more than a month. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to forge it at all. Gu Jiao leaned against her grandaunt and listened to the conversation between the master and disciple. She was rarely so close to others and looked like she was leaning against her grandaunt's arm. At this moment, she wasn't the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who fought for her life, nor was she the young doctor who saved lives. She was her grandaunt's Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't used to being close to others, but when Gu Jiao was by her side, she could let down all her guard. Of course, she didn't hug Gu Jiao in her arms. That wasn't her personality and didn't suit Gu Jiao's personality. The relationship between the two was beyond the superficial intimacy. It was a tacit understanding that could burn their lives for each other. This conversation was mainly between Xiao Heng and the old chancellor. Grandaunt and Gu Jiao were the audience in the room. They watched the master and disciple talk and stare at each other. They especially enjoyed this long-lost intimacy and peace. Both of them thought it was great. It was great that Grandaunt was by their side. It was great that they found Jiao. "Okay, we finished talking about our business. It's time to talk about yours," the old chancellor said. He didn't mention the hardships along the way, but Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were already having a hard time, not to mention the two of them were old. Okay, what's the situation on your side?" The old chancellor was most afraid of suddenly being emotional, so he hurriedly urged Xiao Heng to share information about Chengdu. The situation on their side was a bit complicated. Xiao Heng didn't know where to start, so he had to start from his and Gu Jiao's current identity. "What? You replaced Sheng Guanqing and became the eldest grandson of the emperor?" The old chancellor was shocked. It turned out that the biggest shock wasn't him and Zhuang Jin's coming to Chengdu, it was Xiao Heng's background that was the biggest shock. Xiao Heng said again, "I forgot to say that Sheng Guanqing is Xiao Qin, the son of my mother and father." The old chancellor thought and said, "The son of Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping? That child is still alive?" "Yes," Xiao Heng said, "he was brought to the Yen Kingdom by my mother." The old chancellor was a bit overwhelmed. "Your mother is," Xiao Heng answered seriously, "the former crown princess of the Yen Kingdom, Shang Guanyan." So the woman brought back to the capital by Marquis Xianping wasn't a slave of the Yen Kingdom, but a princess of the royal family. Was Marquis Xianping so lucky? Empress Dowager Zhuang came from the palace after all, so she was more sensitive and receptive than the old chancellor in this aspect. Her reaction was still calm. But when Xiao Heng talked about Gu Jiao, she couldn't calm down. The foster son of Duke's mansion, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, the public enemy of the top 10 aristocratic families, Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. She knew it. How could this girl not cause trouble? Look at her, she almost turned Chengdu upside down. She did it all by herself. Xiao Heng and the old chancellor talked for a full 2 hours before they finally finished exchanging all the information. The two elders fell silent. The little ones caused trouble here and there, with too many tricks. They were already too shocked, they needed time to digest it. Although Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao had obtained quite a few victories at this stage, in the eyes of the experienced Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor, the little ones' tactics were not perfect. They acted as they pleased, lacking a tight organization and plan. Thinking back to the time when Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor fought so fiercely, it was from the court to the inner palace, from the inner palace to the officialdom, it even indirectly affected the battlefield. The two little ones' tactics were just a drop in the ocean. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "If you only had A Heng's tactics back then, I would have exiled you 3,000 miles away, never to return to the capital for the rest of your life. The old chancellor snorted, if you were like Jiao Jiao back then, I would have let you sit in the cold palace for a long time. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao, you two can quarrel, but can you not drag us into it? Don't we want face? Also, you two did not need to hide your identities back then. Of course you can fight however you want. I'll have you try changing your identities to the country of Yen. So infuriating. The young couple turned their faces away. Cough cough. The old chancellor was defeated by Empress Dowager Zhuang's death glare. Heng, where are you living now? An hour later, a carriage entered the imperial tutor's hall. The heavy rain had just stopped, and Yuhi walked over from the west side of the corridor while holding a bowl of medicine. He immediately saw Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao leading an unfamiliar couple into the Qilin hall. He was puzzled and said, Your Highness Zhang's son, young Master Xiao, they are. Xiao Heng had a calm expression and said, They are young Master Zhao's patients. They came from outside the city and had nowhere to go due to the heavy rain, thus I made the decision to bring them in first. I will speak with Imperial Tutor later on. Yuhi quickly said, No need, it's a small matter. Master has already made it clear to have Your Highness Zhang's son treat the Imperial Tutor's hall as your own home. There's no need to be polite. After all, Your Highness Zhang's son has never been polite with the Imperial Tutor's hall. It's not the first time you've brought those scoundrels from Jianghu to spend the night. This time, bringing two normal patients can be considered a pleasant surprise. How could Xiao Heng know that Shang Guanqing was so indecent and thought that the Imperial Tutor was being polite? Recently the inner city had been very strict. Leaving the aunt and grandpa in the inn, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were not at ease. Only then did they temporarily bring the two elders back to the Imperial Tutor's hall. But the Imperial Tutor's hall was not a place to stay for long. At dawn the next day, Xiao Heng set out to find a suitable residence. The Qilin hall had many side rooms. Of the dozen or so rooms in the east corridor, only Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao, Shang Guanyin, little Jing Kong and a few servants lived in them. There were still quite a few rooms that were empty. Because it was two in-laws, living in two rooms was too strange. Gu Jiao only had the servants tidy up one room. The old chancellor looked at the spacious room and said nervously, That, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and went to Gu Jiao's side. Your Highness Zhang's son. 4 palace maids who were sweeping the corridor saluted Xiao Heng in unison. Xiao Heng nodded slightly, You can go and do your work. Yes. The 4 continued to work. Empress Dowager Zhuang just walked to the door of Gu Jiao's room. She looked at the 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs who were doing the sweeping. Her eyes fell on one of them and she frowned slightly. For more wonderful content you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.